A passion project where you pull out your phone, walk around for 20 minutes, and get 1.5k. Wow, yeah, real fucking passion project, yeah. So if this took 30 to 50 hours, that's because you have a disability. In water? In water? Government's gonna magically fix these issues if you just make... They're gonna flip the switch if you just keep making TikTok videos.
Now, full disclosure, I've been friends with Alyssa for about a year. She helped out a lot with my Japan trip, so I do have a bias.
Ah, there we go. Dude, someone's got to give this guy's head a wobble. Can we try and engage with that a little bit? Think before you sleep. Maybe we'll get a little bit closer. Maybe we'll get a little bit closer to the point here. But oh my god, it's beyond parody. You're like Hassan. You're like Noah Samson. What about Charlie Kirk? What about Arena? I don't like that edit. That's defamation. Awesome stuff. I love it. This guy is financially illiterate on top of being cripplingly autistic. My feelings on foreigners in Japan. Why do you have feelings on foreigners in Japan, Yank?
By that,
Wait, who's we? Yank? Yeah. Don't tell you this. Don't tell you this, but there's actually a switch in Japan that they could flip the switch and it would just fix everything. So, guys, huge immigration drama, okay? Kind of coded immigration drama, really. So there's this YouTuber. I'm sure many of you are aware of this sort of trend of YouTubers who do travel or sort of like world content, going to different places, talking about how like run down and full minorities and all this shit it is. Sort of like echoes of the Lauren Southern, not a French braid in sight video, walking around filming brown people in Paris. Sort of echoes of that in this new genre of content that's sprung up. And you have loads of different characters doing it. You have like Tyler Oliveira. You have, is it the Spanian guy? Wesley, whatever his name is. I can't. Is that his name? I think Wesley, right? I can't remember. There's all these different guys who go around with a camera and just like film minorities, basically, or film like riots or whatever. Now there is one sort of similar content creator from Japan. I say from Japan. She lives in Japan. Called OrientalPearl, who does videos where she goes around and she films different things in Japan. Sometimes she goes over to people, she's like, "Oh, konnichiwa," and they're like, "Oh, Gaijin, your English so good," like that, you know. That's how these exchanges go. And sorry, no, your English so good. Sorry, your Japanese so good. Sorry, I'm trying to read the titles and shit, so I'm fucking up. This is the one we're looking for. So she goes up to Japanese people, she like talks Japanese, and they freak out, like, wow, oh my god, and that's her whole channel. It's all just like weird race bait shit. I'm pretty sure she's got like a Japanese husband as well, so that probably explains a lot of this to you. She puts up this video. It's called "What is Happening in Japan?" And you'll see the thumbnail here. The thumbnail you might want to take note of. Take a mental note of the thumbnail here. I think it's changed now, but this is the thumbnail. And it used to say in the description, it used to say, it's changed now, but it used to say, "Is Japan cooked?" And we're going to take a look. This is where we're starting. But this is a huge drama with multiple massive YouTubers involved now, guys, okay? This woman herself has 1.4 million subs. There are multiple, you know, million sub YouTubers involved in this. It's huge, huge drama. So let's take a look.
And where do you think we are right now? I'll give you a second. Graffiti all over the wall. Somebody illegally dumped their household trash here. This has been here for weeks. There's even graffiti on the abandoned house. This isn't London. It's not New York. This is actually Tokyo, Japan. As a person who has...
Whoa, there's no way that Tokyo is similar to other cities. There's no way that Tokyo experiences similar problems to other big cities. You're joking. Dude, Japan has fallen. Japan has totally fallen. It's over.
Has been living here for many years.
I thought it was like, you know, place England or place America, it's like sad soy face. And then place Japan, it's like happy soy face. But now I'm saying it's just sad soy face everywhere. It's just sad soy face wherever you go.
A lot of changes, and I've gotten to the point where I really want to talk about this. So let's have a look around and I'll tell you exactly what I mean. Now I understand things go out of business. It's tough to make it in Tokyo. This went out of business about 4 or 5 months ago, but look at what's happened since. And in an upscale neighborhood. Yeah. All the way wrapped around.
Oh my God.
Now some people will say,
I don't know about anyone else, but I am shocked and appalled by the sight of graffiti in a major city.
Graffiti is a form of art, but this is just drawing dicks on the wall. Like, this is what things have come to.
It's like, guys, it's like Jet Set Radio, right? Guys, it's like my Jet Set Radio. Guys, anyway, it's like my Jet Set Radio. It's like my Japanese sports game. It's like my Japanese.
All the way wrapped around. Now, some people will say graffiti is a form of art, but this is just drawing dicks on the wall. Like, this is what things have come to. No pun intended. And we have to look at this every day. That was also not there a couple months ago. That one's new. This used to be completely white, and here we go. Here's some more illegally parked bikes. So in Japan, especially in big cities like Tokyo, you can't just park your bike anywhere, but there's a designated parking spot over there, but it's full, so a lot of people are just dumping their bikes here, and it's not a good situation. Look at all this.
Wow, shocking.
All these bikes parked illegally here, and it's just, there's more and more every day.
Illegally parking their bikes? Huh? They're illegal. Your bicycle is illegally parked there, sir.
Oh, that's an old car back there. All this is completely overgrown. Lots of stuff inside.
Okay, and?
As everybody knows, Japan is facing a population crisis. There's more old people now than young people, and a lot of houses are going abandoned after people pass away. And I thought this was one of those over 9 million abandoned houses in the country. In fact, there's a lot in this neighborhood, but this one, I actually saw someone is still living here, an elderly woman. And that's a problem. A lot of
hasn't she heard of the Gaza Strip?
Thank you for the $5, please. Thank you.
older people here, they can't take care of their houses anymore. They don't have families to help. So
yeah, this is how it is like everywhere in the world, dude. I don't want to tell you. Yes, sometimes there are old people that can't fucking tend their garden, that gets overgrown. They've got a car they don't fucking use anymore. Yeah, that happens, man. I don't want to fucking tell you.
this is what happens. This is all new graffiti. This is all new graffiti. It was not here before.
Yeah, maybe if she considered, like, you know, having some kids, having some grandkids, she wouldn't have this issue. But Japanese people can't figure this one out, apparently.
Here we are in Shibuya now, and of course you're very familiar with the Shibuya crosswalk, which is right ahead of us. But what you're less familiar with is what...
I will not have kids, and no, I don't want any immigrants. I just want to sit, I just want to rot and die. I just want to rot and die.
I want to check out today. This used to be one of the worst spots for it, but now this beautiful mural has been painted here, which is great. This is actually looking pretty good now that they've got the graffiti gone and a nice beautiful piece of artwork has been painted here. Although This is kind of what it looked like before, that kind of graffiti. The price that they had to pay to keep this area looking nice, keep that tunnel from being vandalized, is there's usually security watching around here. I don't see them today, but oh no, there he is. So the price they had to pay to keep this area from getting vandalized is there's a 24-hour security guard right behind me, and that's the only way to stop people from messing this up again, because it was like that for years. And it's just nice to see something like that. But I mean, obviously they can't put security around the whole country. Here is the city trying to fight back. It's even written in English and Japanese. Graffiti is illegal. Apparently, there's a 5-year prison sentence or up to 500,000 yen. 500,000 yen is about $5,000. They're not joking about this. Yet still, right next to the graffiti sign, I see more graffiti. Okay, I've seen that YouTuber. That was a foreigner that put that there. I know that YouTuber. I know that YouTuber. So...
Again, like every city has this. Every city has like walls where people just stuck a bunch of stickers or lampposts where people have wrapped a bunch of stickers. It's every city.
In this case, it is some foreigners that are putting the stickers on everything. Graffiti, again, next to Louis Vuitton. And then coming over here, every pole, everything, every little box, vending machines have graffiti on it. This was covered up. This one here says, Bunka wo taisetsu ni. Japan is a culture. Respect Japanese culture. Oh my gosh, a telephone box. Yeah. Oh my gosh, what is this?
Well, no way. A completely unused public service technology is being vandalized. Why? No way. It's almost like there's no reason to clean it because no one fucking uses it.
You'll still find some telephone boxes in Tokyo and across Japan. It's kind of a relic of the past, but they're still usable. A lot of them are vandalized. This is something else. What the heck? Oh my gosh, does it work? It actually works. I come here pretty much on a daily basis. I have multiple language classes to take, and the graffiti just seems to be getting worse. I've seen this over the last few years, especially around Corona, after Corona. The city keeps coming in, covering up, painting it, and then it comes right back. Check this out. This is right by my Chinese school. I have to see this every freaking day. Whoa. The city actually did come and repaint this whole bridge because it looked like that green wall before. But as you see, it's already back. That's a new one. That's a new one. All this.
I mean, you get the idea here. We're gonna watch the whole video just because we're gonna do the whole thing. But you get the idea. It's just going around whinging about graffiti for the most part. Now there is some other stuff that's shown here that is gonna be also important.
One of the guys that lives here in this park, I just saw him in there. And it's sad. There's a lot of elderly, homeless people in Japan, and an alarming number of young homeless, which was not very common in the past. Welcome to Shinjuku Station. We're now here in the biggest station in Japan. This is one of the places tourists come to visit for their first time in Tokyo. It's a hot spot, but it's also one of the darkest places in Japan. And it's gotten darker in the last 5 years, especially on the Kabukicho side, on the east end. So as it's starting to get darker outside, some of this stuff comes out. Shinjuku Station by day is pretty busy, but you're not gonna see anything out of the ordinary. However, when it gets late at night, that's a completely
Why is she playing
different...
the race music? I think that's just what they listen to in Japan. I think that's what the type of music they listen to in Japan. So here we go. So she's sticking the camera a bunch of homeless people's faces. So like she's going down
out of the ordinary. However, when it gets late at night, it's a completely different story. And there's just person after person, box after box, lined up here. And that's just something you're not gonna see if you're just walking around during the day. But there's more and more. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen people set up cardboard boxes late at night, coming back from, you know, a night out with my friends around 11:30, closer to midnight. And then there's lots of videos of this
they're making
online.
little origami houses. Look, this is what the Japanese homeless be doing.
You know, a night out with
making origami houses.
my friends around 11:30, closer to midnight. And then there's lots of videos of this online, but it's not something you're just gonna see in the daylight hours or even in the early evening. But it makes me sad to see.
Look at that! Look, he's got a full origami house.
And here's a lot of the homeless people's stuff waiting here for when they come back. There was a point around the 2020 Tokyo Olympics where they cleaned this up quite nicely, you know, getting ready for all the international guests. It's pretty much back to how it was before and even worse. This is Toyoko Hiroba, and it's all closed off because they want to stop people from loitering in here. And so far it's worked in this area alone, but right back there next to it they have all those people that just moved. I don't think there's much the security can do about it because this is not private property, but they definitely don't like it, and this has become more and more famous across Japan. Right after the pandemic, a lot of runaways from all across the country, even really young kids, middle school and high school age, came and gathered here at Toyoko Hiroba. So there were the Toyoko...
Yeah, so I guess some of these runaways, it seems like they got shopping though. They're really runaways, like they're shopping in these tiny little fucking bags. Is that a runaway? I don't, maybe.
Came and gathered here at Toyoko Hiroba. So there were the Toyoko kids, the runaways from Japan, all across the country that came to Shinjuku.
I know this is a thing. I've heard this is a thing in Japan. There are a bunch of like homeless kids, right? That I saw some news report about that, but I don't know how you would identify whether each individual is a runaway. I'm sure some of them are obvious. Like there was that group sitting on cardboard boxes. Those are probably a group of runaways. I wouldn't be surprised these kids are probably homeless, right? But just like there's just like random. This just seems like some random fucking girl. Like I don't know. This looks like shopping. There's a tiny little fucking bag, some lanyard with like a phone or some shit in it. I don't know, man.
At Toyoko Hiroba. So there were the Toyoko kids, the runaways from Japan, all across the country that came to Shinjuku. They'd stay in the
A bag is from a very expensive jewelry store. Yeah, so I'm feeling like not runaway on that group.
The cafes, they'd work, you know, not legal jobs during the daytime, but you don't see them so much anymore because it became so famous in Japan that the police had to get involved and put a stop to it. And the same goes for this Okubo Byoin right here behind me.
And look, because she goes straight into saying like they're working not legal jobs, so obviously implying they prostitute themselves after showing like some random group of fucking like just girls, like fucking I don't know, like I assume probably like high school age girls. It's like the implication like it's being worked up to build sort of like an image, right? Oh my god, Japan is just like it's completely collapsed. There's all these just kids out there. Yeah, I understand it happens. Obviously it happens. Most Asian countries have an issue with impoverished teens going into fucking sex trafficking pretty heavily. That's a pretty common thing in Asian countries. But the image is like, oh look, these are just a bunch of fucking high schoolers that are just getting raped all the time. It's like, well, they're probably not. These are just like random people. right? There are issues with this, but the idea that you've just gone out and you've just seen, oh, which is so obvious. Every girl you fucking see here is prostitutes. No. No, I'm sure, like, you know, we can look at this group, we can probably say, yeah, some of those are probably runaways, homeless, some of them might just be sort of like, you know, kind of loitering, vagrant teens. That could also be totally possible. That just like, I don't know if you can drink in public in Japan, but doing whatever, hanging out. But yeah, the implication is that, oh, you just walk out and there's all these fucking, you know, kids getting raped by foreigners everywhere. And like, that's basically the vibe that I'm getting from the narration here.
Because this is
The narration with the footage.
not private property, but they definitely don't like it. And this has become more and more famous across Japan. Right after the pandemic, a lot of runaways from all across the country, even really young kids, middle school and high school age, came and gathered here at Toyoko Hiroba. So there were the Toyoko kids, the runaways from Japan, all across the country that came to Shinjuku. They'd stay in the manga cafes, they'd work, you know, not legal jobs during the daytime. But you don't see them so much anymore because it became so famous in Japan that the police had to get involved and put a stop to it. And the same goes for this Okubo Byoin right here behind me. This was insane. And I had never seen anything like this in Japan before. Not only the professional ladies of the night standing out here, but also the amateurs. And it was becoming more and more common just to see girls standing here like, you know what, I don't need to say more. Look, now they have...
Yeah, so apparently, and we'll look into this claim as we go through, but around here, she is walking through basically what is like the red light district, is my understanding.
So famous in Japan that the police had to get involved and put a stop to it. And the same goes for this Okubo Byoin right here behind me. This was insane. And I had never seen anything like this in Japan before. Not only the professional ladies of the night standing out here, but also the amateurs. And it was becoming more and more common just to see girls standing here like, you know what, I don't need to say more. Look, now they have some signs telling people not to stand here. This was so embarrassing to Japan publicly on the internet.
Dude, cool. Where do they allow
Japanese
guidance?
people from other
Silo, I got some bad news for you. You're not. So I've got some bad news for you. Okay.
prefectures felt embarrassed. Tokyo locals felt embarrassed to see this online. It was on Japanese internet. It was on the foreign internet. It was everywhere. So now they have all these cones to prevent people from doing that, at least not here. But when I came here and I saw that stuff like at the Okubo Byoin, the standing girl problem, and the Toyoko kids out there, the young kids that ran away from home, that was just sad. And it wasn't like that before. They didn't have that problem before.
There's no way you're referring to yourself as a well-behaved black, bro. What is your fucking problem?
And even though I don't see it right now, it doesn't mean it went away. They went somewhere. They're just not visible. The police shoot them away. But these things still exist in Japan, and it seems to be getting worse as there's more problems with the economy. Oh, this is a warning. Illegal dumping. All of this is illegal dumping. I don't know where it came from. I don't know who's gonna clean that up. Maybe the city. I don't know who dumped it there either. When I did a short video the other day about the changes I've seen in Japan, the comment section was wild, and I did not expect that. Everyone had something to say about who done it. You know, a lot of finger pointing. It was this group, it was definitely them, it was whatever. We don't know who did the graffiti. It's not like I'm saying graffiti is a new thing. It's never existed in Japan before. What I'm saying is I see changes over the years, and there's places where there's more graffiti than I've ever seen before. There's trash where there wasn't trash before. There's this Toyoko kids problem. There was a standing girl problem. Lots of stuff going on, and it's almost like people also got There were also people that got mad, you know, I can't believe it. This is not Japan. You're not showing the real Japan. There's too much over-romanticization about Japan. I love this country. I love living here.
Yeah, but it sounds like she's someone who fell for that and is now disappointed that it's not true.
And me and my husband see things, especially in the areas we live in, that upset us.
Yeah, literally naming yourself Oriental Pearl and going like, oh, people have like a romanticized view of Japan. Yeah, okay. Like, mirror emoji, Garfield, no Garfield sign.
It upsets Japanese people. It upsets people that live here as permanent residents like me. It's not good. I hope that by making this video, someone with some authority or power will clean up the graffiti, you know, as I showed in a few places, that this will become, you know, more prominent. People will know about this, just like the Okubo hospital problem and the Toyoko kids. Like, the more we talk about this, the more likely that we'll see some change and somebody will do something about it in the government. So if you want to see more of the real, you know, non-sugar-coated version of Japan, then I
yeah, stylist. Oh yeah, we already saw that bit. Yeah.
hope you'll subscribe and watch more of my videos.
Okay.
Because
so that's the end of this video, really. So let's move on to the next one. So she had a follow-up video, because what happened after she posted that was a guy called, and you may know this guy, Chris Broad at AbroadInJapan, made a post on social media about the video. Now, he's another big Japan YouTuber who's associated with characters such as Sea-Dog VA, who you may know from many other dramas and Iron Mouse clips, Iron Lung clips, all sorts of other things. He's good friends with that guy. He's a huge YouTuber. And he made a Facebook post or some shit about Oriental Pearl here. So let's see. This is the next video in the series. So the next video in the chronology. Let's see what she had to say.
hey, it's Anming here from the Oriental Pearl channel. I am so sorry. I'm not prepared to make a video today. I didn't expect to be making a video, but something happened and I want to defend myself, and I hope it makes me feel a little better, and I hope it, you know, that you guys can get the story of what's going on. So this has been bothering me for probably about 5 years or more, just in the back of my head. I thought I was just imagining things. I thought...
This is old, but I only covered it on Kick, and now there's a Think Before You Sleep video about it all, so we're gonna watch through it all.
That another creator, a channel called AbroadInJapan, I thought he really didn't like me, and we've never met or anything. It just seems like the bigger my channel has gotten, the more animosity there's been. Just took a few hours ago, I was walking around the supermarket getting dinner ready for my husband, and I'm checking on Facebook because I'm old school and I still use an iPad, and I found this post from AbroadInJapan.
The sensationalist Japan content is getting out of hand. A wall with some graffiti on it in Shibuya doesn't mean Japan is at an end. There was graffiti in Shibuya 10 years ago, there's graffiti in Shibuya today. But unfortunately, positivity doesn't drive clicks. I was in Kabukicho, Shinjuku the other day, and it was absurdly busy. There was certainly more rubbish than usual. Then I realized it was a 3-day weekend, and far busier than the average weekend. Shame. It was a missed opportunity to point my camera at the rubbish and make a video decrying the end of Japan! Now stop reading this. Every minute online is time better spent rummaging around Asia's biggest red light district with a GoPro looking for dirt. There's some serious ad revenue to be made, folks.
As a millionaire's
I mean, problem? So where's the lie? Where's refute that? So you made 1.5k off that one video by walking around doing fuck all.
telling me I'm making too much money. Here's an actual snapshot of the revenue from the video, which is far below my average because most content is sponsored. And I did this one as a passion project because I saw...
A passion project where you pull out your phone, walk around for 20 minutes, and get 1.5k. Wow, yeah, real fucking passion project, yeah. That's what everyone's passion projects are like, right? You get paid 1.5k for like 20 minutes work.
a lot of changes in my neighborhood. There's a lot of problems with this post other than just being malicious, unnecessary. I asked him to take it down. It's still up. The video that I did the other day is my
Yeah, pointing your camera at prostitutes, homeless people, and trash and going, isn't that terrible? Isn't that terrible? 1.5k. Yeah, passion project, okay.
honest opinion, and anyone is welcome to disagree with that. It's not made to make money. There's no sponsor that's going to sponsor that kind of content. The kind of sponsored content that makes a lot of money is the kind of content that Chris makes, doing a topic with the Prefectural Tourist Bureau, whatever it's called. And I think this is also problematic because it gives people a very romanticized version of what this country is, almost like a utopia. I wanted to not only counter that, but also pick up the topics that YouTubers like him would not take. I'm
pretty sure he has done like videos talking about like abandoned buildings, like population crisis. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has done videos talking about the issues in Japan, but sure.
Not in collaboration with any prefectural office. I can talk about whatever I want. From my own opinion, the video doesn't have to be checked or reviewed over as his does when he does that. And I have freedom as long as it is within the community guidelines to talk about whatever I want. And I want people to come to Japan with a balanced perspective of what the country actually is. Not come here with rose-tinted glasses where everything is utopian. That's just not what it is.
Yeah, he was talking about he did that video or whatever on the island that has like 20 people on it. But he actually does like, you know, good content that goes and learns the story of the place he's talking about and does extensive research and discussions with the locals and shit, learns about the problems, learns about how they got there, instead of just walking around in a major city and going, doesn't this look like shit? Doesn't this look like shit? There's a prostitute over there. Doesn't this look like shit? Yeah. See why she'd be seething.
I have been trying to do this video for 2 years. It wasn't just pulling out my GoPro and filming trash and throwing it up on the internet. 2 years ago, I started researching into the Toyoko kids problem and the standing woman problems. It's a lot more research in the background than just flipping out a GoPro. And by the way, what's wrong with the GoPro? This is an amazing camera. This camera has changed my life. You know, when I was getting my master's degree in China and international relations, I was going to become a diplomat. But I feel like this changed my life for the better.
Wow.
I think I have more influence than I ever would have had as a diplomat just doing YouTube.
That's true. In a just world, you would be buried in some like civil service bureaucracy. That is true. Unfortunately, you have been allowed to escape that.
And when you cover topics like this, it's okay for people to disagree, but it's not okay to lash out. Chris, that would have been a great video talking about how you think that all the sensational content about the Japanese economy not being good, the graffiti or foreign immigrant problem not being good, you can counteract
So, the foreign immigrant problem, okay.
that and make a video stating your own opinion. It didn't have to be done in a Facebook post like that. That was just malicious, hostile, and ill-willed. But the post is still up. I truly find Chris's commentary about my channel to be a double standard and hypocritical. I think it comes more from being territorial about who has the right to film in Japan.
So just like totally schizophrenic now. Now we are literally going into like just narcissistic delusions where it's like, oh, he's just threatened by me. He's jealous of me. He doesn't want me to film in Japan. Shut the fuck up.
It does about the actual things that I film. One of his favorite YouTubers is literally bald and bankrupt, who is a guy who's also inspired my channel, goes around with a similar camera to a GoPro, films interactions with people, goes to places you would never see, even here in Japan, and Chris has helped him.
Okay, that's not what you were doing. You were walking around the red light district pointing your camera at whores and trash.
You talk about the definition of sensationalize. That is another level of sensationalized thumbnails, sensationalized topics, but he loves it. I don't think he really has a
apparently that bald and bankrupt guy is like a sex tourist or some shit. I have heard that thrown around. Don't know the truth of it. People say that.
Problem with the topics I choose. I think he has a problem with me. And this goes back to other creators that I know and respect that also have had issues with Chris. John Dopp, nicest guy in the world, OG here in the Japan YouTube community. It was no more than a few years ago that Abroad in Japan jumped on Twitter in the middle of the night to dump on John's content out of the blue for Japan YouTube community.
So I'm pretty sure, did he not come into chat on this stream? Was Chris not in chat on one of these streams? Doesn't that come up later?
It was no more than a few years ago that Abroad in Japan jumped on Twitter in the middle of the night to dump on John's content out of the blue for no reason. If you have a problem with John, there's something wrong with you. There's seriously something wrong with you. You're in the wrong there, which I think he realized, and that's why he deleted the Twitter post.
So I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know what any of that's about or what that guy's content's like.
Later, but I'm sorry, John. I don't mean to get you wrapped up into this. This is not John's fault. He's not involved. But there's certain things that I feel like need to be said. It was this same kind of zero-sum, you know, your win is my loss, territorial, my Japan, I'm the king of Japan kind of mentality. But to be
That's not what it was at all. That is not what came through in the post whatsoever.
honest, I've never told anyone this, but I'm gonna tell you something. I think Abroad in Japan is losing the plot here, with viewers as well. A few years ago, I had a really good month on YouTube. A video just blew up. It changed my life. It made me decide to become a full-time YouTuber. Almost 300,000 new subscribers that came to my channel. And I never said this publicly, but when I opened up the stats and I saw where those subscribers were coming from, it was your channel, Chris. Almost 300,000 people came over. And in the comments section, there were many comments that came in like this. You're like a prettier, not grumpy version of Chris Broad. I think.
So I guess what is the idea here, that Chris saw this and got jealous that some commenter said you were prettier than him? Is that what is the claim here? What is the suggestion here?
In the comments section, there were many comments that came in like this. You're like a prettier, not grumpy version.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I think Chris is going crazy. You see, everyone. The issue is that everyone's just like obsessed with me. People just like always thinking about me, and Chris is like obsessed with me as well. And he's like always thinking about me all the time and sees everything that's going on my channel. I think it's targeted directly at me because of who I am and because he hates me. He's going crazy.
Version of Chris Broad. I think the internet was trying to tell Chris something. Then maybe you're being a grumpy bumpy. Is it just me? Or maybe you'll...
I think most people probably watch him for those traits, to be honest. I think that's a significant part of his appeal.
Lost the plot a little, and it's coming off bad, it's coming off arrogant. Things that you say to criticize other channels, being sensationalist, he'll turn around and talk about Johnny Somali. Speaking of sensationalized, though, the Johnny Somali drama and the rude foreigners and this and that, videos like this have convinced all of the English-speaking people on YouTube that watch Japan content that this is a big issue between Japan and the West, and this is causing this, all of that. He'll turn around and talk about Johnny Somali.
Okay, I'm deferring to Gwal in chat. Gwal, did the Johnny Somali and nuisance streamer stuff get a lot of play in traditional Japanese media? How much is that considered like a driver of at least anti-tourist sentiment, if not anti-foreigner sentiment in general? Japan correspondent Gwal in chat, if he's there. It did for a few months, but honestly, she's right. It's not a big deal now. People are more worried about Kurds and Southeast Asian crime. Sure, but this video is from, there's one from 2 years ago and one from a year ago. So would you say in that sort of range, that's when it was being... I remember there being local news stories, but there isn't xenophobia in Japan outside of Somalia is mad funny. I don't think Chris does that, does he? I don't think he does. I don't think he pretends there's no xenophobia outside of that.
Channels being sensationalist, he'll turn around and talk about Johnny Somali. Speaking of sensationalized, though, the Johnny Somali...
So yeah, he said, these foreigners are ruining Japan. I assume sort of like the non-clickbait version of this title is, these foreigners are ruining Japan for content creators. because then the description says filming in public in Japan is about to get a whole lot more difficult.
Somali drama and the rude foreigners and this and that. Videos like this have convinced all the English-speaking people on YouTube that watch Japan content that this is a big issue between Japan and the West, and this is causing anti-foreign sentiment. It has nothing to do with anything. As a person who studied international relations in China, especially Japan-US China relations, is more of an issue between China and Japan than it has anything to do with Johnny Somali or any annoying streamer that's ever come here. But hey, you know what? Anything for that revenue. That's why I found that ironic. Is it just me or is that ironic? Like, definitely not for the money.
Fake degree.
Just for YouTubers. We're both YouTubers, but you can't be doing that kind of stuff and then tell me that I'm just after the money or something. Like, you convinced millions of people that Johnny Somali matters, a guy who did stupid misdemeanors around Japan. Because of this kind of content, it's convinced people on the internet that speak English that this was a big issue. It's not a big issue. The stuff that I'm talking about, the homelessness and the graffiti,
Okay, like I say, it seemed like he was talking about it, make it difficult to film in public, make it more difficult to make content in Japan. That seemed like what he was talking about in that video. Not that it was destroying the country was going to fall because of it.
I feel like the stuff that I'm talking about is a much bigger issue than stupid Johnny Somali or whatever so-and-so did. The Torygate thing, all this stupid stuff that doesn't mean anything. To me, it feels like looking down from an ivory tower and hawking a loogie at the people who do the lowly jobs with the GoPro, like me. But let's be honest, Chris has reached a point in his career where he could just about sit on a toilet and people would watch. And I wish that I had started earlier. I started my YouTube channel in about 2020 when I could.
So claiming Chris is jealous and then going on like this rant about, oh, I wish I was doing that, and he could do anything and get views.
I started it just like Chris in 2012 when we first came to Asia. But to look down on my videos because they're not fancy and
so it's crazy to act like, oh, he could do anything, get views. Yeah, but he doesn't just do anything, does he? He doesn't just do anything, does he? He does, like, fucking insanely high production shit.
200 kilometers an hour! Oh my god! The car feels like it's going to tip. Why is it so slow? And the air conditioning's on. If that, let's comment it.
Like,
Baka UK. Baka UK.
She can go, oh, he could do literally anything and get views. Maybe he could, but he's not, is he? He's spending a lot of money on these videos, clearly. Like, these have big production budgets. Like, these are, like, big videos. This is like a TV episode. This is like an episode of Top Gear.
Enough, or he doesn't think I put enough effort in. You'd be surprised. The filming, the research, we're talking about 30, 40, 50 hours per video, and that's not even including all the language practice that I had to do and still do on a daily basis to keep up my skills to be able to make that content. I knew it was going to be hard.
Wait, did she say the time spent on it?
You look down on my videos because they're not fancy enough, or he doesn't think I put enough effort in. You'd be surprised. The filming, the research, we're talking about 30, 40, 50 hours per video. Just
total delusion. Just lying. Straight up lying. That video did not take 30 to 50 hours. And if it did, that's a problem with your workflow. Because you walked around for like a few hours, and then you chopped together clips. The idea this takes you 30 to 50 hours, and you didn't give any detailed information. Zero detailed information here. You just generalized problem. Said, there's graffiti. There's graffiti, there's a prostitute, there's a homeless person, there's graffiti, there's trash. That's the whole video. So if this took 30, 50 hours, that's because you have a disability. There's no other reasonable explanation for this. And that's not even including all the language practice that I had to do and still do on a daily basis to keep up my skills to be able to make that content. I knew it was going to be hard to come into this already saturated Japan community. I didn't know anybody here. I didn't have YouTube friends.
And from the very start, I felt the cold shoulder, and I kind of thought that everyone in Chris's friend group just didn't like me. Maybe that's still in my head. Maybe that's me being self-conscious. I really don't get it, except, you know, going back to the John Dobb thing, I don't have permission to be in his friend group. I'm making videos, I'm getting a lot of views, and I don't think he likes that. And that it shouldn't have to be that way. It shouldn't have to be that way. There's enough Japan to go around for all of us. I just kind of assumed that I'm out of the circle, you know, abroad in Japan.
Like, now it sounds like she's jealous that she's not in, like, the Japan content creator groups. Like,
and all his YouTuber friends, and I should just, you know, for the longest time, I'm like, avoid conflict, avoid conflict. I don't really want to fight, but I think the viewers love that. They got their popcorn, they're ready, they're like, oh, this is going to be a good one. I don't think it's going to be a good one. I hope that we can, like, talk about this. I think that maybe it's about time we should do that, but I do have to stand up and defend myself. I think other viewers have seen it of the channel, and maybe that's why I got a big influx of subscribers. I don't know. Before I go to bed, I want to say...
Yeah, she wants in on the CDog VA WhatsApp. She wants in on the Trash Taste WhatsApp group, bro. She's seething because she's not in the Trash Taste WhatsApp group.
Chris, you're being a cunt. Stop that. Stop. There's enough Japan to go around. Okay, maybe now we really won't be friends, because I said that, or I made this video, but I think in another world we would have been friends.
This is so bizarre.
It's just unfortunate that there's bad blood for no reason. Maybe this will make things better. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll make it much worse. I don't know. I've never really been in a feud with a creator like this, especially a creator that I don't know. But we have a lot of mutual friends and a lot of weird parallels between me and Chris. I think we're the same exact age. He's getting married in Japan, I got married in Japan. His wife is the same age as my husband. We both like languages. We both like traveling.
Wow,
We've
so
been
much
to
in
every
Wow, you'd be
prefecture in
great
Japan.
friends. Wow, you'd be great friends. Wow.
Some weird parallels. Taught English, like things over and over again. I think there's no need for drama. I don't even know if I'll keep this video up here, but I'd like to talk to Chris and hopefully something good will come out of it. So
Chris,
thank
don't
you for
fuck with
watching.
you. Chris don't fuck with you.
Like
Chris
I
Broad
needed
don't
to
fuck
get
with
this
you.
off my chest. I've been silent about it for about 5 years, and yeah, it was bothering me. But that's about it. I would love to talk, and I don't know if you're open to it, but I followed you on Instagram, and I would love to start the conversation there. So
Wow.
I'll be looking for that. But thank you for listening, everyone, and Chris, if you did watch this, thank you for listening too. And that's about it. I'll see you in the next one.
So,
the other day,
Chris then made a full response video here called What is Happening to Japan? Where he stood in the same spot she stood for her thumbnail. Now, there were some differences. You might not be able to see them as much before, because the thumbnail has been changed from its original, but we'll see about that when we watch
the other day I started receiving messages from people asking me if Japan is okay, linking a rather ominous sounding video called
So this is the original thumbnail.
asking me if Japan is okay, linking a rather
This is the original.
The ominous sounding video called What is Happening to Japan? It wasn't just the title and thumbnail that were ominous, but the description reading, Is Japan cooked? I've seen a lot of changes and things seem to be getting worse. In an era where I'm now being sent daily AI videos and photos that sorely misrepresent Japan from bizarre and questionable accounts, it made an almost refreshing change to be sent something produced by a human being. And more crucially, a creator who is one of the biggest foreign content creators living in Japan, with 1.4 million subscribers on YouTube alone and hundreds of thousands more across other social media platforms. In fact, the same video had been chopped up into half a dozen videos without dialogue and shared on Instagram and TikTok, amassing over 3 million views in just a month.
So yeah, we've only really seen like part of the front-facing stuff here. Obviously, what we don't see watching the YouTube video is the endless slew of clipped moments where it's just like, wow, look at this graffiti. And obviously that's the implication is even like, you know, we were talking about the implication of like certain shots and the way it was being presented in that video. It's obviously even more punchy when it's just like one little clip. It's just like, whoa, graffiti, what's happening in Japan? It wasn't like this before. And then some retarded Westoid is just like, wow, immigrants really are ruining everything.
And shared on Instagram and TikTok, amassing over 3 million views in just a matter of days. Now, I was especially concerned, not just as somebody living in Japan or Tokyo, but actually this street where the thumbnail's taken is somewhere I walk down once or twice a week in Nakameguro. One of my favourite coffee shops is just around the corner, and in fact, this video I made earlier in the year was filmed on the same street, albeit at a different angle, not showing the abandoned house. And not to mention, I've actually been living in the neighbourhood myself for the last 3 years. And when I went to take the thumbnail for my video, I quickly noticed a few interesting differences between my original ungraded photos and the thumbnail of her video. It is a rather fascinating game of spot the...
She added in, and I've been sent evidence. She added in graffiti for the thumbnail, doctored in a bunch of graffiti, and this is literally like just graffiti off Google Images that you can just find. And then she makes it transparent and superimposes it on the fucking boards. Just to make it look as bad as possible. It's just so fucking crazy.
And the thumbnail of her video. It is a rather fascinating game of spot the difference. So naturally I was a bit concerned to find out what is happening to Japan, especially as over 3 million people had seen this message. For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku, Japan's biggest nightlife district, with a reputation for being dirty and gritty, filming bin bags, litter, and homeless people. In the short form comment for being
the stop sign just scribbled
million
out in
people
MS
had
Paint.
seen this message. For half of the runtime of the video of spot...
Is that what it is? She scribbled out in MS Paint, is that what we're saying?
The difference. So naturally I was a bit concerned to find out what is happening to Japan, especially as over 3 million people had seen this message. For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku, Japan's biggest nightlife district, with a reputation for being dirty and gritty, filming bin bags, litter, and homeless people. In the short form content, the same videos show the litter being intercut at times with foreign tourists, who are queuing unremarkably to take a photo of the Toho Godzilla statue, although the angle of the statue was left out of the footage. And it's at this point I need to reiterate, if you don't know Japan, Kabukicho or Shinjuku can be a bit of a shock. It's the equivalent of walking through downtown LA or Soho in London. And in recent years, it's been gentrified more than perhaps anywhere in Tokyo. It used to be genuinely quite dangerous. I remember 10 years ago, I made a hotel reservation there and had to cancel it after there was a Yakuza shootout quite literally across the road from the hotel.
But guys, he never says anything negative about Japan, remember? This guy, he never says anything... Guys, he's talking about how he had to cancel a hotel reservation because of a shooter. It never says anything negative about Japan, guys.
Cancel it after there was a Yakuza shootout quite literally across the road from the hotel. The area is also synonymous with Tokyo's homeless population as far back as 2003, when the film Tokyo Godfathers shone a spotlight on the long-standing homeless population, which, according to the statistics, is thankfully going down. And if you walk around there today, compared to 10 years ago, there are far less homeless people. But crucially, Kabukicho and Shinjuku
I'm pretty sure she said the opposite. I think she literally explicitly said the opposite in her video. I think she said there were more homeless people. The homelessness was more common.
Represent Tokyo, it doesn't represent Japan, but if you wanted to make Japan look cooked, it would be the first place you would go, pull out your camera and hit record. The other half of the runtime in these videos was dedicated to Nakameguro, a trendy district that's historically one of Tokyo's most artistic neighbourhoods, and with a recent history of graffiti, both artistic and just tagging, where people just spray paint their name. A few years ago, I think it was 2019, there was quite a lot of graffiti, and the local schools got together to paint over it, and then the graffiti came back again. But when Japanese TV made a video on it, interviewing locals, interestingly, they didn't intercut it with shots of Asia's biggest nightlife district and call it What is Happening to Japan. They called it Residents Express Discomfort at 37 graffiti sites found around Nakameguro Station. And maybe that's why, despite having twice the number of subscribers, they only got 100,000 views, instead of almost 500,000. Silly traditional media attempting to present news in an objective manner in 2025. As at this point you might be thinking, okay, right, so what's happened to Japan? What happened next? I'll lean in.
So this is all totally valid so far. I have not got a single issue with any of the points made so far.
Come over. That was it. That was literally it. In a country of 120 million people, they were all cooked because of some bin bags in a red light district and some spray paint on a wall down 6 or 7 streets in the capital city. And while the YouTube video was 15 long, stupid minutes I'll never get back, it was the short form content that really concerned me. We live in a scary time when more people now than ever before learn things about countries and cultures from 30 to 60-second videos without context, and where the more sensationalist the videos are, the more you will be rewarded for it. People are angry, both in Japan and around the world at the moment, and this video, or these videos, seem to be exceptional rage bait that made a lot of people angry. Without any exposition on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, they showed a series of awful images in a densely populated area, and if you look at the comment sections, particularly on those shorts, you will see the most vile, hated area. And if you look,
let's read a few of these. Let's have a
shorts,
look.
They showed a series of awful images in a dense
reactions is she getting here from this brilliant impartial reporting. Thanks, foreigners. Ruin it for everyone else who love to go to Japan. They treat foreigners as a collective. I've been through something like this about 20 years ago. I hated it then, hate it now. I didn't know that Japan has diversity. Graffiti, writing on the walls, American African influence. It's collapsing, like everywhere else in the world. The barbarian Gaijin do the graffiti? Is this Akihabara? Don't you know that's called cultural enrichment? Mass immigration is what's happening in Japan. It needs to stop. That's disgusting. It's the tourist. Looks more like Japanistan. Cultural enrichment, that's what. Sad to see a nation going downhill. Gaijin have left their mark. Such a shame. Black American youth started those graffitis until it spreads. Diversity. Japan is blessed with diversity too? Congratulations. Wow. Oh, this is just great stuff, man.
Populated area, and if you look at the comment sections, particularly on those shorts,
yeah, the mass immigration in Japan, you know, it's just like there's so many immigrants in Japan, so much of the population, so much, it's just like such a big driving factor. It's so causal. There's so much evidence that immigration is like causal in like all these problems. That's why they always cite it. And totally don't just enter a subhuman racist rage like the press on anything.
You'll see the most vile, hateful, angry comments that you can find. A creator isn't responsible for what people comment on their content, but subtle choices, the way the images and clips are cut and edited together, with the message that goes with it, can have a very powerful effect. As somebody who's edited over 300 videos, I'm more aware of that than anyone. The most unsettling thing is it's never been easier to monetize sensationalist slop content. And if you do it, you'll be richly rewarded for it. Case in point, this video, the creator pointed out, made $1,500, which is a seriously impressive amount of money for going around filming some bin bags and some spray paint in a video that would have taken a matter of hours to record. And this is one of the things that worries me the most, the monetization of slop sensationalist content. That's one thing I want to discuss a little bit later on. It's at this point I thought, look, just don't say anything. Bite your tongue, move on. But when I saw millions upon millions of views, people angry, a current backdrop of sensationalist slop content taking over, and a rise in anti-foreign sentiment here in Japan, I snapped. I had to say something. I chose to bring attention to it publicly. And I quickly received 2 replies. The first was from a guy who posted a photo of some graffiti he saw in 1993, pointing out graffiti has always been around in Tokyo. And the other comment was from the content creator herself, who told me to take it down. This was now a creator on creator matter, and they were just a humble creator with a GoPro, somehow conveniently forget it.
Let's read these. So she says, I'd appreciate if this post was taken down. It only leads to creator on creator harassment. It's fine to have a different opinion on things than me, Chris, but I've also lived in Asia just as long as you. I'm also allowed to have an opinion on Japan. Also, why does it matter if I film this video with a GoPro? I don't have a film crew as you do. This isn't creator on creator harassment. You made sweeping generalizations about Japan on a handful of streets to several 100,000 people. It's not the first time. If you're willing to have your public opinion scrutinized, if you're not willing to have your public opinion scrutinized, then don't bother making them publicly for cheap views. You're absolutely entitled to your opinions, as I am mine, but for years now, folks have been complaining to me about your content, and having watched your last video, I understand why.
They were one of the biggest foreign content creators in Japan. Now, I think if you are a large content creator, both literally and metaphorically, you should be willing to accept a degree of scrutiny. I know I do every time I release a video, people attack me for various things. And if I see something that I believe misconstrues reality, then I'm going to call it out as well. Impressively, no less than 6 hours later, she'd shot, edited and released an entire video about what she'd called an attack, calling me a gatekeeper. I was accused of painting Japan as a utopia. I was accused of excluding her from my friendship group, somebody I've never met, never spoken to. I was accused of being grumpy, maybe because her viewers had claimed that she was more attractive than me and less grumpy. And no, I'm not making this up. This is actually a real video. And finally, I was called the C word, just to add the cherry on top. It is, ironically, one of the most bizarre, personal, rambling attacks that I've ever had. And I think it is really pointless. It degrades any sort of debate or conversation, and it's the least important thing that I want to talk about today. And for some clarity, I really don't dislike this person. I dislike their content, not just this video, but some other videos, which I'll discuss. I know I can be sarcastic and silly, but I'm genuinely not a malicious person. I quite honestly wish her well. And I ask you, if you disagree with her, if you disagree with me, that you always comment in a respectful manner and don't share any hatred online. There's already enough of that going around. And I'm making this video for two reasons. Number one, there are much bigger issues in play here around content creation, around Japan, and I want to discuss those. And second of all, some people see it as me bullying another creator because they don't understand why I would bring this up. And
yeah,
honestly,
you know, being totally real, Chris is a pretty normal looking guy. She ain't normal looking. She ain't normal looking.
See it as me bullying another creator because they don't understand why I would bring this up. And honestly, I don't do this sort of thing lightly. The only time I think I've ever called out a creator was Mr. Beast last year when he partnered with Logan Paul, a man who did awful things in Japan, which I had to discuss publicly on Japanese national television. I didn't enjoy making that video or the attention or scrutiny it brought me. I hate myself sometimes that I can't keep my mouth shut on certain things. But when you feel something is profoundly wrong in here, you have to talk about it. I've held my tongue previously on other content that this creator has produced. A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people under the guise of showing the real Japan, filming the most vulnerable people in society and posting it online. Like, I've had Japanese friends tell me this sort of stuff makes them feel uncomfortable. Beyond that, it sort of portrays Japan as this magical place where there's a barrier between us, where if you speak Japanese, they will bounce around, they will scream and shout, it will cure depression, as if the entire country is one big social experiment waiting to be exploited. And I worry in an era of nuisance content creators coming to Japan doing things that are unspeakably bad, they might see this sort of content and go, wow, you get $1,500 for that. Maybe start to wave cameras around in the faces of homeless people, potentially leading to even more nuisance content. And when the cost of making such content is nothing, but the profits are extraordinary, the only real thing stopping you from doing that is morals. And as we've seen time and again with streamers in Japan, morals are often in short supply. And coupled with the fact there's rising anti-foreign sentiment in Japan, it makes me concerned and uncomfortable. So what are the real issues facing Japan? What is happening to Japan? In the last few weeks...
So, you know, Chris's moderate lib nature is coming out in this video. So you can see why mentally disabled individuals, such as Think Before You Sleep and Metatron, are so upset about this immediately.
I've been travelling around the country, filming videos. I've been to Sendai, Nagano, Nagoya, Gifu, Okinawa, and spending time with the locals out there, talking with them, hearing their concerns. I can assure you, none of them care about a fucking bin bag in Shinjuku or some spray paint on a wall in Nakameguro. The two most notable things are depopulation and a cost of living crisis. And funnily enough, while this stuff was happening, I was on an island in Okinawa interviewing the locals on how depopulation has affected their island, where once there were hundreds of people, today there are 50, and this has obviously affected island life. And quite honestly, I would much rather be editing that video than talking about this. But it will take me weeks to edit that video and do the islanders' story justice. And this takes me to the real crux of the matter, the thing that worries me.
Yeah, eternal Satan sodomy session for all cultural grifters, as has been stated by forever.
The most. In the same time that it will take to produce this video, I could go out and film 50 of these videos, make a lot more money with a lot less effort. It is increasingly hard to compete when you're producing videos to a higher standard, when you have to fact check everything. The creator of this video claimed it took 50 hours to produce this video, a claim I find to be, quite frankly, baffling. I'm not sure where the 50 hours went. And you might think, well, he does sound kind of jealous now. Maybe she's right. Maybe he's just not getting the views. And I say far from it. I could go out and make this content in one afternoon in Tokyo. What I'm saying is social media platforms don't care. They don't reward accuracy. They don't reward nuance or objective reason. They reward clicks, they reward attention, they reward sensationalism. Journalistic integrity really doesn't count for much online, unfortunately, to an almost dystopian degree.
It's insane how bad the TBYS video is, dude. I'm hoping that's the case. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to approach it and try and be critical, okay? But, this lying rat fucking bastard. Lying retarded fucking rat piece of shit bastard. Sack of shit fucking worthless piece of shit fucking bastard. Think Before You Sleep. Once did a video where he went after Noah Samson, claiming Noah Samson deliberately picked a frame of Ethan Klein doing what looked like a Nazi salute as an anti-Semitic dog whistle against Ethan Klein to use in his thumbnail, when it was actually a still that Ethan Klein used for his own thumbnail for the content nuke, and Noah just superimposed the content nuke pose onto an image of Gaza. And he claimed, and he argued heavily until he was beaten in submission over it, that that was a anti-Semitic attack that Noah did deliberately. And he had to be literally beaten down on this point.
Some criticisms levelled at me is that I also make sensationalist content and that I only show the nice side of Japan, the squeaky clean, rose-tinted spectacle version of the country. And to that I would say there's a big difference between sensationalist content and clickbait titles and thumbnails. I hate having to pull a stupid face. I hate my thumbnails and titles. But it is simply a matter of survival on an increasingly crowded platform that doesn't share your content unless it has a high click-through rate. And I tried to make up for the stupid faces and titles.
Him and Bentley broke up, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're together anymore.
Delivering content that does the subject matter justice. And the claim that I show only the over-romanticised utopian version of Japan is simply ridiculous. Does this look romanticised? Is this a utopia? Does that look romanticised? Is this a utopia? But do I walk through economically deprived parts of Tokyo with a GoPro? No, I don't. And I'm sorry if that is the only definition of showing the dark side of Japan that you have. I cover the matters that I genuinely believe are affecting Japan the most. And in fact, I've been speaking with a homeless shelter about doing a documentary, but it's a serious topic, and these are people's lives, and I need to tackle that carefully. If you want to...
Wow, no, wait, you don't just go around filming them like fucking David Attenborough? Really? You don't just go around sticking a fucking camera in their face? No way, bro. That's crazy.
Watch something about Japan's homeless population. Life Where I'm From has made a fantastic documentary series on the subject. I would urge you to go and watch them. I will say, I've felt sort of disheartened this year in general about so many things, about the state of the world, and this is sort of to the side of this issue. As you may know, I've been living here over a decade now, about 13 years, and I've been extremely lucky to be here. And I've always tried to show Japan in a fair and balanced way, particularly more rural areas that I love, which I've been lucky to call home. And more I'm seeing comments and discourse online that I'm just a foreign guy living in Japan. I don't understand the culture. I'm a foreign guy exploiting Japan. And I've had that claim thrown at me more in the last 12 months than in the last 12 years combined. To the point, it has sort of sucked the energy out of me a bit and made me wonder, what am I doing? Does what I do matter anymore? No matter how many documentaries I make, no matter what I shine a spotlight on, no matter who I meet or what I do, just a foreign guy exploiting Japan. And I felt lost about what am I doing here? I was far happier as a smaller creator without the burden of expectations, without people overanalyzing everything I said or did. And to be frank, the only
wait, you don't like people overanalyzing everything you say or do? Well, let me introduce you to Think Before You Sleep. Let me introduce you to Think Before You Sleep. He has debilitating autism.
The thing that keeps me doing this is knowing I'm very lucky to have an amazing audience of people. I know you're not just numbers on a view count, you're actually real people, and I'm very grateful I've got to meet so many of you. I sort of need to know, if you're watching, that I'm not going mad here. If there's one thing to take away from this video, it's to remember, on the road ahead, whatever the algorithm throws at you, it's never been more important to call out things that are fundamentally wrong. What you choose to click on has honestly never mattered more. And unfortunately, much of the time, you don't get a choice on what you click on some of the short form content. We can look at the awful things that are curated for us on screen and accept that as reality, or we can go out into the world and make sense of it for ourselves. But we must remember the bigger picture, because if we don't, I think bad things are going to happen. Beyond this. I don't want to be negative, but I have to speak my mind, otherwise what's the point of it all, right? And the good news is I'm looking forward to getting back to many wonderful videos that I've shot in the last few days on an island with Natsuki, rummaging through a forest. There's lots of great things to come.
So I think that's all totally reasonable. Totally reasonable video, totally reasonable response. What does OrientalPearl have to say about that? What does OrientalPearl have to say about that response? I think, is this the response?
This is Nakameguro in 2022,
Yeah.
an upscale neighborhood in Tokyo. 3 years later, it's defaced and vandalized. Just down the street in Kamimeguro, graffiti pops up where there was no graffiti before. Across the street in Utenji, same exact problem. And Sangenjaya, and across Tokyo,
So they're double down and walking around crying about graffiti. Awesome
giving
stuff.
trouble to the locals and defacing the beauty of the city.
You know what would help with graffiti? Tax money. Do you know how you get tax money? By growing your economy. How do you... What's a really bad way of growing your economy? What's a really bad way of growing your economy? Is it having a shrinking population, by any chance? Maybe having a shrinking population is a really stupid, bad way of growing your economy.
やっぱり気持ちよくないですよ。
ダメです。
まあやめてほしいなっていうのはありますね。
In just the last few years, vandalism has been rising in Tokyo and across cities in Japan so fast that many people didn't even notice.
This one is like actually something that shocked me a lot. My honest reaction when I saw it, I was like, isn't it kind of over exaggerating? Because like it's been like that forever. It's been like that forever. It's been like that forever.
It has not been like that forever.
In fact, you see more graffitis than before. And it's really happening. And Japan is really changing.
Dude.
It's obvious.
It was actually, it's actually getting worse. And this is in 2023.
It's obvious. It's obvious. Thank you. Well, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I don't know anyone else, but if it's obvious, then I'm sold.
Right. 2023 versus now.
It is an undeniable reality that vandalism is on the rise in Tokyo and across cities in Japan.
同様の落書きは下北沢のさまざまなところで確認されました。
Vandals are even bold enough to post what they did on social media. And this isn't just a problem for Tokyo, it's happening in
It's not just a problem in Tokyo, true. It's a problem in every major city in the world. Correct.
multiple cities across the country, like the defacement.
Like every major city in the world has graffiti. The ones that have more money to clean it up are the ones with less graffiti. That's how it works.
Of Tenjin in Fukuoka.
この落書き、福岡で発祥していると言われていて、福岡近隣と、あと東京周辺だと神奈川県ですね。かなり多くのところに書かれている。
Yeah, exactly. If you've got this much time to worry about graffiti in the city you live, and that's your complaint, you're probably doing fine. You're probably good.
ことで取り上げられていると聞いています。
You might be surprised that graffiti would even make the news, but in Japan in this era, it's rare and very unwelcomed.
悪目立ちしちゃってお店だったらお客
Like, this is beyond parody.
さん減っちゃうかもしれないし。
下北かってなっちゃう原因の一つではあるのかもしれないですよね。
Despite the overwhelming evidence on the Japanese.
I was trying to do a quick show. I haven't showed in the whole stream, I think. Guys, 346 people here right now, 48 likes on the stream, almost 300 so people, and please move the cursor, thumbs up and clicking it, or pressing a thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be huge appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a stream elements link in the pinned chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships around without the chat, buy a super chat, which will highlight your message and read it LTTS, or buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or gift that we highlight in chat and we'll subscribe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Japanese news and Google Street Views that shows vandalism is on the rise in multiple places across Japan. Some people just remain stubbornly unconvinced.
The end of Japan is here. Hold loved one close.
Yeah, YouTube Premium does work on live streams. So I do get increased money from your view if you're using YouTube Premium.
Japan is changing. Oh wait, it's a photo from 1993. So this is slightly manipulative because 90s in Japan was a time had like street culture. So graffiti was part of it. But again, after 1990, Tokyo has changed dramatically. So clean, no trash bin, no graffiti.
Yet here we are in 2025, seemingly going back in time, devolving to the way things were in the 90s, with new problems yet, like the defacement of national treasures, like the Arashiyama forest in Kyoto, where people decide...
Yeah, sometimes graffiti gets cleaned up. It costs money, so the city has to have money to do it. Yeah, sometimes cities, and it depends how much money the city has. Lots of factors can affect that. You know, I imagine the pandemic has probably damaged the Japanese economy. That's probably meant they've had less tax revenue to put towards this sort of stuff in the past few years versus in the years leading up to 2020. You know, there's a lot of things that have probably happened that change, and these things fluctuate over time. Yeah, it's not the end of the fucking world, or the end of the country, or the end of the city, or even the end of that fucking neighborhood.
Things were in the 90s, with new problems yet, like the defacement of national treasures, like the Arashiyama forest in Kyoto, where people decided to carve their names into it, annoying locals and defacing national...
Yeah, like most Western, I was saying Western, not Western, like first world country cities, it is probably getting safer, yeah. But people act like they're all getting worse. People act like they're all going downhill over time. You always pretend like, oh, crime's going crazy, crime's going crazy. It's just not the case in most cities, as far as I understand it. Certainly not the case in London. Probably not the case in Tokyo. Broadly, crime is decreasing.
Heritage.
こういった伝統のものなので、そういうのはあんまり良くないかなと思いますね。
なんかもうはっきり言ってどうかしてると思ってますけど、なぜそんなことねするのかわかんないです。
Living here for all these years with my Japanese husband, I've never seen the vandalism this bad. It's obvious.
Literally living at the safest point in human history, being like, it's all collapsing, it's all collapsing. Okay, all right.
なぜそんなことねするのかわかんないです。
Living here for all these years with my Japanese husband, I've never seen the vandalism this bad. It's obvious. We can see it every day.
Seeing this in Japan and then seeing locals complaining and the people really dismissing the fact makes me really sad.
It makes...
Now, there's a lot of them drifting their cars and jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Lots of martial arts, gang, street fights too.
Makes me very sad too, because this is a provable news story going on across Japan. Like this recent story from Kobe, where two guys graffitied the wall in the middle of the night, causing thousands of dollars in property damage. In Niigata, the same thing happened, and it cost $40,000 almost to clean this up. It's no surprise that some cities can't afford to clean this up, even though Japanese really do hate graffiti, and there's a theory that this...
Which video she cut out of context?
Like this very...
People really... in this
is bad. It's obvious. We can see...
What's that guy's name? Shohei Kondo? Is Japan being silently invaded? Oh, wait. Is this, so wait, which one is this? Does this come before, where does this come in the timeline? Where does it come in the timeline? 17th of October.
Why did Chris Abroad attack my channel,
okay,
guys?
Wait.
dramatized. But you know, I'm not trying to get involved in this drama, and I'm fake
Full
Japanese.
analysis. We're doing full analysis, guys. Okay, we need to see every piece.
I got a message asking about this, and I read a lot of comments of their videos, and I realized that they're missing one thing. That's the real problem. They miss one thing, both of them. I have a mixed feeling of both of their takes. Today, I just want to share my thought. It's not for attacking someone or defending someone. And my goal of this video is I want you to have a different perspective. So OrientalPearl, living in Asia for 13 years, is talking about graffiti in Japan.
Looking around, where do you think we are right now? I'll give you a second. Graffiti all over the wall. Somebody illegally dumped their household trash here. This has been here for weeks. There's even graffiti on the abandoned house.
Being fair, graffiti has been in Japan. And in 90s, I feel like it became peak. But late 90s, especially since 1999, when Ishihara Shintaro became mayor of Tokyo, he started to clean up. So graffiti got a little rare. You see sometimes, but next day they delete immediately because they really want to clean up. So seeing this, I can easily tell Japan has changed.
This isn't London. It's not New York.
And also I think this is Nakameguro area,
Tokyo,
right?
Japan. As a person who has been living here for many years, I've seen a lot of changes, and I've gotten to the point where I really want to talk about this.
Yeah, this place is Nakameguro.
Now I understand things go out of business. It's tough to make it in Tokyo. This went out of business about 4 or 5 months ago, but look at what's happened since. And in an upscale neighborhood. Yeah. Now some people will say graffiti is a form of art, but this is just drawing dicks on the wall. Like this.
Graffiti is a form of art.
And we have to look at this.
Wow.
Every day.
Great input. Thank you, Shohei Kondo. Graffiti is a form of art. Thank you.
But to be fair, many of her content are pretty exaggerating. Talked about it in another video.
Thank you, Shohei.
That was also not there a couple months ago. That one's new. This
Arigato,
Shohei.
Arigato.
Yeah, this is really a lot.
It was not here before.
It wasn't. I mean, not sure this place, but graffiti is not that many.
And of course, you're very familiar.
No, I feel like hearing that sound cue must sound like shivers down Japanese people's spine. Does he not like hear that and like jump out and be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Does it not like so?
It's really a lot.
It was not here before.
It wasn't. I mean, not sure this place, but graffiti is not that many.
And of course, you're very familiar.
Shibuya might have some.
With the Shibuya crosswalk.
Always.
Well, this is actually looking pretty good now that they've got the graffiti gone and a nice, beautiful piece of artwork has been painted here.
This is just my personal opinion, but graffiti is much better than this art.
Although
that's facts, dude. That's so facts. I think we literally said that the first time we watched this. It is so facts. That looks like shit, bro. That looks gay as hell. That looks like shit. Actual graffiti, not like just like retarded tagging shit, but like actual graffiti would look way better. Would look way better.
It's my personal opinion, but graffiti is much better than this art.
Although
yeah,
this is kind of what it looks
children's
like before
hospice
that
art.
kind of graffiti.
It is just children's hospice art. Some kids going there to die. Some kid with fucking leukemia that's the last thing some kid with leukemia sees. Life slowly fades.
It's a city trying to fight back. It's even written in English and Japanese.
Yeah, and definitely 10 years ago, there's definitely no English sign.
Graffiti is illegal. Apparently, there's a 5-year prison sentence. Okay, I've seen that YouTuber. That was a foreigner that put that there.
Can I tell you?
Dude, if Robert Jenrick saw this in a children's asylum processing center, he would paint over it within hours. He would be painting over it within hours.
This is just my personal opinion, but graffiti is much better than this art.
Although this is kind of what it looked like before, that kind of graffiti. Here is the city trying to fight back. It's even written in English and Japanese.
Yeah, and definitely 10 years ago, there's definitely no English sign.
Graffiti is illegal. Apparently, there's a 5-year prison sentence. Okay, I've seen that YouTuber. That was a foreigner that put that there.
Can I tell you a trick? I can tell what's by Japanese, what is not by Japanese. If you see the stickers line up with other stickers, for example, this Japanese, 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 maybe not Japanese. You know, Japanese tend to do peer pressure regulation way. So this might be in Japanese.
In this case, it is some foreigners that are putting the stickers on everything. Graffiti, again, next to Louis Vuitton. Vending machines have graffiti on it.
Furigaza doesn't sound very Japanese.
This is covered up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Box. Oh my gosh, what is this?
Yeah, it wasn't like that.
Whoa. The city actually did come and repaint this whole bridge because it looked like that green wall before. But as you see, it's already back. That's a new one. That's a new one.
Okay, for a second. So if I missed anything important,
homeless people in Japan, and an alarming number of young homeless, which was not very common in the past.
Shifting to the homeless topic, and she's going to Kabukicho is a little off.
You know, a night out with my friends around 11:30, closer to midnight.
Because these are different issues.
There's lots of videos of this online, but it's not something you're just going to see in the daylight hours or even in the early evening. 2020 Tokyo Olympics, where they cleaned this up quite nicely, you know, getting ready for all the international guests, is pretty much back to how it was before and even worse.
Yeah, it definitely changed. So now she's at Kabukicho.
But right back there, next to it, they have all those people that just moved.
The people tend to say, some influencers in Japan putting a Kabukicho as like a dangerous place, but Kabukicho is way more safer than it's before. Like 90s, early 2000, Kabukicho was like a worst, like filled by Yakuzas and a lot of Chinese mafia. But now you see teenagers sitting on the ground and like talking and drinking, meaning it's safe.
That's a good point that I hadn't considered. Obviously, we were focusing on the fact that these could be like homeless or like fucking vagrant youths. But no, the fact that a bunch of fucking teenagers feel safe just sitting out on the street obviously means that it can't be that fucking bad.
So her video, this video, what's my opinion? Little.
And it's not like it's not like it's bothering other people particularly either. It looks like people aren't like super avoiding them. There's a security guard just standing there. There's no like fighting or any shit like that happening. It's like, as far as things go in the city, like you usually see way worse than that from a bunch of fucking, you know, 16 to 20-year-olds.
I don't see that much exaggeration. And then here's a Chris Abroad. Sensationalist Japan content is getting out of hand. A wall with some graffiti on the Shibuya doesn't mean Japan is at end. I think this is Nakameguro, not Shibuya. There was a graffiti in Shibuya 10 years ago. There was a graffiti in Shibuya today.
Okay, he hasn't even finished the video though, so he didn't see all the shit about like the prostitutes and all that shit.
For the bad things, and you will find them. Look for the good. And here, graffiti in Japan, shock, horror, yabai. The end of Japan is here. Hold loved one close. Japan is changing. Oh wait, it's a photo from 1993. So this is slightly manipulative because 90s in Japan was a time had like street culture. You see that a lot of Japanese hip hop group and Nigo, Ape, and Harajuku fashion. So graffiti was part of it. But again, after 1990, Tokyo has changed dramatically. So clean, no trash bin, no graffiti. Sure, some Shinjuku, Shibuya area, you might see some small things, but it's not that much. And I'm not gonna read all about. They had some criticism each other.
What do they mean by that?
She made a video about him.
Go hold on now.
Some things I feel like need to be said. It was this same kind of zero-sum, you know, your win is my loss, territorial, my Japan, I'm the king of Japan kind of mentality. But to be honest, I've never told anyone this, but I'm gonna tell you something. I think Abroad in Japan is losing the plot here with viewers as well. A few years ago, I had a really good month on YouTube.
So this video, I'm not gonna react all, but it's basically defending and attacking. And the reason why I make this video is that, what do you think most important issue here? Most important thing is that what's really happening in Japan and how locals feels about graffiti. I mean, I'm Japanese, right? I don't care who's win. I don't care OrientalPearl win, this drama or Chris win. I really do not care. What I care is the fact Japan is really changing, and then seeing that much graffiti in Japan, it's not usual. In fact, let's watch this news 2 days ago about graffiti. It's saying they put more police there because of the graffiti was too...
Okay, I see. So this guy made his video, and I guess Chris incorporated part of this into his video, right?
Many. So I was a little sad about they were defending each other, but they are really not talking about real issue here.
ビルの壁までこうした落書きが相次いでいるのは桜の名所目黒川が流れる東京中目黒
So it's saying local is not happy. 不快感。
駅前を歩くとすぐに落書きが見つかりました。
かなり大きい落書きが描かれています。
So in this case, I don't think OrientalPearl is exaggerating or sensationalist. If graffiti was there always, non-Japanese news are talking about this.
すぐ横の駐車場ですが、ところに書かれています。
落書きで埋め尽くされた駐車場の壁。郵便ポストやガードレールなど街
This is definite evidence that we have more graffitis than before.
の至るところに落書きはありました。37カ所に及んでいました。
So this is a real flower shop.
やっぱり気持ちよくないですよ。夜までは見てられないんで。
The news report shows that the locals are really unhappy about the graffiti. Wow, thank you, descriptive. I couldn't figure that one out.
なんて書いてんのかわかんないけど、ダメです。
中目黒育ちの子供からはこんな言葉が飛び出
They're
しました。
local. Yeah, that's really sad. I personally like graffiti and graffiti culture, but seeing this in Japan and then seeing local is complaining and the people really dismissing the fact makes me really sad. And there was another one. This is 2 years ago. Because of graffiti was so many. Local students and railroad workers are deleting. So they're not feeling very safe surrounded by graffitis. Okay, so I do appreciate they share their honest opinion about Japan. Even sometimes it's exaggerating. If exaggeration happens, I talk about my channel. And if something wrong or something misunderstanding, I talk about my channel. Real issue is that OrientalPearl could focus about graffiti and have a little local voice and then like saying, hey, let's not do this, like let's keep Japan safe or kind of stuff. But she shifted to talking about homeless, dark side of Japan stuff. And for the Chris part, he's right. We shouldn't overreact. We shouldn't do like a drama, sensationalist grafting stuff. But he shouldn't dismiss the local voice. In fact, you see more graffitis than before. That's a fact. So in my opinion, both of them fail to have Japanese voice because this is about Japan. And I saw a comment saying like something saying negative about Chris and something negative about OrientalPearl. But sadly, no comment is saying about, oh, the poor local people out there. That makes me sad because it's about Japan. And the real issue is that graffiti in Japan. And it's really happening. And Japan is really changing. It's obvious. The real issue isn't who is right or wrong. The voice opinion are really lacking Japanese actual voice. That's why I wanted to make this video. I believe they contributed Japan in their own way. Yeah, I appreciate both creators, but in this case, I believe voice from local people matter more than who's winning. And what do you guys think? And if you live in Japan...
Wow, okay, great. Thanks, man. Okay. Right, back to this one then.
See it every day. Our names into it.
One close. Japan is changing. Oh wait, it's a photo from 1993. So... this is slightly manipulative because 90s in Japan was a time had like street culture. So graffiti was part of it. But again, after 1990, Tokyo has changed dramatically. So clean, no trash bin, no graffiti.
Yet here we are in 20...
So yeah, he was saying that Chris was being dismissive, but it was not saying that OrientalPearl was right at all. So her just using this, like, oh, look, see, this guy agreed, this Japanese guy agreed with me. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's about Tokyo specifically as well, exactly, yeah.
2025 seemingly going back in time, devolving to the way things were in the 90s with new problems yet, like the defacement of national treasures like the Arashiyama forest in Kyoto, where people decided to carve their names into it, annoying locals and defacing national heritage.
こういった伝統のものなので、そういうのはあんまり良くないかなと思いますね。
なんかもうはっきり言ってどうかしてると思ってますけどなんでそんなことねするのかわかんないですね。
Living here for all these years with my Japanese husband, I've never seen the vandalism this bad. It's obvious. We can see it every day.
Seeing this in Japan and then seeing locals complaining and the people really dismissing the fact makes me really sad.
It makes me very sad too, because this is a provable news story going on across Japan. Like this recent story from Kobe, where two guys graffitied the wall in the middle of the night, causing thousands of dollars in property damage. In Niigata, the same thing happened and it cost...
And what? Huh?
Thousands of dollars in property damage. In Niigata, the...
In water? In water?
In the middle of the night, causing thousands of dollars in property damage. In Niigata, the same thing happened and it cost $40,000 almost to clean this up. It's no surprise that some cities can't afford to clean this up, even though Japanese really do hate graffiti, and there's a theory that this will cause more crime in the area.
軽微な犯罪を見過ごすと犯罪件数が上がる傾向にあると考えられています。
落書きを見過ごしてしまうと街の治安が悪化してしまう場合があるんだね。
This is called the broken window theory. What the Japanese news is saying is that
broken window theory is a retarded, disproven policing theory from like the fucking 80s. That is the idea that if you allow one small crime to slide, such as a window breaking in a certain area, that area will fall to crime. Now, this is an obvious, and anyone with like an IQ above like 80 will realize this. This is an obvious incident of people reversing correlation and causation, and assuming that there is, because two things correlate, there must be a causal relationship. And so, because broken windows often are in areas with high crime, that must mean that broken windows are causing the high crime. But no, in actuality, broken windows are a symptom of an impoverished area, underfunded area, underserved area, that will then result in crime happening in that area because it's not receiving enough funding. But she is about to just completely state broken window theory as if it's like fact.
When 落書きを見過ごしてしまうと街の治安が悪化してしまう場合があるんだね。
This is called the broken window theory. What the Japanese news is saying is that when an area gets vandalized, criminal activity will gather there and the crime rate will go up. Most of this vandalism is done by Japanese men. A little bit of it is done by foreigners, but it is on the rise, and I made that very clear in my video.
So she concedes that at least, you know, bare minimum.
I did not say it's never existed.
It's not like I'm saying graffiti is a new thing. It's never existed in Japan before. What I'm saying is I see changes over the years, and there's places where there's more graffiti than I've ever seen before. There's trash where there wasn't trash before.
Over 9 million houses are abandoned across Japan.
And is playing up the disabled child voice for the response video to get more emotional pull.
Thank you for the dono. Thank you for the dono. She's like, I went to Japan and there's all black people
and rising, meaning that the vandalism is only going to get much worse, mostly from depopulation, because abandoned houses are a prime target for vandalism. And this is not only in the Japanese cities, it also applies to the countryside. Like this footage I filmed in Kinugawa Onsen, an abandoned hotel chain, where it's been vandalized and destroyed, sitting there for decades. The surrounding city is also suffering from depopulation.
Just comparing all women to Mama JF. Whenever they do something dumb, whenever a woman says something dumb, just Mama JF, and you just do the Mama JF voice at her.
And some areas look like a complete ghost town, with abandoned houses and buildings everywhere. Japan has one of the lowest birth rates in the world. It has a rapidly aging population, and as people pass away, there will be more and more abandoned houses and more vandalism. These are undeniable facts about Japan and its future, and I will not be called a liar for pointing them out. This is all in the context of the entire series that I've done on Japan Underworld. And my viewers know I've been talking about these issues and working with the homeless for years now, trying to raise money to build a shelter in Shinjuku. And yes, homelessness is on the rise in Japan, especially with young people and even kids. There are some 15,000 young people living permanently.
Is homelessness increasing or decreasing in Japan? Homelessness is decreasing in Japan. Since official counts began in 2003, the number of people experiencing street homelessness has fallen significantly, with recent figures showing a record low. The decline is attributed to government policies and support measures aimed at assisting the homeless. Japan's homeless population peaked at around 25,000 people in 2003 and has since dropped to just under 4,000 in recent counts. A 2024 report noted a record low of 2,820 homeless people, representing an 8% drop from the previous year.
Trying to raise money to build a shelter in Shinjuku. And yes, homelessness is on the rise in Japan, especially with young people and even kids. There are some 15,000 young people living permanently in manga cafes who are not counted in government statistics.
They're not counted in government statistics. Okay, this is a street homelessness, I guess. So if they're not... So the definition of homelessness to be counted in the stats is those who utilize city parks, riverbanks, roads, train stations, and other facilities as their sleeping place in their place of stay in order to live their daily lives. I assume that would count people living in manga cafes. Yeah, it seems like it says in this that it does on the Wikipedia page. Yeah, no, I don't know what she's saying here. If anyone can find a source on this, then I'll look at it, but everything I'm looking at is saying that homelessness is going down. Homelessness is decreasing in Japan.
You're not counted in the government statistics either. You don't exist.
Right.
I also talked about the Toyoko kids, a group of runaways from across Japan.
Wait, so she's saying because there are people that aren't counted? I'm pretty sure just 1 minute. For the first time between June and July 2007, a survey was done by the Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare in regards to people spending nights at internet cafes and 24-hour shops. The study found that across Japan, the number of people either sleeping or staying up all night in these places was around 5,400. The survey found that the number of homeless people in the eastern part of Japan, where winter is comparatively colder, was 9,225, while the number of homeless people in the western part of Japan, described in the study as areas of Toyama, Gifu, and Aichi prefectures, where the winter is comparatively warmer, was 9,339. Since the numbers were approximately the same, it was concluded there was not a strong correlation between climate conditions. Okay, it's about... So I thought this was about, like, non-counted people. But how would they... They must be conducting... If they're conducting surveys, then they're actually going around and seeing how many people are there, right? It's not just about whether you're counting government statistics, like, if you're on the databases, like... You've got a birth certificate or some shit. No, they go around and see. They'll do like cross sections of how many homeless people there are in a certain area, and then build it out and do statistical interpretation, right? Yeah, I think this bitch is retarded.
They gathered in Tokyo and Osaka after COVID. These kids are living in manga cafes and they're doing not so legal jobs. It's very hard for me to talk about this without my video getting age restricted like Takashi from Japan did last year. But Chris Broad, my biggest critic now,
use the same shot we were talking about again, dude.
Protect his narrative than talk about these kids. Who cares about them? Just throw them under the bus. Why would you?
Bro, these aren't even Runaways style. Q said this bag is from like a super expensive jewelry store, and look, she's got like just a tiny little bag on her back and a fucking phone in her lanyard. This ain't even a Runaway, bro.
Critic now would rather protect his narrative than talk about these kids. Who cares about them? Just throw them under the bus. Why would you be so dedicated to a narrative for tourism that you would cover up actual facts that are happening in Japan? And let's not pretend that tourism doesn't bring some of these major problems, which I talked about in my video very carefully, like the rise of not good tourism.
日本人だけじゃなくて実は外国人の男性っていうのも中国国内で使われている SNS みたいなのがあるんですけれども、例えば可愛い女の子と遊べますっていうのが書いてあったりするらしいんですね。それを見て旅行に来た時に実際に
Formerly a dying industry, tourism has brought it.
This happens. A lot of Asia, yep. I don't think it's especially prolific in Japan compared to a lot of other similar countries. And is it going up? So there are people saying there's rising sex tourism. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm not seeing any specifics really though. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if you've got like a fucking, raped economy. That sort of stuff will become more common.
It back, revived it, and I find it absolutely disgusting. I can't even talk on YouTube about how this is related to the last story. It makes me sick. What started off as a passion project for me, walking around seeing things vandalized and destroyed in the city that I love, in the country that I live in, has now become a giant, stupid internet drama. I made my motivations for making this video and this series very clear in the original video.
I hope that by making this video, someone with some authority or power will clean up the graffiti, as I showed in a few places, that this will become, more prominent. People will know about this. Like, the more we talk about this, the more likely that we'll see some change and somebody will do something about it in the government.
The best thing that could come out of all of this drama and attention...
Guys, if we just post enough sensational TikToks, then the government's going to change it all. The government's going to do everything. The government's going to just fix these issues. The government's going to magically fix these issues. If you just they're going to flip the switch if you just keep making TikTok videos.
...is that the Japanese government actually does something about these problems and cleans it up. The original video that I made has been so twisted, so misrepresented, and so lied about that it shocks me that we are even at this point over something that is an undeniable problem in Japan. But that will be for the next part of this video. If you want to know how it became more about one big YouTuber's pride and ego than it became about the facts.
Like just total mirror moment.
Let's get into that in the next part. The drama. 1. Unfolding of events.
Guys, this is 50 hours of work went into this. It may not look like it, but 50 hours of work went into this.
October 9th, 2025. Living in Japan all these years and seeing places I love vandalized, I was fed up and posted a video titled, "What is Happening to Japan?" Over the next few days, it was watched by almost 400,000 viewers and had a 95% like ratio, meaning it was very well received. There was only minor criticism coming from foreigners who thought maybe the graffiti has always been there and has not gotten worse. But as we saw from the first part of the video, it has indeed gotten much worse in all the places I showed and beyond Tokyo. I don't fault this criticism. Sometimes people don't notice things getting vandalized around them because it happens in slow and subtle ways. October 16, 2025. YouTuber Abroad in Japan makes his first post about my video on Facebook. I was honestly shocked by his aggressive out-of-the-blue post, exaggerating my video and telling people I was decrying the end of Japan, when I never said that, and him saying...
So, she's changed it now, but the description said, "Is Japan cooked?" That is signaling the end of Japan. You're saying like, oh, Japan's like over.
I was only filming in the red light district, when that's also not true. That's what upset me. It's not about the censorship. There was not even a link to the video for people to actually see what I really said. I knew they would just eat up whatever he told them about the video, and when he said he wouldn't take it down, I made this unscripted video. To me, at that time, it was so painfully obvious that Chris made a bad faith, twisted misrepresentation of my video in that post, and that's what I didn't like. It's not about the criticism, it's about criticizing me on things I did not say. That's why I wanted him to take it down. I naively thought people would actually watch the original video for themselves to judge, which again was received well by 400,000 people. Big surprise! People didn't watch the video. He didn't even include a link to the original video so people could judge for themselves. In the unscripted video that I posted, I called Chris a cunt for doing that and gatekeeping Japan content. I use that word because he often uses that word on social media to describe trolls he doesn't like. Just after that, Chris commented on my video that it was the worst video he's seen in 13 years. Yeah, that didn't help things. He reposted the same post that was on Facebook without the link to my video, again on Twitter, and then Reddit, and then he posted it to the community tab on YouTube. This is exactly when the hate comments and dislikes started to flood into my channel. His attack against me all came just after Chris posted in his YouTube community tab that he's disappointed.
If he linked the video, she'd be saying, oh my god, he linked the video, sent all his fans over to me. And because he didn't like the video, it's, oh, he didn't give me the free clout, I didn't get the free clout. Shut up, bitch. She's whinging. It's just fucking whinging.
And how few views one of his big projects got recently. That has nothing to do with me. Over the next few days, he continued to make disparaging post after post about me across social media. Thousands of commenters called me a liar. They said the story was made up. Most of his posts were quite personal and completely unrelated to what he originally complained about regarding my video. These posts revealed his deep dislike of me on multiple levels. Yeah, this was very personal. On October 21st, me and a Japanese YouTuber who found through Google Street Views that the vandalism I showed had actually gotten a lot worse over the years, agreed to do a joke stream and video where we gave Chris a chance to laugh his way out and de-escalate. During the live stream, Chris actually joined the chat.
So wait, you were baiting. You were baiting, and then he made fun of you, and now you're crying about it.
And when I thought he was going to join in on our jokes, he lashed out at me multiple times. Going to join in on our.
My Japanese friends don't appreciate people filming their kids in a fucking park.
Our jokes. He lashed out at me.
So she filmed children in a park without the parents' express permission, shared it with 11 million people, monetized it with a sponsor.
Me multiple times with a red herring argument, to which I told him, what the fuck does that have to do with graffiti?
Wow.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming.
A few years ago, he says he knew about my channel. This is the guy who is claiming he's never heard of me before, has no resentment against me. This is clearly a lie. It was always personal, and he's known about my channel and hated it for a long time. Chris has...
I think he probably didn't have that much developed views on your channel. I think he's saying he probably doesn't have much of an idea who you are. He's been sent one or two of your videos before and hasn't really looked into it. And then he got sent this one and it annoyed him. I think that's the point. I think that's pretty clear. I think anyone can figure that out.
Has a scarcity mindset about YouTube views. He clearly didn't like why one of my low-effort videos got 11 million views. The drama gets very personal with his multiple attacks on my character. Why does she speak Japanese to people in videos? I mean, God forbid I speak Japanese to people in Japan. I also speak 5 languages. It's not just Japanese.
That's the point that was being made. It's not you doing this weird, like, race-baiting foreigner content where you're like, oh, Gaijin speak Japanese so good. Oh, Gaijin, you speak Japanese so good. It's like, that's obviously the fucking point, isn't it? It's like, well, I want the good ones. I want the good ones. That's what you're doing.
And then the accusations of only making these videos for pure profit. I'm all about the money. Anyone who has seen my homeless videos in this series and the dark side of Japan knows I've been working with a charity to build a homeless center in Shinjuku for 3 years now. And honestly, with this drama, that charity effort is under threat. A few days after that, while I was in Okinawa...
Guys, I was going to build a homeless shelter. But now Chris Broad's being mean to me, I'm not so sure. What? What? Dude, what? Legit, like the emotional blackmail with Chris brought stuff mean to me. Okay, Vitch.
Okay. Chris made the following video expressing his and other people's frustrations with YouTubers' videos and his struggles with YouTube. He projected this all onto me as the outlet for his anger, and this is incredibly unfair. Most of his 15-minute video criticism is more about his frustrations with YouTube than anything about me. For viewers and Chris, these frustrations with other YouTubers or the algorithm should not be projected onto me as a punching bag. What was originally a simple, oops, didn't know vandalism was going on moment that Chris could have easily laughed off, blew up into this giant, unnecessary fight across YouTube. Chris doesn't watch much Japanese TV. He's even made a video saying he doesn't watch much Japanese TV. I'm not surprised he didn't know about the vandalism problem rising across Japanese cities. So just say, sorry, bro, I didn't know. That would have made everything fine. The only thing he could actually dig up on my video was a gotcha moment with the thumbnail changes. In the original thumbnail, my head was blocking most of the graffiti in the photo. Without me in the thumbnail, the building actually looks a lot worse.
Most of the graffiti. This.
So is ad photo. Without me in the thumbnail, the building actually...
Just that. That's what she's blocking. That bit of graffiti there.
Actually looks a lot worse. So is adding a few scribbles because you can't see the graffiti blocked by my head worth putting me on blast in front of literally millions of people?
Yes. Yes, it is. Yep.
No. The thumbnail is changed now with 0 background edits, but I don't think it makes...
I think if you're going to do edits like that, it has to be like obvious edits, really. I understand like doing the AI change someone's face, make them look angry or something like that. But if you're going to do like edits to scenery, I understand when people do like, if someone wants to do like, you know, they're like, oh, London's economy's crashing, and they do like London on fire. Like everyone knows London isn't on fire, bro. Everyone knows that's not real. Anyone can look at the image and see that ain't real. You know, but when you do stuff like this where you're playing with the line, you shouldn't do stuff like this.
Much of a difference. The graffiti is still all over. Does it look that much different to you? Well, if that was the biggest problem with my video, it's changed now. I find it very hypocritical, though, of Chris to make such a big issue from this when he regularly edits thumbnails far more aggressively than me. I didn't use AI in the thumbnail originally, and there is no AI in the video content, so people can just stop saying that. That is a lie. I don't even know how to do that. I'm not good with technology. I'm a one-person team. I'm doing this by myself. Unlike Chris, who's a millionaire with a team of people writing his scripts and a hired cameraman filming with him with tens of thousands of dollars in equipment in a studio he rents in a rich area downtown. Hey, I'm in my room making this video by myself right now with no help.
Wow.
But I'm not trying to be fancy. My goal is just to speak the truth. And that was a real news story going on across the country, and Google Street Views and Japanese news reports prove it. If Chris and the YouTube viewers have a problem with YouTubers taking the thumbnails too far, in their opinion, they need to take it up with those YouTubers. Do not blame me for what other YouTubers do. This video was seen by 400,000 people and had a 95% like ratio before Chris sent his fans over who don't know me to dislike bomb my channel. My channel is pretty vanilla, and...
So did he not like the video and no one got to see it, or did they all go over and see it? Which one is it?
Not offensive. It's just wild to put it in such a negative light. If it isn't personal, Chris, then why me? Why go so hard on me and me alone? Criticize me on what I said and not on what I didn't say. In the reels I made and in the videos, I never said that foreigners are causing most of this graffiti. In fact, it's mostly caused by Japanese people, including the trash. Foreigners are contributing to a small amount of it from tourism, like in Kyoto on the bamboo stalks, and also the graffiti I found in foreign languages, but the vast majority of the trash and graffiti is being done by Japanese people. If anyone has added to the right-wing narrative about foreigners ruining Japan, that lays on Chris with his constant videos about rude foreigners in Japan. If there's any racism, it's coming from Chris and his commenters constantly berating me for being a white woman, the white woman. Oddly, something I don't use to refer to myself in the titles and thumbnails. That's something Chris completely projected onto me. What's Chris's problem with white?
Sorry, I don't call myself white in the titles or thumbnails, so how can you point out the fact that obviously the point of my video is that there's some fucking, you know, beat white girl going around going, oh, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. I'm like, oh, Gaijin speak Japanese so good. Like, everyone sees it, bro. Everyone gets it.
White women. I'm sure his white female viewers would like to know why he sends trolls to my comment section to berate me in the same way he did, talking about white women. And that brings me to the next part of this drama, a warning to content creators in Japan. The message Chris has sent to other creators throughout this drama is horrible. Attacks from him will be based on how much he likes you or hates you, and his friends and other YouTubers will dogpile you. If he likes you, you have immunity to do whatever you want. Take, for example, Bald and Bankrupt. When Chris led Bald and Bankrupt a few years ago into finding abandoned buildings so he could trespass in them and make videos, that was fine, because they're friends. Do you know one major thing Johnny Somali was charged
with? Oh my god, trespassing? Oh my god. Trespassing? Exploring abandoned buildings? Trespassing? No way. Oh my god.
Within Japan?
Did he damage anything?
Trespassing! Big deal. I still like Bald and Bankrupt. It's a small misdemeanor, but you as viewers all hold double standards for YouTubers, and so does Chris. I'm not his friend, and I'm held to a much harsher standard. If you're a creator, you will be too. We are all being held to different standards based on if Chris likes us or not. His friends get a big pass in their own videos. In fact, his friends push the envelope much further than I ever have or personally ever
Japanese
would.
Content
Why
creators.
single me out?
It's Chris Broad is controlling the space, taking a stand. Wow, what a fucking main character this bitch is. Dude, that's great, dude. She's so fucking powerful.
There wasn't already resentment.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming.
This is the guy who is claiming he's never heard of me before. It was always personal, and he's known about my channel and hated it for a long time. Chris is telling me—
You said you'd never heard of me before, but actually here you say that someone showed me one of my videos several years ago. Yeah, man. Big fucking... massive lie told there. Huge distortion of fact there. Where you say, yeah, I don't really know who this person is. When actually, you've seen one of their videos before. Wow. Wow. It's over. It's over.
In the community, he has the power to control your content. And if he doesn't like it, or you, he can twist your content, lie about it, and feed it to his audience. In my opinion, we are bringing YouTube back to its roots. I miss those old days of YouTube. I don't know about you.
Guys, returning to tradition, guys. She's a real one, not like Chris Broad with his expensive cameras and drone footage.
It was not overproduced. It was not content. It was just a creator and a camera. I miss the days before companies and tourism boards partnered up with channels like Abroad in Japan to show what they want you to see and cover up real problems in Japan that might hurt their plan for increased tourism. Chris is a millionaire who lives a protected life here in Japan. He is driven around by his camera crew. He's removed and protected from a lot of the problems normal people like me, who just walk outside, see on a daily basis. He doesn't see what normal people see. He doesn't know everything about Japan. We as creators here all have voices to choose the topics that we want to talk about. Chris doesn't have the right to dogpile us and harass us endlessly on the internet, like his many posts about me on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Reddit. This is classic bullying behavior. But there is a silver lining to this, which brings us to the last part of this video. So what's the silver lining here? I am still willing to talk to Chris face to face, if he's open to communication. And Japan might actually benefit in the end. Whether you like him or you like me, Japan is actually the most important part here and what's really happening to Japan. No matter who wins the stupid graffiti wars drama, so much attention has been put on this issue by foreigners across social media that the Japanese government might actually clean it up. And cleaning up what's bothering local Japanese people would be the best outcome of all this stupid drama. That was my purpose that I stated at the end of the original video. For those that care about Shinjuku, please donate to our Shinjuku Homeless Center. We are 3 years in the works and still not at our goal.
Wait, what? Is this like legit? I don't know. I won't cast aspersions. Okay.
My viewers know I've been working with this charity for 3 years, but the bad news is that this drama might make it difficult for me to ever continue to talk about homelessness again. For the fans of mine worried about the future of the channel, remember, content is king. An attack from another creator or the whole internet is not going to kill the channel.
She looks like Brianna Wu here.
I continue to make videos that you enjoy, the channel will continue fine through anything. I'm not quitting, I'm not backing down, and I'm still willing to talk to Chris face to face with a mediator, but it seems he's shut down all communication. One last thing for now. All this talk about vandalism has actually gotten me curious about why it's on the rise, and I might investigate in other cities. Anyone is welcome to criticize my future content, current content, on the basis of what I actually said. But I will correct anyone if I'm criticized on things I did not say, and when my videos are grossly misrepresented and sold to an audience that didn't even watch it. You know, I love this country. I love Japan. I'm married to a Japanese man, and we want to raise our family here. I have every reason to want the best for Japan. We need to both love Japan and be realistic about it. Be open-minded and think critically. Don't just believe everything your favorite YouTuber says, even if that person is me. If you made it this far, you're one of those people that I believe thinks for themselves, and I really appreciate you being here and listening. Thank you so much, everyone who made it this far. I truly appreciate it, whether you agree with me.
Neither of you look like that. Wait, quick palate cleanser. What's this? I taught an octopus piano. It took 6 months. No way did you actually teach an octopus piano. Be serious now. Let's see this. Okay, well, I was watching this guy build mini ecosystems in terrariums. It was awesome. His ant colony videos. Okay. Now we have the Think Before You Sleep video. So let's see this. This is a severely autistic guy who makes terrible, retarded videos. We're going to try and give it a fair shot. Response to all the Chris Broad Japan drama. But guys, before we get into it, 349 people here right now, 66 likes on stream. Something just under 300 people. And please remove the cast a thumbs up and clicking it, or pressing a thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be huge appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a stream allowance link in the pinned chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships randomly throughout the chat. Buy a super chat, which will highlight a message and read it on TTS, or buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or gift that will highlight in chat and I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's not dating Brittany Venti anymore.
Graffiti all over the wall. Somebody illegally dumped their household trash here. This has been here for weeks. There's even graffiti on the abandoned house. This isn't London. It's not New York. This is actually Tokyo, Japan.
Never would I have imagined that a small video about graffiti would cause such a firestorm. For those of you who don't know, this is a YouTuber who goes by OrientalPearl or Alyssa. A little while back, Alyssa made this video here called What is Happening to Japan, where she goes into various places in Tokyo and talks about criminal activity.
What? Yeah, the thing is, it wasn't just a little video about graffiti. She was playing up. She was playing it up to the point where she was editing stuff to make it look worse. That's the thing. It may have been a little video, but it was exaggerated.
Teenagers in poverty and homelessness.
It's sad. There's a lot of elderly homeless people in Japan and an alarming number of young homeless, which was not very common in the past.
In response, Chris Broad, who probably has the biggest foreigner in Japan YouTube channel based on monthly views, went onto Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, the YouTube community tab, and Alyssa's comment section to show his disgust at her video, calling her a grifter who produces sensationalist content designed to make Japan look bad in exchange for views and money, instead of, a person who's trying to look after her community and reflect the interests of the local Japanese people. After seeing the comments that Chris...
Okay, but the Japanese guy himself said that's not what she was doing, that she totally failed to reflect the views of the Japanese locals.
made. Alyssa wrote a post on Facebook and made this video asking him to remove the comments, which I get why she said it, but in my opinion, this is a dumb decision because it sounds like she's trying to censor her critics.
There's a lot of problems with this post other than just...
Well, how do you get why she said it? It is just a dumb thing to say. It is a whiny, dumb thing to say. So what do you mean you get why she said it? Explain that.
being malicious, unnecessary. I asked him to take it down. It's still up.
Yeah, this was a bad move. Chris was accusing her of some pretty harsh and untrue things, but I don't think she should have said that. Anyway, now that we're all caught up, let's talk about this video here that Chris made where he copies Alyssa's title, What is Happening to Japan? Originally, before Chris made this video, I wasn't really going to talk about this drama outside of a small mention in a different video that I was already working on. However, Chris's video was so dishonest and manipulative that I'm surprised that it wasn't made by Hassan Piker. And the worst part is that you can't tell...
Wow, guys, everything is Hassan. Guys, all bad things equals Hassan. Bad thing equals Hassan. Hassan, son, son. Hassan, son, son. Hassan, son, son.
He's being manipulative and lets you know a lot about his channel, have insider information on the subject, and can interpret statistics. So of course everyone took Chris aside because his following is much bigger, and it requires at least 10 seconds of research to prove some of his points as false. Well, this video didn't help either, but the lack of fact-checking of Chris's video, particularly from other YouTubers, was disgusting. Now, full disclosure, I've been friends with Alyssa for about a year. She helped out a lot with my Japan trip, so I do have a bias.
Ah, there we go.
However, I've been a fan of Chris's channel for probably close to 10 years, so I think that cancels out the friend bias. I'm not-
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know it doesn't. You know it doesn't.
Taking Alyssa's side because we're friends. I'm taking her side because I think Chris is wrong on this side.
Why even say that? You make yourself look so much worse saying that, you fucking idiot. Say, yeah, I'm friends with her, so, you know, I may have a bias. You saying... I'm friends with her, so I may have a bias, but I've been a fan of this guy for a while, so I think that cancels it out. No, not at all. No. Huh?
Subject, and was highly manipulative. And also because in order to make his point, Chris essentially rubber stamps vandalism, which
obviously sounds like Jar. He's got severe autism, as you'd expect.
Really pisses me off because as an American, I'm tired of people constantly defending criminal behavior.
American,
it's not a violent riot where people are setting buildings on fire. It's
Dude, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's like BLM. It's like BLM. Bro, you are displaying such a crazy level of compromise here. You are like totally compromised.
Mostly peaceful protest. Oh, come on, the graffiti's not that bad. There's always been graffiti in Japan. Look, here's some graffiti from the 90s. Therefore, it's okay. That doesn't matter, Chris. Unless the property owner consented to it being there, it's a crime. Right. And it's not wrong for Alyssa to be upset about that. Clearly, Japanese people don't think it should be there because there are anti-graffiti signs everywhere in Japan. Anyway, let's get into Chris's video.
The other day I started receiving messages from people asking me if Japan is okay.
Chris, if people want graffiti to be everywhere, then why is it illegal, Chris? Chris, why is it illegal? You never said they wanted it to be there.
A rather ominous sounding video called What is Happening to Japan? It wasn't just the title and thumbnail that were ominous, but the description reading, Is Japan cooked? I've seen a lot of changes and things seem to be getting worse. In an era where I'm now being sent daily AI videos and photos that sorely misrepresent Japan from bizarre and questionable accounts, it made an almost refreshing change to be sent something produced by a human being.
Yeah, why didn't you have a crash out about that problem? I mean, those AI videos constantly spread false information about Japanese culture. Personally, I think that's a much bigger issue as YouTube is flooded with them. So where's the video about that? Anyway, let's talk about...
What even is this point? Why are you making a video about this and not making a video about this other thing? It doesn't have to? That doesn't refute any point you made. That does nothing. You said nothing. That you're adding nothing by saying that.
About Tokyo, more specifically a part of Tokyo called Kabukicho.
For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku.
Sorry about the instant pause, but you might notice that throughout the video, Chris continuously blurs Alyssa's face.
Yeah, I'm surprised this video wasn't made by Hassan Piker. Why are you saying that in Gaza? Why aren't you talking about Gaza? Why aren't you talking about Gaza? How can you talk about this and not Gaza?
Channel name, and calls her the creator in question instead of by her name or by her YouTube channel.
Why is he blurring her face? Why is he blurring her face out? And no reference to the channel? Oh, no way. No way he did that.
Allow me to point out that this is not to protect her from Chris's viewers harassing her, which is something that will happen anytime you criticize someone, no matter what preventative actions you take. But Alyssa has a channel with over 1 million subscribers. Anyone who would write a meme, allow me to answer the creator instant pause, but you might...
For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku.
Sorry about the instant pause, but you might notice that throughout the video, Chris continuously blurs Alyssa's face and her channel name, and calls her the creator in question instead of by her name or by her YouTube channel.
Why is he blurring her face? Why is he blurring her face out? And no reference to the channel? Oh, no way. No way he did that.
Allow me to point out that this is not to protect her from Chris's viewers harassing her, which is something that will happen anytime you criticize someone, no matter what preventative actions you take. But Alyssa has a channel with over 1 million subscribers. Anyone who would write a mean comment about her already knows who Chris is talking about. So this is not an altruistic protective move. What's actually going on here is that he's using an old Twitch streamer technique of purposefully not mentioning people by name, because big creators know that the easier they make it to find the person they're criticizing, the more followers they will bleed to their opposition, because it allows followers to fact check their favorite creator and sympathize with the person that they're criticizing.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to promote content that he sees as harmful, so he's not going to give her free promotion. That's fair enough.
This is a strategy that Hassan Piker and friends love using, so that less people will find out that actually the creator in question...
Hassan, can I tell you about Hassan? Can I tell you about Hassan? Dude, no wonder Venti dropped this. Holy shit. You are gay, bro. You are a homosexual with a fucking obsession with this guy.
...is not as bad as you made them out to be.
Hassan calls out the haters and slop-tubers.
Oh my god. All the fucking haters on my get suck my dick too. Oh my god. All the fucking slop-tubers.
Obviously talking about me here, but he's never gonna mention my name. Just in case one person from his audience checks out my channel and realizes that Hassan is a complete fraud and everything.
Chris blurring Alyssa's face is him basically saying,
I'm fucking Pegasus, whatever. I can't...
afraid of losing followers, so I'm going to intentionally make it harder to fact check what I'm saying. I mention this because Chris very clearly tells his audience to not watch Alyssa's content or do any critical thinking for themselves. I don't care how bad you think the content is, outwardly discouraging your followers from watching the source material for themselves so they can come to their own conclusions is immoral. But you know...
not promoting your opposition's video in your video is immoral. It's immoral. Dude, what the fuck? Huh?
No, I wonder why he would say that. Maybe people would find out that he's lying about some things. Maybe he's avoiding important arguments. Maybe he edited things out of context or said she said things that she didn't say. Well, why don't we get into that?
For half of the runtime of the video, the creator in question walks through Kabukicho in Shinjuku, Japan's biggest nightlife district, with a reputation for being dirty and gritty, filming bin bags, litter, and homeless people. And it's at this point I need to reiterate, if you don't know Japan, Kabukicho or Shinjuku can be a bit of a shock. And in recent years, it's been gentrified more than perhaps anywhere in Tokyo. It used to be genuinely quite dangerous. In the short-form content, the same videos show the litter being intercut at times with foreign tourists, who are queuing unremarkably to take a photo of the Toho Godzilla statue.
I mean, I don't know who edited this, but this shot looks like a bunch of Japanese people loitering, not tourists. So a real good example of your points. The next shot has tourists in it, which I guess Chris is using
remarkably to take a photo of more than perhaps anywhere in Tokyo. It used to be genuinely quite dangerous. In the short-form content, the same videos show the litter being intercut at times with foreign tourists, who are queuing unremarkably to take a photo of the Toho Godzilla statue.
Yes, he says, literally says, foreign tourists who are queuing unremarkably to take a photo with the Toho Godzilla statue. That's what he just said. These people here queuing to take a photo with the Godzilla statue. He said. Yes, he's saying they are tourists.
I mean, I don't know who edited this, but this shot looks like a bunch of Japanese people loitering, not tourists. So
yes, because he's not saying those people are tourists. He was very clear about who the group of tourists were, and you saw them very clearly. You can see here very clearly as he's saying it.
Godzilla statue.
I mean, I don't know who edited this, but this shot looks like a bunch of Japanese people loitering, not tourists. So a real good example of your points. The next shot has tourists in it, which I guess Chris is using to suggest that Alyssa is a racist trying to make people...
That is tourists. That's literally the exact video of tourists that he described, yes. They showed other of the short-form videos to show the short-form videos. Dude, this guy is, like, so retarded. It's insane.
People hate foreigners, but...
Dude, could you imagine?
Thank you for the $5 stylo. Thank you.
Also note that Kabukicho is a massive tourist spot, so it's really hard to take B-roll footage without showing tourists. More importantly, Chris avoids Alyssa's main point about Kabukicho, which is not about trash on the street, but about prostitution being made worse by COVID lockdowns.
Right after the pandemic, a lot of runaways from all across the country, even really...
That was not the main point. That was one of, like, 6 points she made, and was the one she spent the least amount of time on, because she was like, I can't talk about this because it's YouTube, even though you can. So... Dude, like, every aspect of this video is fucking retarded so far.
Young kids, middle school and high school age, came and gathered here at Toyoko Hiroba. So there were the Toyoko kids, the runaways from Japan, all across the country that came to Shinjuku. They'd stay in the manga cafes. They'd work, you know, not legal jobs during the daytime. But you don't see them so much anymore because it became so famous in Japan that the police had to get involved and put a stop to it. And I had never seen anything like this in Japan before. Not only the professional ladies of the night standing out here, but also the amateurs.
The narrative from when she was in Kabukicho was not primarily about trash or rats. It was about minors fleeing from their homes because school shutdowns from COVID lockdowns were forcing them to be around their abusive parents a lot more. A lot of people don't realize this, but if you have bad parents, school sports and clubs can be a very effective escape from that. So because these kids couldn't use school programs to escape because they were shut down, teens ran away, and a lot of them were forced to turn to sex work to survive. I mean, Alyssa spends around 20% of the runtime of her video talking about this, but Chris just completely skips over the biggest tragedy in Alyssa's content and moves on to homeless people in Shinjuku, which I guess is easier for him to attack.
The area is also...
What? What is even the point there?
From when she was in Kabukicho was not primarily about trash or rats. It was about minors fleeing from their homes because school shutdowns from COVID lockdowns were forcing them to be around their abusive parents a lot more.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't realize this, but if you have bad parents, school sports and clubs can be a very...
And while this is an issue that increased due to COVID, it's not a widespread issue by any means. Like we saw, homelessness is at an all-time low in Japan. We've just looked up the figures just a moment ago. It is at an all-time low. Homelessness is at an all-time low in Japan. This is not like a widespread or super big problem. It's a problem that increased due to a global crisis, and they're trying to handle.
Very effective escape from that. So because these kids couldn't use school programs to escape because they were shut down, teens ran away, and a lot of them were forced to turn to sex work to survive. I mean, Alyssa spends around 20% of the runtime of her video talking about this, but Chris just completely skips over the biggest tragedy in Alyssa's content and moves on to homeless people in Shinjuku, which I guess is easier for him to attack.
Imagine if she made any of that point instead of just going around the red light district and going like, look, prostitutes, like, these kids probably selling themselves. While she was saying that, this guy wants to talk about using the wrong footage with voiceovers as well. Is there any criticism of the fact that she was just recording some fucking rich kid and implying that she was a prostitute? Any criticism of that from this guy? Or is it cancelled out bias?
The area is also synonymous with Tokyo's homeless population as far back as 2003, when the film Tokyo Godfathers shone a spotlight on the long-standing homeless population, which, according to the statistics, is thankfully going down. And if you walk around there today, compared to 10 years ago, there are far less homeless people.
Okay, so Chris has provided us with some numbers about homelessness, so let's fact-check them. Now, he did a terrible job of citing his exact resource, but thanks to AI and 7 years of experience, I was able to find this graph. First of all, these numbers seem a little bit low. There's only a couple thousand homeless people throughout the entire country in a population of 120 million. That's very difficult to believe. How are these numbers being collected?
This is another problem that people have, is that they look at data, but they don't have any sort of understanding of how data collection methods work.
Tell us, right?
And so they only
can citing Asmongold?
At outcomes, and
Awesome
they can't
stuff.
look at processes or, you know, basically the way that the data was collected.
So apparently the Japanese government is notorious for undercounting homeless people, which is why Oriental Pearl was bringing attention to it. And if you actually look at the paragraph right below the headline, it says that these stats do not count people who live in internet or manga cafes, which is important.
So, we were looking at the Wikipedia page earlier. Overwhelmingly affects middle-aged and elderly males. Homelessness thought to have peaked in the 1990s as a consequence of the collapse of the Japanese asset price bubble. Largely fallen since then, according to a 2022 study by the UK's Greater Change Foundation, which measured homelessness globally. Japan has the lowest homelessness rate in the world at 0.003%, which is approximately one homeless person out of every 34,000 citizens. However, this number only includes those who are sleeping rough and excludes those who have no fixed abode but sleep in places like net cafe, capsule hotels, or cars. So that's for that study. Classification definition. We're just going to read this whole page. According to the Special Act in regards to supporting the autonomy of the homeless population, Japanese term homelessness is defined as those who utilize city parks, riverbanks, roads, train stations, and other facilities as their place of stay in order to live their daily lives. Homelessness in Japan, don't care about that part. History, don't care. Stats. According to a survey conducted by the Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare between January and February 2003, the number of homeless people in Japan at that time was 25,296. However, according to another survey conducted by the ministry by January 2007, the number had fallen to 18,564 due to economic recovery across Japan. At that time, middle-aged and elderly men accounted for 95% of the homeless population, with the average being 57.5 years old. In 2001, the government reported there were approximately 25,000 homeless people in Japan. At its peak in 2003, 25,269 homeless people were counted throughout Japan by the Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare. In 2018, the number of homeless people counted in Japan was 4,977. In 2020, the number of homeless was counted as 3,900, 12.4 decrease from 2019. Largest found in Osaka metropolitan area, followed by Tokyo metropolitan area, Kanagawa prefecture. First time between June and July 2007. A survey was done by the Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare in regards to the number of people spending the night at internet cafes and 24-hour shops. The study found across Japan the number of people either sleeping or staying up all night in those places around 5,400. The survey found that the number of homeless people in the eastern part of Japan, so across Japan, it was around 5,400. So what, you add that to the, what were we saying it was recently? Like 4,000. So what, it's like 9,000. Or some shit. And then they did like a study at one point about how many people. Oh, well, I mean, we don't know how much it is. To be fair, that's an old study. So we don't really actually know. That's not easy to just transfer. Though you would expect if homelessness has fallen for sleeping rough, it would have fallen for sleeping in manga and internet cafes. In 2007, there were 5,000 in manga and internet cafes and 18,000 total. 2021, there's 3,800 total. You would expect it to be lower. You would probably expect like sub 10,000 homeless in Japan, basically. I read it was 15k for cyber homeless in 2020. That is pandemic though, right? That is like in the pandemic. How many homeless in internet cap and manga cafes, Japan? 4,000 in 2018. Oh wait, that's for Tokyo. As of 2020, it was estimated 15,000 people stay overnight in internet cafes in Tokyo. The vast majority of net cafe refugees are young men. Most net cafe refugees are urban working class, driven to an unstable form of residence by high cost of living amid the long-term economic difficulties in Japan. So that, yeah, so 15,000 in 2020. So I suppose it is more than the amount of people sleeping rough. But it's still below, that would still be below peak levels significantly. And I don't know, I suppose it's hard if you don't have good data from between like 2007 to 2018. Those are the two studies I see. It's 2007, 2018 to 2020. It's hard to know what the actual, you know, numbers of homeless are for these sort of 10 years.
Because this was a major point in Alyssa's video, there's actually a newer article from the same website that also says that manga cafes are not counted.
It doesn't undercount homeless people. It's just you're not considered homeless if you're not sleeping on the street. You're just like it. But for the purposes of this study, they're counting people who sleep rough. They don't count people who find somewhere to stay but are homeless.
Counted. Not having a permanent residence means that these people are still considered homeless. For those of you who don't know, a manga cafe is basically a building full of cubicles with a bed and a computer, and you can stay at them overnight for anything from $13 to $16 a day, which is around $400 to $500 a month. People in Japan do this because you can't get an apartment unless you have a stable job, and oftentimes you have to come up with the amount of 6 months of rent in advance before they let you live there, which is nearly impossible for some of these people to get. Japan is in serious need for some protective legislation for renters. But how many people are living in manga cafes? Well, here's an article that said they counted 4,000 people just in Tokyo. Just in Tokyo. So there's no way in hell the homeless numbers that Chris showed are...
Yeah, so again, so that's 2018, so he doesn't even say what year this was. Like, dude.
Accurate. But don't take it from me. Take it from Joey, Chris's friend from Trash Taste.
Apparently, according to a government study just last year in 2023, they found out that only 3,065 homeless people exist in the entirety of the country. If we go back to this Japan Today article, they actually look into the fact that, hey, the way that these numbers were calculated might be a little bit skewed. Second is the method by which the numbers were collected for parks and riversides. Local government workers visited the sites in the territories and reported the number of homeless people they saw there. So any homeless person out of sight or out of the park at the time of the site's visit was not included in the tally.
That's
so they have bad methodology as well that could be affecting.
We aren't even talking about them not including the manga cafes here. The numbers that they were counting in the government study weren't even accurate because, as Joey goes on to say in his video, there could be like a tent left out, but if a homeless person wasn't there at the time of the tally, they wouldn't be counted. Also, look at what else he says.
Nowadays, especially in Japan, there is actually a whole other crisis that is happening, which is actually resulting in a...
Yeah, I feel like this is just how it's done a lot of the time, though. It may be that... I don't know how this stacks up to other specific counting methods, but a lot of the time it is going to be someone going somewhere and seeing how many homeless people there are, or looking at CCTV footage or whatever and seeing how many homeless people are in a place. And then they draw analysis based on that and try and estimate.
A completely different demographic slowly becoming homeless. And that is actually kids. They're called toyoko kids, some ranging from as young as 14 years old. Maybe that's not on Japan's agenda right now. Maybe they're just too concerned of the whole tourism problem and the whole immigration problem and every other problem that Japan has been, you know, quietly sweeping under the rug to make sure that the rest of the world doesn't know about it. But hey, unfortunately, they've got someone like me who is not afraid to pull the dust from under the rug and show you the unfortunate, ugly side to a country that is viewed by many people as a utopian society.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what Alyssa said in her video. So I'll expect...
Yeah, except what Joey did was Joey read an article, looked at the statistic, said, here's how the methodology works, and here's where there might be some problems. What your retarded bitch friend did was walk around with the camera and go, isn't this terrible? Isn't this terrible?
That Chris will now do an update accusing Joey of making sensationalist content about Japan for views and money. But going back to the
That's not sensationalist. Going into the numbers and methodology isn't a sensationalist, retard.
Numbers, undercounting might not be the only issue with the research. Most of the homeless people living outside are old men, so the number could be lower not because Japan has done anything about the homeless problem, but simply because they are dying off and their younger replacements are choosing to live in manga cafes. Either way, this is a really embarrassing level of research that Chris has done. Like, I haven't seen research this bad since the video on Noah Samson, or maybe Ethan is online. Chris couldn't even read
their younger replacements. Okay, whatever.
The paragraph directly below the headline that puts the numbers in question. How is it that this kind of incredibly lazy research happens every time I fact check someone? But here's the most egregious part about the whole homeless situation, though it's going to require a little bit of backstory. To start, Chris made a big deal about Alyssa adding additional graffiti to her thumbnail.
When I went to take the thumbnail for my video, I quickly noticed a few interesting differences between my original ungraded photos and the thumbnail of her video. It is a rather fascinating game of spot the difference.
All right, valid criticism. She said her reasoning for doing this was because she was standing in front of some of the graffiti, so she added a little bit more so that people would get the point. I'm not sure if this is a creative decision that I would have made, but personally, if her claim is that there is more graffiti in Japan and she proves it in the video, then I don't think this creative choice for her thumbnail is the biggest sin in the world. Every creator who is popular sensationalizes their thumbnails in some way, and even Chris admits to doing that.
Some criticisms leveled at me is that I also...
So, okay, Chris uses video footage that isn't specifically foreigners, but then shows the exact footage of the foreigners that he's talking about, and it's the worst thing. We're like spazzing out over it for like a full 2 minutes. She literally just edits in a bunch of graffiti to make it look worse than it is and prove a point for her, and that's no problem. Okay, yeah. Bias is cancelled out, by the way. Bias is cancelled out, by the way. Dude, this guy is fucking embarrassing.
Make sensationalist content that I only show the nice side of Japan. And to that I would say there's a big difference between sensationalist content and clickbait titles and thumbnails. I hate having to pull a stupid face. I hate my thumbnails and titles. But it is simply a matter of survival on an increasingly crowded platform that doesn't share your content unless it has a high click-through rate. And I try to make up for the stupid faces and titles by delivering content that does the subject matter justice.
Right, so it's okay when you clickbait your thumbnails and titles, but not when Alyssa does it. It's sensationalizing when other people do it, but when you do it, it's not sensationalizing because you said you don't like doing it. Great cop-out.
Day in my life living in Tokyo was a mistake. Do you actually mean it was a mistake? So, like, are you planning on moving out? Because, I mean, otherwise, this is clickbait. Hey, look, in my most humiliating moment in Japan in 10 years, it's pretty awful. Oh, is it awful? Oh my gosh, what happened to him? He never uses or adopts any form of sensationalistic title in order to get how many? One.
It's not pushing anything false or misleading or derogatory about Japan by saying he had a humiliating moment. Do you see the point here? Are you retarded? Sorry, Metatron is retarded. It's embarrassing, though, Think Before You Sleep, a guy who probably believes himself to be like a high-functioning autist, is citing a low-functioning autist to prove his point, though. That is quite shameful.
1 million views. 1 million views. You literally pointed the finger at a person you blurred out, telling us.
You literally going to point the finger at the person you blurred out, telling us
how awful she was because of her sensationalistic and clickbaity titles in order to get the views, and you do worse.
Though here's the funny thing: it's only been a couple of weeks, and now there's like.
How is that worse? Sorry, what was the point here?
It. Great cop-out.
Day in my life living in Tokyo was a mistake. Do you actually mean it was a mistake? So, like, are you planning on moving out? Because, I mean, otherwise, this is clickbait. Hey, look, in my most humiliating moment in Japan in 10 years, it's pretty awful. Oh, is it awful? Oh my God.
Does he live? I don't think he does live in Tokyo, does he? Day in my life living in Tokyo was a mistake. Yeah, I think he lives in Tokyo. Doesn't he live out in the countryside? I thought he always goes on about how much he prefers the countryside to the fucking cities in Japan.
Clickbait. Hey, look, in my most humiliating moment in Japan in 10 years, it's pretty awful. Oh, is it awful? Oh my gosh, what happened to him? He never uses or adopts any form of sensationalistic title in order to get how many? 1 million views. 1 million views. You literally pointed the finger at a person you blurred out, telling us how awful she was because of her sensationalistic and clickbaity titles in order to get the views, and you do worse.
Though here's the funny thing.
How is it worse? None of these thumbnails or titles are misleading in any way. How are they misleading? It hasn't misled or faked anything. How is it worse? This Metatron guy is legit disabled. This guy is bottom of the barrel, dumb as hell.
In order to get the views, and you do worse.
Though here's the funny thing. It's only been a couple of weeks and now there's like twice as much graffiti on that building that Alyssa used for her thumbnail. So you could say that she was ahead of her time on this one. Now, as far as the homeless stuff goes, this thumbnail drama is actually not
No, you don't get to excuse faking something just because a similar thing happens later.
my big issue. I'm just establishing how Chris says he doesn't like people using editing to distort the truth, even though not long after the upload, more graffiti was put on the building. However, in regards to the homelessness issue, there's a particular clip that Chris shows of Alyssa that makes her look really bad during this part here.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people.
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Yeah, that looks pretty awful. It looks like she's making fun of homeless people here. And because of this cut that Chris made, Alyssa showed me that she got tons of comments from his fans saying that she was laughing at homeless people. But that's not what actually happened in this video that Alyssa made. So for context, let me show you where that audio comes from. In this situation, while she's
walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people.
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Yeah, that looks pretty awful. It looks like she's making fun of homeless people here. And because of this cut that Chris made, Alyssa showed me that she got tons of comments from his fans saying that she was laughing at homeless people. But that's not what actually happened in this video that Alyssa made. So
you can't include a clip of her going, oh my god, this is a rough area, to show that she's filming through rough areas. Because some people might think she's laughing at homeless people. Like, what is this fucking criticism, bro?
For context, let me show you where that audio comes from. In this situation, while she's filming, a homeless guy calls her over to talk to her. They talk for a bit, and this is how the conversation ends.
どういう意味ですか? どういう意味? 2万円って2万円やらせろ俺に一発今日何買うんですかお前よバカやらせろ一発 No.
Wow. There's some crazy old homeless guy asking if she's a prostitute. She's vindicated, guys. She's vindicated. That changed everything. Guys, you know homeless people are kooky? That means, she totally didn't laugh, actually. What is your fucking argument here, retard?
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area. Yeah. ちょっとやばい話です。Yeah, 大丈夫です。
So the audio that Chris used comes from her talking to a homeless person, and the clip of her laughing is actually her laughing uncomfortably because she was being sexually harassed. Chris decided to cut that up and put it with different B-roll to make it look like she was laughing at homeless people. I mean, that kind of sounds like defamation, buddy. And I know
You think that's defamation? Dude. Holy fuck. Dude, this guy is such a sped. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Find me one case. Find me one case.
He's aware that
one
what he
piece
did
of
was
case
wrong
law.
because
One piece of case law thing before you sleep. I'm begging you.
he cut it out of the video. This is what the video looks like now.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people under the guise of showing the real Japan.
It was in the video, and now it's not. So Chris...
Well, yeah, I imagine he probably felt bad about that edit because she was being sexually harassed. And you didn't want to take that out of context. It was probably an edit or some shit. Didn't want to take that out of context and make it seem like that. But it doesn't make defamation, you fucking retard. He goes, it's defamation. Yeah, that sounds like defamation, buddy. I think Chris knows that because he took out the video. It's not defamation, you fucking retard. Yeah, it's an insensitive edit. Yes, it's insensitive. If you're trying to be if you're trying to be nice, if you're trying not to be a dick, you wouldn't edit it like that. Sure. It's not fucking defamation, you retard.
Clip of her laughing is
Find
actually
one
her
piece of
laughing
case law
uncomfortably
that
because she was being
reflects that.
sexually harassed. Chris decided to cut that up and put it with different B-roll to make it look like she was laughing at homeless people. I mean, that kind of sounds like defamation, buddy. And I know he's aware that what he did was wrong because he cut it out of the video. This is what the video looks like now.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people under the guise of showing the real Japan.
It was in the video, and now it's not. So Chris, who is
this guy, yeah, I can tell this guy, legal mindset viewer all over. Legal mindset viewer emanating from this guy.
Mr. Morals cut this moment out in the YouTube editor after people noticed what he did. And, you know, maybe this was a mistake, so you would expect an apology or some sort of public acknowledgement of the clip and an explanation for why it was cut. But nope, he tried to memory hole something that millions of people saw before it was removed, which again, sounds a lot like defamation. All right, let's talk about...
Okay, that's not defamation, you fucking retard. But I agree, he should address it. He should address the edit. But that's not defamation, you absolute fucking spaz. Find one piece of case law to reflect this. Think before you sleep.
About graffiti.
The other half of the runtime in these videos was dedicated to Nakameguro, a trendy district that's historically one of Tokyo's most artistic neighborhoods.
Wait, Chris, that's not true. The second half is not just about Nakameguro. There's a pretty large section of that video dedicated to graffiti in Shibuya.
Here we are in Shibuya now, and of course you're very familiar with the Shibuya crosswalk, which is right ahead of us. But what you're less familiar with is what I want to check out today. Graffiti, again next to Louis Vuitton. Check this out. This is right by my Chinese school. I have to see this every freaking day. The city actually did come and repaint this whole bridge because it looked like that green wall before. But as you see, it's already back. That's a new one. That's a new one.
It's really interesting to pay attention to which things that Chris chooses to leave out, especially considering that I've been a viewer for many years, so I know why Chris might want to leave Shibuya out of his criticism of Alyssa's content, despite it being a large section of her video. I also find his reassurance to people in his Twitter crash out that Shibuya is not that bad to be a little suspicious as well. And that's because Chris owns a bar in Shibuya that's really close to that famous crosswalk that Alyssa shows in her video. I've actually been to Chris's bar. I was just there about a month ago, and it was exclusively foreigners, like exclusively his fan base. I don't think any of the locals go there. It's clearly a tourist trap. So you can understand why Chris might want to forget.
Yeah. I imagine Chris Broad's bar probably is a tourist trap, yeah.
To mention a place that Alyssa was suggesting.
It's like Shibuya and the fucking, what is it, the anime place? What is it, man? I don't fucking know the names of these fucking Japanese places, bro. But anyway, I feel all those big places that are in like lots of media, those like tourist traps, like crazy. Yeah, everyone is like, oh, we're going to Japan, I'll go Shibuya.
Had a ton of graffiti, and that's a higher crime rate than other places in Tokyo.
Akihabara, thank you.
Considering that it was not that far from his business. Actually, Kabukicho isn't even that far from it either. Like, if you were planning a day trip, you would hit Kabukicho/Shinjuku, Meiji Shrine, and the big Shibuya crosswalk, which is by Chris's bar, all on the same day. So again, it's a little suspicious that he chose to not bring up the Shibuya part of her video on his YouTube channel, where it would have far more reach than his Twitter account. But anyway, let's continue with Tokyo's Meguro district.
Now we're talking about selectively including certain parts of the video in his video so that he can optimize for visits to his bar. Dude, what?
A few years ago, I think it was 2019, there was quite a lot of graffiti and the local schools got together to paint over it, and then the graffiti came back again. But when Japanese TV made a video on it, interviewing locals, interestingly, they didn't intercut it with shots of Asia's biggest nightlife district and call it What is Happening to Japan. They called it Residents Express Discomfort at 37 graffiti sites found around Nakameguro Station. And maybe that's why, despite having twice the number of subscribers, they only got 100,000 views, instead of almost 500,000. Silly traditional media, attempting to present news in an objective manner in 2025.
He's essentially saying that it's fine if Alyssa talks about graffiti, but not if she talks about graffiti and Kabukicho in the same video? YouTubers are only allowed to cover one problem that Japan is having per piece of content?
Well, the issue is that she was... Okay, this guy is so anal about the footage Chris uses. And then it's like, oh, who cares if she spliced in footage from two completely different areas of the city and implied the red light district is representative of the whole city? Are you fucking retarded? You don't see why that's a problem, you fucking moron. Dude, someone's got to give this guy's head a wobble.
Outside of that, after hearing that last point from Chris, I have fully started to believe that he is either retarded or highly manipulative, because anyone who is big on this website would know that Alyssa and this Japanese news channel are appealing to different audiences, and thus they will get different outcomes. The English market on YouTube is far bigger than the Japanese market because more people speak English, so naturally, just by putting your video out in English, you are more likely to get views.
But this is also an example that's in Japanese, and so you can't really compare that to an English video.
Actually, speaking of, most of the reason that I have an issue with Chris's stance on crime...
Why not?
Thus, they will get different outcomes. The English market on YouTube is far bigger than the Japanese...
Traditional media.
But they have more subscribers because the Japanese people flock to that because it's very well known. It's highly well known in Japan. That's the point, right? It's, dude, it should be somewhat comparable given it's twice the prolific channel, twice the follower count. Yes, it's offset by the English audience, stuff like that, yes. But there is absolutely a point here that the sensational version is going to get more views. That is the case.
Yeah, attempting to present news in an objective manner in 2025.
He's essentially saying that it's fine if Alyssa talks about graffiti, but not if she talks about graffiti and Kabukicho in the same video? YouTubers are only allowed to cover one problem that Japan is having per piece of content? Outside of that, after hearing that last point from Chris, I have fully started to believe that he is either retarded or highly manipulative.
That is insanely rich. Bro, it's like crazy. It's crazy.
Because anyone who is big on this website would know that Alyssa and this Japanese news channel are appealing to different audiences, and thus they will get different outcomes.
Yeah, she's appealing to an audience. So the news channel appeals to locals in Japan and audiences that are interested in factual reporting about issues in areas of Japan. Her video gets views from people who want to sit there and see misery porn about how the world's ending. Yeah, that's Chris's point.
Alyssa and this Japanese news channel are appealing to different audiences, and thus they will get different outcomes. The English market on YouTube is far bigger than the Japanese market because more people speak English, so naturally, just by putting your video out in English, you are more likely to get views.
But this is also an example that's in Japanese, and so you can't really compare that to an English video.
Actually, speaking of, most of the reason that I have an issue with Chris's stance on crime in Japan is because he's saying it in English, meaning that it's not really going to affect the ideas of Japanese people. However, it will have an effect on Westerners who already have incredibly soft on...
What? Huh? My issue is you don't say it in Japanese. Really, that's your issue. That's your criticism. What?
Japanese, and so you can't really compare that to an English video.
Actually, speaking of, most of the reason that I have an issue with Chris's stance on crime in Japan is because he's saying it in English, meaning that it's not really going to affect the ideas of Japanese people. However, it will have an effect on Westerners who already have...
So where did he express any attitude of being soft on crime? Where was that?
Incredibly soft on crime stances, which
where is that coming from? He is loading in this political message about soft on crime. If you want to argue that he has a political message about like disinformation and you know, sensational content about foreigners, sure, that's political. Where was the soft on crime statement? Where was that? Cite that.
Is a part of the reason why America has massive crime rates compared to Japan. After watching that girl get stabbed on a train by a crazy...
Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not. See, he thinks that tougher, like, crime laws will fix it. He thinks that, like, you know, tougher punishments can fix this. He thinks that tougher enforcement's gonna fix this. He thinks tougher law enforcement would have stopped Irina getting killed here. There's only one thing that would have stopped Irina getting killed here.
Violent felon who was let off when he should have been in prison. Of course I'm going to get mad when somebody with a big audience on YouTube says in English, come on guys, graffiti isn't that bad. Actually, sometimes...
Was let off, dude. It's just, like, not even true. Dude, like, see, it's crazy that he would say that Chris is either dishonest or retarded. Because Yuri, that is absolutely this guy all over. Should have been in prison. For what? For the nuisance 911 call, like 7 months before. For that. He should have been in prison for that. No, he should have been committed. He should have been committed when he had the violent altercations with his family. That's what should have happened. But there was no reason for him to be in prison.
Sometimes it looks kind of cool, so it doesn't matter if the property owners don't want it there. Anyway, this comparison between Japanese media and Alyssa's channel is retarded for numerous reasons that have nothing to do with Alyssa being an evil profiteer who is sensationalizing Japan for money. What's actually happening is that this Japanese channel is, one, in a different language and therefore in a different market. Two, it's one of those news channels that uploads like 1 million videos a day, so none of their videos do particularly well despite their high subscriber count. I scrolled down through 2 weeks of content and 0 videos hit 500,000 views. Most of their well-performing videos were about the new prime minister, actually. And last, they do their content in the style of old media, which young people find boring these days. Also, the title the news company gave the video is really bad and not formatted for YouTube success.
Well, yeah, why do people... So it's not just young people that find it boring. Why do people find this boring and this exciting? Can we try and engage with that a little bit? Think before you sleep. Maybe we'll get a little bit closer. Maybe we'll get a little bit closer to the point here.
But Chris, how are you not able to see this as a channel with 3 million subscribers? Again, he's either retarded or he's being super dishonest here to make Alyssa look bad, and he can get away with it because normies don't understand this stuff about media. And on a final note on the graffiti part, outside of his bar being in one of the areas that Alyssa was talking about, I'm not even sure what Chris's issue was, because all the Japanese people I see commenting on this in videos are essentially agreeing with Alyssa about the graffiti.
So in this case, I don't think Oriental is exaggerating or sensationalist. Seeing that much graffiti in Japan, it's not usual.
So that corner is actually here. It's actually getting worse 2023 versus now.
So again, literally, clipping that video out of context. We watched that earlier, and he did not come away with agreeing with OrientalPearl like is implied there. he said they were both off the mark.
If her point is like, oh yeah, Japan's getting more graffitis everywhere and trash everywhere. Yeah, I didn't know about this myself. It seems like she's actually true.
There are also multiple news reports of Japanese people saying they don't want the graffiti there. So why are you defending criminals by saying it's not that bad, Chris? It is bad. 90% of the graffiti...
He's not saying that graffiti is not that bad. He's not saying, don't worry about graffiti. Don't think that's a bad thing. He's saying it's not as widespread as she is portraying, and it is not so much a sign of whatever she's implying, the end of Japan. Is Japan cooked? That's what he's saying. So it's like, you know, someone says, oh, a woman says something like, oh, I'm worried if I go outside and get raped and murdered. And you're like, oh, you know, rape and murder isn't that common. It's very rare for some stranger to get raped and murdered. And then someone's like, how can you say that? How can you defend rape and murder? How can you defend rape? Like, that's the level we're operating on right now. That's the level we're operating on. You say, this isn't actually as common as you seem to think it is. And that's somehow defending it. That's saying, it's not that bad when it happens. You shouldn't ever be upset about this. It's invalid for locals to be upset about the fact that it's graffiti. He didn't say any of that.
Graffiti looks like shit, and it's expensive to remove.
Living here for all these years with my Japanese husband, I've never seen the vandalism this bad. It's obvious. We can see it every day. It makes me very sad, too, because this is a provable news story going on across Japan. Like this recent story from Kobe, where two guys graffitied the wall in the middle of the night, causing thousands of dollars in property damage. In Niigata, the same thing happened, and it cost $40,000 almost to clean this up. It's no surprise that some cities can't afford to clean this up, even though Japanese really do hate graffiti, and there's a theory that this will cause more crime in the area.
Allow me to add a fact-checking note to say that the headline said it cost 4 million yen to remove, which is about $26,000, not $40,000. Before it would have been around $40,000, but the yen has gotten much weaker. Well, either way, it's still expensive to remove, but that won't stop Chris from minimizing criminal behavior.
So at this point, you might be thinking, okay, right, so what's happened to Japan? What happened next? Alina, come closer. Come over. That was it. That was literally it. In a country of 120 million people, they were all cooked because of some bin bags in a red light district and some spray paint on a wall.
Yeah, so he's not saying that. So, dude, what is this presentation? The clip of Jesus proves what he's saying. Chris didn't defend the graffiti anywhere. He's saying it doesn't mean Japan is cooked. Her thing said Japan is cooked. It doesn't mean Japan is cooked just because there's fucking graffiti. Obviously, you fucking retard. The point is about the sensationalism. How is this guy so fucking autistic, dude?
Which is about $26,000, not $40,000.
His whole audience is like this too, because they fucking swallow this. They're so retarded.
Would have been around $40,000, but the yen has gotten much weaker. Well, either way, it's still expensive to remove, but that won't stop Chris from minimizing criminal behavior.
So at this point, you might be thinking, okay, right, so what's happened to Japan? What happened next? Alina, come closer. Come over. That was it. That was literally it. In a country of 120 million people, they were all cooked because of some bin bags in a red light district and some spray paint on a wall down 6 or 7 streets in the capital city.
Again, he's avoiding the issue of child homelessness that was brought up in the video. That was a primary reason that she was in Kabukicho. As for the title and the description, one, no one reads the description of any video ever. And
yeah, wow, great argument, man. Wow, awesome argument. What's man? No one looks at that. Awesome argument, dude.
Unless we're clicking on a sponsor link or a donation link, or the creator directly tells people to look. So no one
fuck.
is reading this here before the video and thinking, oh my god, Japan is cooked, because no one ever reads the description before watching any video. 2, realistically, I don't think either of those are saying that it's the end of Japan. I think taken to context with the video, it's just like, hey, there's a lot of graffiti in Japan and it keeps getting worse. Japan might be cooked in terms of graffiti. Also, there are some other problems, which I think is a fair point to make because as Chris's friend Joey said earlier, most foreigners seem to have this idea that Japan is this magical fairy tale anime land where everything is great and no bad stuff ever happens. I don't think it's a problem to talk about the issues that Japan is having, like the economy or the constant pressure to be an alcoholic or the gambling or the lowering birth rates or the mass availability of pornography with no barriers to keep children from seeing it, and how that might be turning people into porn addicts who don't want a relationship. There are plenty of things to talk about, and just because you, Chris, don't think graffiti is a big deal, doesn't mean Alyssa can't feel that way. Clearly, Japanese people think it's a problem, and they also have the perception that if they allow for crimes like vandalism to grow rampant, then it will invite in more serious crime. Now, statistically, I don't know if this...
It's just not true. It's like a fucking endlessly like... been defunct for ages theory. It's so fucking retarded.
Relationship. There are plenty of things to talk about, and just because you, Chris, don't think graffiti is a big deal, doesn't mean Alyssa can't feel that way. Clearly, Japanese people think it's a problem, and they also have the perception that if they allow for crimes like vandalism to grow rampant, then it will invite in more serious crime. Now, statistically, I don't know if this is true, but I'm inclined to believe in whatever crime-preventing ideology that Japan has, because there is so much less crime there compared to America.
He can't separate causation and correlation. He can't do it. We're on the 4chan copy pasta. We're on like fucking, you know, this is we're talking to someone who experienced inner city schooling and malnourishment, was in a food desert. Awesome stuff, TBYS. You are what you hate.
Okay, but let's take a pause here, because I think Chris would say that that's not his core issue with Alyssa's content. Chris had a problem with Alyssa's video because it's a part of a growing trend of sensationalist content creators who are making content at the expense of Japan and talking about its downfall. Well, for one, does this content even have an effect on Japan? It's all in English, so Japanese people probably aren't watching it. Two, if this is such a massive trend, then why is Alyssa the only person that you bring up in the video? Surely you have at least one other example. Now, Chris brings up Johnny Somali, but that's not the same type of content. And the suggestion that talking about homeless people in Shinjuku is going to inspire 1 million Johnny Somalis to come to Japan is retarded. Plus, I think that maybe Johnny Somali and Vitaly going to prison forever for nuisance streaming is probably...
Dude, he literally is a legal mindset fan. He thinks they're going to prison forever. Oh my god.
A pretty big deterrent from that kind of behavior. This might be a shock to Chris, as he has done nothing but run positive PR for petty crimes, but the answer on how to stop those nuisance streamers is just to enforce the law and put them in prison or revoke their ability to come to Japan. I know it's shocking for a Westerner to hear this, but if you want to stop criminals, then put them in jail. Alright, speaking of other stuff that pissed me off about Chris's video, there's a reason why I related Chris to Hassan Piker.
So wise. If someone commits one crime, if someone commits one low-level crime, put them in prison forever at the taxpayer's expense. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like great policy. Oh, you don't mean put them in prison forever? Oh, what about recidivism then? Have you thought about how this affects recidivism? Oh, no? No, you haven't thought about that? Oh, okay.
Multiple times. A part of that is because Chris is in the same social circle as Hassan, so it's not ridiculous to believe that they've talked before. But also, he keeps using fan-favorite disinformation tactics that Hassan and his stupid fan club love to use. For example, if you can't find someone saying something bad, then go to the most radical comments on their videos and use that to accuse them of saying what the comments say.
If you look at the comment sections, particularly on those shorts, you will see the most vile, hateful, angry comments that you can find.
I'm sorry, that one was actually funny. I mean, if you think that someone saying, looks like Japan is enjoying the benefits of diversity, is as vile as the internet can get, then allow me to point you in the direction of all the people who cheered on Charlie Kirk getting murdered. Or the people who said that arenas are...
And he's not showing this. I've seen this screenshot before because this has like 1 like on it and fucking 5 views. Dude. Oh my god. It's beyond parody. You're like Hassan. You're like Noah Samson. What about Charlie Kirk? What about Arena? Incoherent, just rightoid screeching. Sides-cocked retardation. Literally zero analysis of the actual video. It's just, he's friends with someone who's some right-wing dipshit, and that's the whole video. That's the whole video.
Zarutska deserved to be stabbed on a train because white people deserve things like that. I mean, you're really reaching on this, Chris. This is probably the most polite, mean comment section that I've ever seen. Were these really the worst
BLM, Charlie Coke, BLM
comments that you could find? But I see what you did there. You couldn't find Alyssa saying these things that you know your audience would find offensive, so you had to go into the comment section and use what other people said to make everybody think that Alyssa believes what the commenters are saying. For longtime fans of this channel, you might remember Noah Samson using this technique of...
You can't make it up, man. You can't make it up.
Let's look at the worst comments I found to get people to think that I hate Jews during the Illymation drama, which is just so ironic considering that just a few months later, he would start uploading nonstop Jew hatred content. And obviously I don't hate people for being born Jewish. But as for Chris, he's trying to convey that Alyssa doesn't like foreigners, and she's trying to make other people hate foreigners for money, which obviously is not the case. She obviously disagrees with these comments, considering that Alyssa, at multiple points in her video, tries to lower the temperature on the anti-foreigner sentiment. Here's an example from the video that Chris is reacting to, where she directly addresses these types of comments and says, hey, we don't know who's doing the vandalism.
When I did a short video the other day about the changes I've seen in Japan, the comment section was wild, and I did not expect that. Everyone had something to say about who done it. You know, a lot of finger pointing. It was this group, it was definitely them, it was whatever. We don't know who did the graffiti. It's not like I'm saying graffiti is a new thing. It's never existed in Japan before. What I'm saying is I see changes over the years, and there's places where there's more graffiti than I've ever seen before.
She's saying that we don't know who did the graffiti to try to stop the anti-foreigner comments. Now, honestly, to be fair, do I think this was an effective way of doing that? No. Sorry, Alyssa. She should have said it at the start of the video to prevent the more prejudiced people watching from making assumptions early on. In fairness to her, though, Alyssa doesn't do a lot of controversial content. In fact, she actually tries to avoid it, so she doesn't know to do the stuff that I'm recommending. She doesn't have a sense of how much where you place things in your videos matters when you're talking about negative subjects. But whether or not her action was effective, if you watch the whole video, which I hope Chris did, if you watch the whole video, you can see that Alyssa is trying to get rid of the anti-foreigner sentiment, so her motivation is clear. And it's even clearer.
That is not clear from her saying, we don't know who did this. That's not clear at all, bro. What the fuck do you mean her motivation is clear?
If you watch multiple videos from her, though,
that might be her motivation. That's not clear.
Shame if someone made a video with 1.8 million views on it that directly blames foreigners for vandalism and thus spreads anti-foreigner sentiment.
Don't carve.
Yeah, this is the problem with TBYS. You literally can't tell where his dishonesty begins and autism ends. Because, like, he may genuinely have no idea how to interpret stuff, so he's just going, yeah, well, she told me that's what she meant, so it's obvious. Because I truly believe this guy has, like, the social skills of a 7-year-old.
Your fucking name into the bamboo trees of Kyoto's Arashiyama forest, as has happened with over 100 trees, often damaging them irreparably to the point that they have to be chopped down.
Why is it okay when you complain about vandalism, but not Alyssa? Though despite the fact that she obviously does not like all the anti-foreigner sentiment going on in Japan, Chris accuses her of promoting it anyway, which caused a lot of people to suggest that she's some sort of bigot.
Bro, what is with white people? They have to, wherever...
It's unfucking ending, dude. It's like a psychic assault. It is like a psychic assault. Just like, can you go 1 minute without mentioning Hassad, or Noah Sampson, or BLM, or Charlie Kirk? This video has nothing to do with any of that. Nothing to do with any of that. And now look how he was crying that, oh, Chris, it's so disgusting that Chris has taken these comments from the video and said that that means that the video is implying something. But look, someone reacted to this and said this, and that means Chris... It's like moment to moment hypocrisy. It's crazy.
They go, they have to do Tyler Oliveira style videos, I think. Complaining about foreigners in Japan as a foreigner is the most insane thing I can think of. Brother, you're the foreigner. Like, what are you talking about?
Hassan is reacting to that moment where Chris says that Alyssa used B-roll footage of foreigners in Kabukicho and was suggesting that that footage of foreigners was malicious because it's put next to pictures of garbage bags, which has to be one of the most retarded points of evidence that he uses to say
Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
That Alyssa is anti-foreigner because Kabukicho is a huge tourist spot. I mean, how the hell do you take B-roll in Kabukicho without catching tourists? That is genuinely difficult unless you're thinking, well, Chris Broad might react to my video and accuse me of being a bigot, so let me just make sure I don't catch a foreigner in this footage on accident when I talk about the problems of this area. Like I said, this guy is either an idiot or highly manipulative. Where are the critical thinking skills? Though, to be fair, Chris's main point here is that Kabukicho has gotten better, but he's still ignoring Alyssa's point of, hey, the government did some things during COVID, and now it's getting worse again. Which is an okay point to make, even if it's still better than it used to be, as it's going back downhill. Anyway, Chris...
Yeah, but she doesn't actually articulate those points. She does not actually articulate those points. She just goes, oh, graffiti, oh. She just walks around making fucking faces, dude. It's like he's like inserting this whole analysis, this whole like trying to string together this analysis, but just jumping between the points that she did say, you know? None of this is in there. Her video is retarded and sensationalist. It implies shit without elaborating. It sucks.
Continuously tries to relate her to hatred of foreigners at multiple points in his video.
And coupled with the fact there's rising anti-foreign sentiment in Japan, it makes me concerned and uncomfortable.
Right, that's what this is about. He's mad about the new Prime Minister of Japan. He's mad because she wants to put reforms on tourism and foreign entry into the country. Now, why would Chris be unhappy about that? Well, I just so happen to notice that Chris's entire business relies on foreign travel. His YouTube channel is essentially a channel that promotes Japanese tourism. His bar only has tourists in it. He runs an eSIM card business, which is a tourist business. For those of you who don't know, eSIMs are how you get internet on your phone in Japan. Last, Chris has been featured on the channel Tokyo Creative numerous times. Tokyo Creative is a tourism marketing agency, so I'm sure Chris is on that channel for a reason, and make no mistake, post-COVID lockdowns, tourism is a huge industry in Japan. Like, it's millions of people per year.
Since the last time I've been in Japan, this is my 3rd time now.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot more fucking white people out here.
Oh, for sure.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't like it.
Yeah, the only reason he could possibly think any of this is because he runs businesses that serve tourists. That's the only reason he could possibly care about this. This is wise. This is very wise. This is all disclosed. Everyone knows that he runs businesses. It's not like he's hiding it. It's face on all the marketing. The conflict of interest is disclosed. What more do you want? You just can't talk about it?
Right.
Well, I get to say that as a white guy living here. You don't get to say
I
that.
don't like it. Okay.
I feel that. Okay, I feel that when you show up.
2024, I think we talked about it last episode. It's the most amount of foreign
Like
tourists
30%.
ever.
Yeah, it's a
But, like,
massive
it wasn't
increase.
even close.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to go down.
And it's all in Tokyo. Like everyone goes to
Yep.
Tokyo. It's
Yeah.
not like America where you'll get it mixed in. Like New York, you'll get Chicago, you'll get whatever. You know, it's all in Tokyo pretty much.
I mean, also Osaka and Kyoto, but yeah, why do you think Chris opened up a bar in Tokyo right next to the Shibuya crosswalk, which is one of the biggest tourist attractions in Japan? I was there on a random weekday in October and the place was full. I had to wait to get in, so I guess like good business move, it's working. But also understand that Chris has a financial interest in the tourism industry growing and making sure that Shibuya maintains a good reputation because tourists are worth a shitload of money. As for this Tokyo creative company, they do paid sponsorships that are targeted at tourists. Here's Chris and his fiance or whatever doing a paid sponsorship for East Japan Railways on that channel.
So today we're going to take you around to some of our favorite spots and show you why we love it so much. So today's video is sponsored by the East Japan Railway Company. They have just opened up the Japan Rail Cafe and you can pop in there and get some information about your trip.
Some of you might have noticed that the tourist stand-in for that ad was also a YouTuber.
I feel like the fiance or whatever was some accidental autistic mask slip. Yeah, there was some like serious psychology revealed there, like a deep wound. A deep recent wound, I fear. Recent emotional wound. She's white too, TBYS. Think about that. White kids. You weren't gonna have those.
Secret maybe, but a lot of these foreigner in Japan YouTube channels are being paid by the government or private companies to garner interest in tourism. Here's a different video where it looks like Chris was again sponsored by JR Lines that got millions of views. For those of you who don't know, Japan Railways is like a conglomerate that is the train company that you use in Japan. This is a huge business. Like, he was probably paid a lot if this was a sponsor. And I'm fairly certain it was a sponsor, as personally, I would never include a direct link.
Their kids aren't going to be like spastics with eyes on the sides of their head. You know, there aren't going to be a bunch of fucking socially inept spastics with eyes on the sides of their fucking head. Like a shark.
Like this to a huge business in the description of a video unless I was getting paid. A YouTuber would be stupid to devalue their brand with free advertising like that. Here's another 6 million view video that looks like it was sponsored by Japan Railways, except it looks like the link was removed or he forgot it.
Today, Ryota and I have been invited by JR East, the company that owns the bullet trains, to try ground class for the first time ourselves, with rare access to film inside the cabin. If you are a foreign tourist, you can take advantage of the JR East Rail Pass, where for 5 days and 19,000 yen, you can go anywhere you want in all the Tohoku region. It's a fantastic offer.
When you travel around Tohoku,
well, what are we complaining about here? Yeah, he does videos, sponsored, to promote tourism. Sure. Yep. Cool.
Do not forget to take this Welcome Suica card. It's like a cash card.
For more information on how to grab the JR East Pass, you can find the details in the description box below.
Again, this almost certainly was a paid sponsor for Japan Railways. They also own the Welcome Suica card that was showed. I mean, it sucks that it was filmed right before the lockdown, so JR probably took a hit, but it is an evergreen video, so I'm sure they got their money back eventually. I would be shocked if Chris wasn't paid a considerable amount of money for this video. So let's talk shop for a second. If you're not brand safe, you don't get these types of sponsors. You guys have no idea of the insane amounts of money that I have lost just by covering controversial topics. From what I know about brand deals, I am easily losing into the 6 figures per year because of the topics that I cover. And these are small YouTuber sponsors, not a massive conglomerate like Japan Railways. This is huge money. You think creators make a lot of money on Google AdSense? The real money on social media is made with brand deals, especially if you can do niche audience content like Japanese tourism. However, if you want to make the big bucks, you have to be squeaky clean or brands will not sponsor you. Like, you can lose hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars.
Okay, and this is like more sour grapes, dude. He just seems mad as fuck.
By not being brand safe. So here's where I'm going to be less generous towards Chris. Personally, I don't think he merely forgot to talk about the teen runaways in the Kabuki-cho section, which was a significant part of Alyssa's video, and it was her big argument for why certain things are getting worse in Japan. I think he didn't talk about that topic on purpose.
No, it wasn't. It really was not. It was a tiny amount of the video. It was a tiny amount of the video, and she did not provide substantive commentary on it at all.
Because talking about bad stuff happening to minors is very much not brand safe. And I imagine that it's extra not brand safe for a guy who's trying to be buddy-buddy with a bunch of tourism companies, especially considering that Kabuki-cho is a big tourist area, and some of the topics in Alyssa's video might deter tourism.
So if Chris talks about this stuff, he could potentially lose hundreds of thousands of dollars from not getting future sponsorship offers. Or he can conveniently just keep his mouth shut on that part of Alyssa's video and go over points that are easier to win on. It doesn't matter if Chris had a sponsor on the video or not. If a brand sees you doing things that aren't brand safe, they just won't contact you for future deals. Or if you've been negotiating a contract, they might just ghost you, and they'll almost never tell you why. So understand that there are certain things that he will not talk about because it will cost him a shitload of money. And also understand that he's not exactly transparent about how him being in the tourism business affects his bias against Alyssa's video. And also, again, and furthermore, the lack of transparency in general is to the extent where if I'm right about these being sponsors, they might be an FTC violation in America. Because in America, you're supposed to make it obvious that you're being financially compensated to promote a product. Last, Chris is not very transparent about the fact that his business structure
but he's not in America.
Obviously heavily incentivizes him to only...
Okay, I agree. If it is sponsored, he should disclose it morally. I agree with that idea. But what the fuck does the FTC have to do with it? You fucking retarded?
talk about how great...
He disclosed it in the video. Can you timestamp me, Frugals?
Japan is.
And the claim that I show, only the over-romanticized utopian version of Japan, is simply ridiculous. Does this look romanticized? Is this a utopia? Does that look romanticized?
But wait, in the video, he said he does talk about bad stuff. Look, he talked about a natural disaster. You've got to be kidding me, Chris. That is not the same thing as saying, hey, the government is lying to you about the homelessness problem, and their decision to close down schools during COVID led to a bunch of domestic abuse and runaways. But that's not my only issue with Chris's line of argumentation on this topic, because one of the videos that he cites where he's talking about the negative parts of Japan is basically an advertisement for a luxury strawberry company, a wake-up phone call business / fishing company, an advertisement for a chopstick company, and a small hotel.
So this is Ichigo World, literally strawberry world. And in this greenhouse alone, there's over 12 tons of strawberries. And now I'm going to go and eat them all. These are the most premium strawberries that you can purchase here. They're literally called Migaki Ichigo, polished strawberries. And if you look at them, there we go. Look at that. The absolute best strawberries money can buy. 5,000 yen for a box.
You didn't talk about child sexual abuse in your video about the strawberry factory, Chris. Chris? Where's your video about child? Where's your comments about child sexual abuse in the strawberry factory video, Chris?
At $50, but each and every one of these strawberries has been cultivated to absolute perfection.
Does this not look like an ad? These strawberries are so perfect. Here's how much they cost. This is the company. Make sure the box is in frame with the company logo so people can see it. These are all notes that a brand would give you if they're sponsoring you. And luxury strawberries are a big tourist item. There's also this link in the description, and it appears to be a small hotel or an inn that he advertises at the end. This is a place that he has visited before, and the owner thanks him for promoting her business.
クリスが来てくれてから、YouTube に上げてから、外国のお客さんがいっぱい来てくれるようになって。
Now, I don't know Japanese law. However, like I said, in America, if you're being paid to promote someone's business or receiving compensation, it is illegal to not disclose that. But it may not be illegal in Japan. I know the Japanese government will pay YouTubers to make videos advertising certain spots or certain businesses that tourists can go to. He might have received money for that on this video, and he might not legally have to disclose that. However, assuming that I'm wrong about all this and he received no sponsorship money or government money for this video, he's...
Japanese in chat saying it's not illegal. So, you can do that in Japan. You don't have to disclose.
Still vastly misrepresented what it was. He says, I talk about the negative issues that Japan is having. I'm not always positive. But when you watch the video, the content is completely positive, and he's basically advertising businesses the whole time. Not to say that these aren't good businesses. I probably would buy these strawberries. And the owner of that inn had a really tragic yet compelling story.
Really cool Japanese. Yeah, if you live in Japan, you're Japanese.
Very sad. However, that's not what he said the video was, because the implication when he says utopian and sits that next to what he's accusing Alyssa of is that he's talking about the real controversial issues that Japan is having, and he's not afraid to speak up about things, even if that might make him or Japan look bad.
Now subtitle that in Japanese and post it on Japanese Twitter with a caption saying that I'm trying to destroy the Japanese nationality or something.
But that's not what he's doing here. He's talking about how great everything is or how good of a job people are doing. He's literally romanticizing. Listen to the intro.
I've come to take a look at the past, present and future of the region, to hear the incredible stories of the people whose destinies were forever shaped by the tsunami. From a destroyed farm that went on to cultivate Japan's most expensive and luxurious strawberries, to an inventor who redesigned one of the world's most wasteful products. We'll meet the fishermen who lost everything but went on to redefine their industry, and hear the inspiring story of Ichigo Kano, the owner of an inn who lost her home and her family, but refused to close her business. These are the extraordinary stories of what happened after the tsunami.
Does that clip not fit the definition of romanticizing? Now, he shows a second video that I was able to find. I think he only showed two. It's hard to fit the definition of romanticizing. Now, he shows a second video that I was able to find. I think
it wasn't saying it was idealized, but it is, I mean... heroic. It shows endurance that you're able to keep your business going after a tsunami. But he's not romanticizing the tsunami. He's saying, look at this inspiring story of someone who survived adversity. It's not like, you know, Thing Japan. You know, he's not doing that. He's like, look, this person kept shit going, even when everything was against him.
Show too. It's hard to tell because he didn't do the best job of studying the exact videos of where the footage he used came from. The second one didn't have all the product placement, but it's not really a risky topic. No sponsor is going to drop you over a video about Fukushima, and no one's going to say, wow, this guy's a real asshole for sharing those people's heartwarming stories. Also, I have yet to hear Chris talk about any problem that Japan is facing that would deter...
Okay, so to be talking about issues in a real way, you have to be doing it like a fucking asshole? Dude, this guy's just a total sped. So why aren't you saying the N-word? Why don't you cry about Browns? Why don't you cry about Browns and raping kids, Chris?
Tourist. So again, even if none of this is sponsored content or paid for by a local tourism group, at the very least, these evergreen videos are still funneling people into his tourism business. He's not taking risky positions or brave stances or really doing anything that would harm Japan's reputation. So I think he was completely misrepresenting himself there. I mean, this video here was the most advertiser-friendly pro-Japan shit that I've ever seen.
Wait,
and mix
he's
that...
not trying to, like, harm Japan's... What a bizarre standard. You have to be harming Japan's reputation? He's not saying this is a shit country, but he'll talk about problems Japan has and shit that's happened there. Bad shit that's happened there.
With the endorsement from the Japanese lady who said how effective Chris's video was at bringing in new business, it's like an advertisement to advertisers. It's not dystopian to talk about how heroic Japanese people are. This type of content is exactly what would make people believe that Japan is a utopian society. But you know, I saw this live stream clip.
How? What? What? That is not what anyone is talking about when they say about Japan being utopian society. The idea that some woman kept our hotel running even when there was a tsunami. Dude, what?
Clip where Chris is talking to his YouTuber friend Connor, and there was something he said that caught my interest.
I'm sure people will react and dredge things up, and there'll be lots of horrible shit coming my way. But that's the price I pay for doing it, and that's I'd accept that.
What exactly are you afraid of people digging up? Is this it? Is it the fact that a lot of your videos are not done out of journalistic integrity, but are just paid advertisements? What? I mean, Jeff, is caught my interest.
I'm sure people...
Live stream clip where Chris...
Oh, we need to see this. Oh, okay. Guys, we've got, like... This content is taking forever. Fuck.
As someone who's lucky to have seen it, it feels weird to write off an entire country based on 6 to 7 streets, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why that's a radical perspective to have. But that's one of the reasons I...
So yeah, immediately, it's not that he's saying there's anything specific people are going to dig up. It's just obviously all the retarded rightoids are spazzing out about the video he made. Like, Think Before You Sleep. And so he's like, yeah, I'm sure they're going to dig up and shut up and cry about it. Like you are.
Reacted the way I did.
You told your truth.
It feels like a disservice to contrast a few streets with a massive country, 47 prefectures, rich culture, 125 million people. I cannot believe some people felt that didn't make sense.
Wow.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we talk about it at lunch.
I don't want to go on about it too much because
yeah, it's not about that today.
This is like something I've been looking forward to.
Yeah,
I'm having immense fun today. Though it weighed on my mind yesterday. It is weird doing the cycle while my phone is going all over the place. It's like living in two worlds sometimes. Your phone and real life, or the internet and real life. Right? I remember when when was it? I went on that stream with Connor and we talked about Mr. Beast, Logan Paul a year ago. I was in a beautiful place, Takayama, Hita Takayama, and I was surrounded by the most incredible scenery on one hand, and then I looked at my phone and it was the worst thing that I'd ever seen in my life. So much hate and negativity and conjecture and God. And I hated looking at my phone that day, and I'm trying not to make the same mistake today. You know, social media is the abyss. That's a good way of phrasing it. It can be, social media can be a force for good, but it can be a terrible place. You know, in general. I mean, the internet's the same. And if I do one thing next year, it is spend more time outside in the world, meeting people, doing things.
Every YouTuber ever. Okay, man.
And not letting myself get consumed with the internet and the worst, the sort of unpleasant aspects of it. No. Ooh. But just remember, always check the things you see online. This looks very good. Give it the grand tour.
Oh, guys, he pointed at the camera. He's sponsored. Guys, he pointed at the camera. Guys, that's because of that's because you got a sponsor letter that told him to do that.
Soup, pickles, broccoli, and salad. Nice zensai means like appetizer, Japanese, and this looks very good. We're a bit unlucky earlier when we got to the restaurant and it was full, but this looks like it's going to make up for that meal rather well. A succulent meal for Mr. Affable. Thank you. Do you see yourself giving up the online life down the line to focus more on what you have now in real life? Not necessarily. I think this whole episode's reminded me the importance of speaking up on certain things. Above
really
all,
on it.
you know. Yeah. Are you busy getting all the rice?
I think you did a very eloquent job.
Of eating rice?
No, of your video.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Father. My father is impressed. It is all worthwhile.
Yeah.
But when Father doesn't fit his plate on the table.
Yeah, I might not actually hate Connor at this point if all of his content was with Chris instead of IMS.
I'm not calling you Father again. That's disgusting.
We're like one of those weird, like...
Unfortunately, he spends all of his time, like, you know, flirting with bedbound Cunny, so...
On the same side in the restaurant.
Well, we've made the right decision, because I'm on the left side and I'm left-handed, right?
Oh, right. Yeah,
Because otherwise it's like bang, bang, bang.
I like it when you bang, bang, bang me.
two loads.
Just banging all day.
Horrible. I think when you're a big creator, there is a burden of responsibility. Imagine if I'd made a video, the original What's Happening to Japan video, myself, right, with an audience of 3 million people. Some people, rational people, would have called me out and been like, Chris, mate, a bit of graffiti and some bin bags is not Japan. But a lot of people would have been, oh, Chris is a figure of several million followers. I respected some of his previous videos. He's right on this. And I am in a position to shape opinions. And it's very scary and dangerous.
Yeah.
And it's extremely important to portray objective reality as best you can online.
I think you do a good job at...
I know I've got a reputation for exaggerating things and being silly and comedic. But I genuinely... I fact check what I can. I try to portray things objectively.
When you can make a video, you make a very good video. I think that's your strength, and then also you're very strong in your opinions. I think it works well.
I think my only regret.
Oh, they're flirting. Wow.
Is maybe I've held back on some of my opinions
the shipping clips of
in the
this.
past. Genuinely, I know about various things, but I don't want to keep. I don't want to keep waddling into things.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a sort of personal related issue.
Yeah.
I felt
you always, as a creator, you always run the risk of.
We can tackle anything.
Yeah, you can sometimes. Sometimes you can pick too many fights, and then you're the creator that's always picking fights.
Yeah.
It's important to know when to speak up on something. I think this is a right topic where you understood it well. You came from a good point.
Well, not just that. The street that was the sort of focal point of the video was somewhere I walk down every other day. It's a weird moment when you have to dox yourself, essentially, to prove a point.
Yeah.
But
Chris went woke, so he's gone woke, chat. We've lost.
Woke now, yeah.
He's woke.
Oh God, what was that about Jafar?
I want a Chris serious video. Jafar, I didn't understand.
I'm sure someone will dredge that up.
But I think you did a great job.
Cheers, man. Interestingly, when I told my friends I intended to make a video, they were all very worried because they thought it's going to be Chris's normal sarcastic, silly, funny demeanour. But there was nothing about this that made me laugh. And when every single one of my friends and close associates, when I showed them the video, including myself.
Chris did so well in the cycling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When I showed everyone the video, they very much went, "Oh, yeah, this is actually an important video." Because I don't think people didn't really appreciate the sort of.
Well, you didn't focus on drama. You focused on.
Not just that though.
Or like hitting another crazy.
People thought this was about one video.
Yeah.
And thought it was about one video when it was about 8 videos, and a much bigger issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the video hopefully explained things in a way that made it clear why I reacted the way I did. And there are other things. At the end of the video, I talked about how I've lived here 13 years, and people write off my opinions because I'm not born in Japan. I'm not Japanese. And at what point do I become a local? What point does my opinion matter something?
Yeah,
I saw people react being like, I think it's important we got the locals' opinions on this. I am.
Oh, shit. He's talking about the Shohei guy. He's talking about the Shohei guy. He's like, I'm a local, bitch. I live here. Fuck you mean, locals? Fuck you mean? You're in America. I am the fucking local, pussy.
A local. And I lived in Meguro for 3 years or so.
It's kind of real.
Not that people knew that. But at what point do you become a local? What point does your opinion become valid? And I had people attack me this year. They'd be like, "Oh, Chris is wrong. He's just a foreign."
Local just means you live near there, right? That's all local is. He's not native. You know, he's not. I don't think he's even a citizen, is he? I'm not sure. I don't know how Japanese citizenship even works, to be honest. But he's a local. He lives there. He lives around there. He's lived around there for a while. That's a local. You're a local. You're local to the area.
I'm living in Japan. You know, we had some things happen earlier on this year.
Yeah.
So you might not be a local. You would be local if you lived there for a few months. You would be local to the area, but you wouldn't be a local. I suppose a local probably does generally imply some kind of, you know, you've been there for a while. But if they've been there for a few years, you know, you get to speak about how the area is. It's not like, you know, to say, oh, any Japanese person's opinion is more important than yours in that area. No, that's retarded.
Which I won't dredge up, but people were ruling out my opinion because I wasn't Japanese. And it was like, well, I've lived here 13 years. I've talked to thousands of people. I've been lucky to travel to every corner of the country. If we are just discounting my opinions because I'm not Japanese, then what's the point of everything I'm doing, you know?
I mean, we both spent most of our adult life here. You know, in many senses, there's a lot of things about me that I feel is much more aligned with Japanese culture than British. Obviously, I'm still very British, but...
when are you going to wear a kimono and be like, I'm Japanese now?
I'm thinking about it. Actually, my 30th birthday. You're invited, by the way.
Very good.
It's tough, man. I mean, I think you did a good job because you didn't...
It's not about...
It's a problem. The problem is that sometimes when you talk about this stuff, you can sometimes be self-aggrandizing or whining or punching down. I think it's important to know how to explain.
What, the I'm more Japanese, I'm British? Well, I mean, it's... You know, he hasn't lived in Britain for a long time. Yeah, you'd probably do feel more of a connection to the place you've lived for, like, fucking how many years than somewhere that, you know, you see it change on the news, you see stuff happen, bits and pieces here and there, but you're not, like, talking to people from there regularly, you're not, like, you know, constantly away. You probably do feel more of a connection to the place you're in now.
Why, or maybe getting, you know, explaining something, or... I think you did a good job of that, so...
You know.
I'll stop glazing you now. Back to telling you're a dickhead.
Thank you, man. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who... you know, you might have seen yesterday and other things that I've not been myself the last few days. I've been... It's weird.
Really?
I felt
complaining
like...
the whole
I was actually quite nauseous the last 3 days. I didn't sleep. because I thought my video would get a lot of heat, or people would think I'm unnecessarily, you know, being unreasonable, whatever. And I thought, have I got this wrong? Am I actually going mad here?
Is it?
Like, is my
Look
reality?
at the fucking title, retard. Look at the fucking title, retard. What does it say? Full analysis. Would it be a full analysis if I missed the stream segment where he talks about it? No.
Different from everyone else's, and seeing the response, the reaction from people, has lifted a weight that has been on me for about 4 or 5 days now. Taking a serious toll on my mental health that I've done a very good job to disguise. So thank you to everyone who supported me in the comments and the videos wherever online. It's meant the world to me, and I feel a bit more sane now. And even though I didn't sleep last night very well, I feel a lot more energetic and happy today. I feel like a weight has genuinely been lifted.
I went to bed at like 11 and Chris was like editing away.
I didn't go to sleep till 1:30, and then I got to bed at 1:30, and then I didn't fall asleep till like 3, and then I woke up at 7. Just Connor woke up, started cooking sausages.
Oh yeah, God forbid Connor wakes up and cooks you food.
It was nice man, good man. And I would say, yeah, call out people that are wrong, including me, including him. If we say things that you don't think are right, always call the people out, especially if there are people in positions of influence. But if you haven't seen the video covers the topic a lot better than me sitting here dehydrated and eating some rice, eating some bottomless rice. I would urge you to watch that instead.
It's a good video.
And I think that pretty much covers all the bases on what I want to talk about there. Because I am drawing a line under this. It's not going to be a tit for tat.
You don't want it to be dragging on, right?
It put me in I was so excited about this week, both the Shimanami and the days ahead. I was going to edit this video. Natsuki and I going down the Nakasendo Trail. So much fun. And I had to sort of postpone that project by 2 to 3 weeks because of this, amongst other things. And it just robbed me of any happiness this last week, till I got this out of my system. But now I'm drawing a line under it. I'm sure people will react and dredge things up, and there'll be lots of horrible shit coming my way. But that's the price I pay for it.
So he clipped out one set of 3 words there, and was like, "Look, see, Chris knows that he did something wrong because he's saying here people go dredge stuff up. What are you worried about is finding Chris? Stuff I'm showing right now, dude, it's sort of he's just talking about, you know, I'm in drama, people are gonna talk shit, you know it be. That's all he's saying. You fucking retard."
It just robbed me of any happiness this last week, till I got this out of my system. But now I'm drawing a line under it. I'm sure people will react and dredge things up, and there'll be lots of horrible shit coming my way. But that's the price I pay for doing it, and I accept that. But I'm going to draw a line under it. I'm going to ignore everything, and I'm just going to get back to doing what I do best, which is trying to make content that's insightful and fun and educational. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I think the reason why creators often don't do this is because it can just become a pissing contest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there'll be more. There'll be more stuff, and it'll be endless. But I have to move on. That's it. What are you laughing at?
It's weird seeing you be.
You can say it's kind of bitch made, but I feel like that's what it's bitch made because he's talking about being bothered by stuff people are saying online. I guess it's kind of inherently a little bit bitch made to talk about it, but I don't see this as that offensive. It's not like he's in a situation where he's, you know, this isn't one of those situations where it's a bunch of people circling that have found something that upsets them and they just gotta keep doing it. It's not one of those. It's like, I've made a video about a controversial subject, some people are upsetting me. It's kind of annoying, but hey, moving on. It's it's just not, it doesn't quite hit the markers of when this is usually a really big issue. I'd say it's a bigger problem if you're you know, people trolling you, and you're like, oh, it's really ruining my day, people saying this.
What? We're serious. What the f is this? The heck? No, I'm kidding. No. No, you're alright though. I mean, it's you know, I think that's why when you I'm gonna make a video, I was like, yeah, just make sure you don't make it petty.
Yeah, and no, absolutely not. And thank you, You were the first person to see the video, actually. Connor was very supportive, so thank you, man. And thank you when I posted about it originally. You chimed in as well. As I've noticed at times when I talk about things, sometimes I don't have other people's backs, other creators, and it feels a bit like throwing myself under a bus without any support. And there's been a real groundswell of support this time. It hasn't gone unnoticed.
I got your back, man.
Even
if you do something stupid, I do stupid things.
Don't enable me. No.
No, okay, well, if you do stupid, I'll
you
tell
do sort of keep tabs on, well, who are the friends who are helping me when I'm at my lowest point? Who are the friends actually? And you've been there, so I appreciate that, man. And that won't be forgotten. So, thank you. Yeah. All right.
I feel like
that's the end of that.
I've secured myself some promotion or something.
Unsubscribe to CDOG.
Okay. No.
Don't enable CDOG VA. And look at this. Trying to enable my stomach.
One thing about the YouTube and creating videos and stuff is that it does feel like right now there is a massive reward for just making videos that just lie or play on people's kind of political leanings.
But it's scary. I mean, even look at my video. It's got an insane number of views in a very short space of time. I'm sure a lot of people are clicking on it, waiting to be angry about something, and it's probably not what they expect.
And it's sad because we put so much effort into the recent Wacky Weekend. Obviously, it isn't going to do as well because it's not as sensational.
I mean, it's a bit of a niche one, racing around. I mean,
it's a great video.
The video that upset me the most this year was the volcano documentary. We spent 3 or 4 months working on it.
Documentaries is always a tough video.
It was a weird one. I mean, I get most people don't really care about volcanoes in everyday life. And I'm glad it's still got 700,000 views, but it influences the choices we make.
That's amazing.
Do a demonstration how to use chopsticks. No, I can't. No, I can't.
But it influences the content that I can make. Why, I could go out and spend 4 months on a volcano documentary, or I could go what is happening to Japan and get 3 times the views in about 1/100th of the time in terms of production.
I think the sad thing about all the platforms right now is that if you're a person who does not care about what you're putting out there and there's bad intentions, which isn't in a later, I wouldn't say like a lot of creators do this, but it's very easy to make money from just lying or showing things badly. But also, the saddest part is that I feel like there are some people who maybe aren't a strong-willed, or maybe they need a bit more money, and they would probably go towards doing more sensational stuff because it is a guaranteed way to get money, and those people wouldn't have done that otherwise had the platform not incentivized it.
Yeah.
And that's like the worrying part for me, is that like it's great if you're a creator who's established like us and we can kind of do whatever we want, but if we have some viewers who are sharp, it almost it's a learning lesson. It pushes these creators to go to more extreme shit.
I have seen more and more creators doing things like filming homeless people in Japan because it's going to get the clicks. I went to Japan's worst slum, which is Nishinari in Osaka, if you're wondering. I've seen various creators creators from overseas go there and film content because they think, okay, people want this. People want to, see the dark side, and they'll just walk in with an action camera without.
I think it plays into the fact that there's like as much as the people who really like Japan and idolize Japan, there's also the other thing that's shifted now where there are a lot of people who want Japan to be the shit. Because they hate hearing about how good Japan is, and so I think there's like a quite extreme on both sides, and so I think, and also a lot of this is also just playing into, fear mongering and just absolute nonsense.
Well, the comments that I cited in the video, it was genuinely shocking. There was this assumption that a lot of the graffiti had been done by foreign people. I'm sure there's probably I'm sure you can find a foreign person doing graffiti at some point. But I was in Nakameguro the other day, and I was talking to a friend who owns a restaurant there, and he was like, "Oh, there's there's a graffiti exhibition on this week, and one of the top biggest artists coming to Japan and hanging out with Japanese graffiti artists." And that could be one reason why there might have been a surge in graffiti, potentially. I don't know. Or maybe in September and October there are a lot of national holidays in Japan and kids have a lot more time on their
Bro, what the fuck are you saying?
To go out, do silly things. But there was none of that sort of speculation, I think.
Okay. Alright. Trying to finish this. Okay, how long have we got left on this? We got like half an hour left on this video, bro.
This is talking to his YouTuber friend Connor, and there was something he said that caught my interest.
I'm sure people will react and dredge things up, and there'll be lots of horrible shit coming my way. But that's the price I pay for doing it, and I'd accept that.
What exactly are you afraid of people digging up? Is this it? Is it the fact that a lot of your videos are not done out of journalistic integrity, but are just paid advertisements? I mean, genuinely, is this an FTC violation? He's clearly advertising tourism products, and says in the video that
bro, the FTC
that you can only get a JR pass if you're a tourist. And the Welcome Suica debit card is specifically for tourists because it's only valid for a month. You primarily use these cards to ride the train without having to buy a ticket. But Japanese people or foreign residents get the green Suica card or use the phone app. They don't use the red card. That's for tourists. Also, make sure that you show your friend buying food with his card so that tourists know that it's not just for the train. And further note that this is probably not his personal card because it's a red tourist card. It was probably loaded with money and given to him by Japan Railways for the ad. This guy is a resident, so if he was spending his own money, then why wouldn't he just use a green Suica card? This moment looks like compensation for doing an ad. Why would you spend your own money to film an advertisement for someone else's product? I'm saying this because the implication is that Chris and his friend paid for everything themselves.
This is it. This is the pinnacle of railway travel. It doesn't come cheap though. It is about $750 to ride in this seat from Tokyo to Hakodate in Hokkaido. As amazing as Grand Class was, I'm not sure I could justify spending my pocket money on it again anytime soon.
This makes no sense. Why would you burn $700 on a ticket plus the $100 or so ticket for the other Shinkansen ride that was shown in the video? Because this is an ad, so you have to start by showing how great the economy option is for the people who can't afford first class.
I'm still in.
Do we even know that's the case? Like, this is just like pure conjecture. This is like straight conjecture.
Not sure I could justify spending my pocket money on it again anytime soon.
This makes no sense. Why would you burn $700 on a ticket plus the $100 or so ticket for the other Shinkansen ride that was shown in the video? Because this is an ad, so you have to start by showing how great the economy option is for the people who can't afford first class.
I'm still in awe of the amount of seat pitch you get on the standard seats. These seats here are, what, 98 centimetres of pitch.
He could literally, it doesn't mean it's a sponsor. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a sponsor, right? There are ways this could be done where it's, let's say he contacts the company, which he probably does. I doubt he does this shit without asking them first, because he's filming in the first class booth and shit. Contacts the company, says, I want to review your thing. Here's my channel. I work with these companies. I want to review it. And they comp him drinks or something. They give him a card to comp drinks or some shit like that. To say this is like guaranteed a sponsor, there's no way he spent his own money on this. You're like, this is just speculations. It's like worthless.
Amount of seat pitch you get on the standard seats. These seats here are, what, 98 centimetres of pitch. I can barely reach the seat in front of me if I outstretch my arm, and I've got a normal human-sized arm.
So it's those tickets plus the $100 to $200 economy train ride home. Why would you burn all this money and possibly pay for your friend's ticket for being in the video when you could easily just have Japan Railways pay for this stuff? That would be financially stupid considering they already pay creators for advertisements. A year later, Chris took a sponsorship from them. And this isn't like a critical product review that the company wouldn't like, so of course they would pay for a video like this. All Chris does the whole time is glaze Japan Railways.
But sorry, did we not? We just heard him say he wouldn't spend his money on it. Dude.
The violation, he's clearly advertising tourism products and says in the video that you can only get a JR pass if you're a tourist. And the Welcome Suica debit card is specifically for Japanese people, also probably not his. This compensates because the implication
again anytime soon. As amazing as Grand Class was, I'm not sure I could justify spending my pocket money on it again anytime soon.
He didn't just glaze it. It wasn't uncritical. He said he wouldn't spend his money on it again anytime soon.
This makes no sense. Why would you burn $700 on a ticket plus the $100 or so ticket for the other Shinkansen ride that was shown in the video? Because this is an ad, so you have to start by showing how great the economy option is for the people who can't afford first class.
I'm still in awe of the amount of seat pitch you get on the standard seats. These seats here are, what, 98 centimetres of pitch. I can barely reach the seat in front of me if I outstretch my arm, and I've got a normal human-sized arm.
So it's those tickets plus the $100 to $200 economy train ride home. Why would you burn all this money and possibly pay for your friend's ticket for being in the video when you could easily just have Japan Railways pay for this stuff? That would be financially stupid considering they already pay creators for advertisements. A year later, Chris took a sponsorship from them. And this isn't like a critical product review that the company wouldn't like, so of course they would pay for a video like this.
But it was a critical product review. He said he wouldn't pay for it. Dude, it's so crazy.
Time is glazed Japan Railways. I think the only negative thing he said was that it was too expensive for first class, but he's also like, even though it's too expensive, you could buy the ticket for a special occasion.
Would you ride this
Grand Class again though, Realtor? Would you ever do it?
Oh yeah, I would. Lovely.
Of course you would. What situation would you consider using Grand Class yourself?
My second honeymoon.
Your second honeymoon.
No way, this is not a paid sponsorship. Now, Chris isn't in America, but you know, the video is in English, so part of the target audience for this ad clearly is Americans. I don't know if the FTC would have any legal jurisdiction over this, but they do have this nice set of social media guidelines that can be found here. Even if he isn't legally at fault here, if this was a paid ad by Japan Railways, I certainly think he is morally at fault. The guy—
Sure, yeah, I agree. If he's doing paid ads, he should disclose it. Everything else here is fucking worthless though, dude.
Guidelines say that you have to make it obvious that you're being compensated, but if I look at this as an average viewer, I would not be able to tell that this is an ad.
You can't tell whether it's an ad. You don't know. It might not be. You don't know.
Recognize this as a paid sponsorship because I'm a YouTuber. I've done brand deals before, and I know how sponsorships work. So Chris, if you're being financially compensated for this video in any way, like being given free tickets or a discount or free food or being paid a flat rate, and not disclosing that to your audience, then you're a real piece of shit. Like, that is super deceptive if that's true. Certainly, if I wasn't being financially compensated for something that looks this much like a paid sponsor, I would make it very clear to my audience that I wasn't getting money. But this is like sort of an open secret amongst Japan YouTubers. A lot of these foreigner in Japan channels are being paid to advertise tourist attractions, and they aren't all super open about videos being sponsored.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't think
disclosure—
Japan doesn't have the same advertising regulation. Yeah. Yeah, that's bad. But I mean, that's how the industry's going to be unless the law changes. So I don't know what anyone's do about that. Yeah, you can say it's like morally you're at fault for not disclosing to your audience, but the industry isn't going to change. It's still going to be the same. There's still going to be a market for that. There's still going to be people paying for that.
This is Editor Sean doing this at the last minute. Normally I would weave this in smoothly so you wouldn't know it's last minute, but I'm tired. It's been over 2 weeks, and I just want to get this video out. So if there are any continuity errors past this point because I don't want to re-edit everything, that's why. Some of this video I had to record while I was sick, so I'm sure you heard that because I didn't have time to re-record the audio. Anyway, this whole Tokyo creative thing is a huge rabbit hole, and a lot of creators that you might recognize are openly a part of it, which is fine. Most creators who have a decent-sized following have brand representation. Chris has since moved on from Tokyo Creative, but now he has his own company that he runs called Sekai Studios, where you can see on the website that their business interest is in promoting tourism. This is something that you can just Google, which again is fine. That's all well and good. What's not fine, though, is the disclosure to the viewer. As I said earlier, I've watched Chris's channel for close to a decade, I believe, and I didn't know any of this stuff until the past 2 weeks. I say that because these old videos very much look like advertisements for Japan Railways. I didn't know that when I first saw them, and if they are, my big issue is the extent that Chris went to make you believe that it wasn't an ad. Which begs the question, what other videos are ads? For example, this video where he goes to a racetrack with Connor that is like $30,000 a person. This video is definitely an ad for that racetrack as well as Epidemic Sound. The good part, though, is that in this case, I think he makes it pretty clear that he was being sponsored by Epidemic Sound, and more importantly, he makes it clear that they were being given track time for free.
The Gari Club is one of the most exclusive members-only driving circuits on the planet.
So he's just like, yeah, in this one, we know he was sponsored, and he said it. And these other ones, though, I'm just kind of guessing he was sponsored. I'm just kind of like guessing he was sponsored. It kind of seems like he was sponsored. I'm just kind of guessing. So this guy's a liar. So this guy's a fucking liar. Wow, nice one, bro.
The team here kindly gave us access to the track. And look, we're a bit out of our depth here because a full permanent membership can cost up to 49 million yen. So a very big thank you to the folks here for letting us use their track.
Do you see how that was different from the Japan Railways video? In this case, when he openly states that there is no way he could afford this, he's making it clear that he didn't pay. So when he does an ad for the racetrack later in the video, the free use of the club was his reimbursement. But the problem is that these channels don't always make it that clear. Alright, that's the end of the last minute edit. Either way, it is still very clear to me that Chris has a massive financial incentive for calling Alyssa a liar because of what she talks about, and he has a massive incentive for avoiding important and difficult issues that Japan faces, especially the ones that might negatively affect tourism, like crime and homelessness. The moral grandstanding here is just ridiculous, considering the pro-tourism brand that he owns. And it's also ridiculous because he talks in the video about how he just had to speak out.
You have opinions, but you promote tourism. Wow, awesome stuff. Think before you sleep. Thank you. Thank you for gracing us with this video. Thank you for gracing us with this analysis.
I had to say something. I chose to bring attention to it publicly. I hate myself sometimes, that I can't keep my mouth shut on certain things. But when you feel something is profoundly wrong in here, you have to talk about it.
He just had to speak out because he's such a good person who will make false defamatory edits to make his opponents look bad. So when Chris cries about this shit, I have a hard time believing that it's not
he's just off rip. He's just like straight up calling it defamatory. Zero case law cited. Zero legal analysis. Just, I don't like it. I don't like that edit. That's defamation. Awesome stuff. I love it.
Actually, because he's afraid of losing money from lower amounts of tourism. I don't think he really cares that much about misinformation. He spreads tons of misinformation in his videos due to lazy fact-checking, if I'm being generous. or he's intentionally doing it to keep his sponsors and protect his tourism business.
It is increasingly hard to compete when you're producing videos to a higher standard. When you have
wait, you haven't cited any examples of him spreading misinformation. Where is that? Other than him, I guess you can claim the homelessness thing because he's not pointing out the fact that a lot of the homeless population isn't counted due to them living in internet cafes. But I don't think his point is disproven that homelessness has been getting better, like that issue has been getting treated in Japan. That has been improving over time.
To fact check everything. What I'm saying is social media platforms don't care. They don't reward accuracy. They don't reward nuance or objective reason. They reward clicks, they reward attention, they reward sensationalism. Journalistic integrity really doesn't count for much online, unfortunately, to an almost dystopian degree.
Yeah, it's like he's not getting paid per tourist, and obviously Think46 not saying that, but it's like, yes, you can say he has a conflict of interest, because, sure, people going to Japan benefits him. He owns a bar and he owns a whatever, and he has some sponsorships, or, you know, there's a conflict of interest. But the idea that that conflict of interest negates everything he's saying without you actually refuting the individual points is fucking retarded, and he's leaning on the conflict of interest to disregard this whole video.
Bro, you do like the worst kind of journalism. You obscure your resources to make it harder for people to fact check you, and you actually go out of your way to tell people to not watch the source material. You essentially defamed Alyssa with that homelessness edit and tried to cover it up after millions of people saw it, instead of doing a retraction or making some sort of effort to let people know that she wasn't making fun of homeless people. Not just that, but you remove important context at multiple points in the video, and then you tell your audience that Alyssa believes the exact opposite of what she actually believes. You really know better than Hassan Piker. This is the exact type of journalism that he does. And I'm not shocked at all that Chris is friends with Connor and Ludwig, who are both friends with Hassan. Remember when Hassan was on Trash Taste right after Ethan Klein's content news, which was after Hassan had been promoting—
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Holy fuck, I can't do it. Oh, just pure psychic assault. Hassan, Hassan, Hassan. Hassan, 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 Noah Samson, Hassan, Hassan, Israel, Ethan, Hassan, 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 Hassan. Immigrants, Hassan, Hassan, Hassan. Bro, people like this need to be put in fucking group homes, dude. You need to be legally barred from the internet. I want your free speech restricted.
Terrorism for over a year. These guys sat there and tried to run positive PR for him for 2 hours. Now, I don't know if Chris and Hassan are friends, but since Hassan has been to Japan multiple times and hangs around people in Chris's social circle—
I love visiting Tokyo.
I wouldn't be shocked if they've had a conversation before. Maybe it was about journalist integrity or lack thereof.
This dude seems like a douche, or just me? No, Chris is the man. No, Chris is the fucking man. I like Chris a lot.
Around this event, Chris has stated that there are—
This is what the whole video is about. That's what it's all about. This is the whole reason making the video. Hassan said, Chris is epic. And he's like, I gotta make an hour and 20-minute long video about this. I just can't fucking stand you. This guy's friends with Hassan. This guy's friends with Hassan.
Or all these issues that he has, but he's kept quiet. He's been the bigger man and held his tongue. But I find it really convenient that the one time he does speak up just so happens to be on an issue that affects his income. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that Mr. Journalistic Integrity Over Money was just bitching about a video not doing well at the same time that he attacked Alyssa.
One thing about the YouTube and creating videos and stuff is that it does feel like right now there is a massive reward for just making videos that just lie or play on people's kind of political leanings.
Well, it's scary. I mean, even look at my video. It's got an insane number of views in a very short space of time.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate when a creator lies and gets an insane number of views in a short period of time.
Sure, so where was the lie in that video? Where was the lie in that video? You haven't pointed out a single lie in that video. Where was the lie in that video? There has not been. He has not pointed out a single lie in Chris's video. The only thing he has is there was a clip where the audio was mismatched with the video and she was being kind of harassed by an old dude that she went over and started fucking talking to him, putting a camera in the face of. She's been sort of harassed by an old dude. And they overlaid her reaction as she sort of like was in that situation with the footage of her walking away. That's the closest thing to a lie that he has shown from this video. And now he's saying that this is a misrepresenting a lying video that blew up because of the lies. Thank you for the raid, Aiden. Welcome in, welcome in.
A lot of people are clicking on it, waiting to be angry about something, and it's probably not what they expect.
I understand, because you put so much effort into the recent Lucky Weekend. Obviously, it isn't going to do as well. It's not sensational.
I mean, it's a bit of a niche one, racing around. I mean,
it's a great video.
The video that upset me the most this year was the volcano documentary. We spent 3 or 4 months working on it.
It's always tough.
It was a weird one. I mean, I get most people don't really care.
Aiden called into Parry's stream and was basically like, "Oh, why do you do politics content?" That was the debate. That was the debate.
Volcanoes in everyday life. And I'm glad it's still got 700,000 views, but it influences the choices we make.
Boo-hoo, welcome to YouTube. The last thing viewers want to hear is a creator crying about how their video didn't do well. Has anyone ever heard me complain about a 10 out of 10? Right. It's because the audience doesn't care. If they cared, they would have watched the video. Like, I have a really hard time sympathizing here when you call my friend's content lazy slop content, which is yet again another Hassan strategy, demeaning all the work that goes into your opponent's videos. I swear I've watched that stochastic terrorist animal abuser.
You had more viewers than them watching an octopus play piano, by the way. Yeah. Well, I
let his fucking chair react to other people's work that took over a week or more to make, and he has the audacity to call other people's content slop content. What work do you do, Hassan? Which is yet again another Hassan strategy, demeaning all the work that goes into your opponent's videos. I swear I've watched that stochastic terrorist animal abuser let his fucking chair.
This has, it's just out of nowhere. It's just out of nowhere. I'm just sit here and seethe about Hassan. I'm just dude, it's a video at fucking Abroad in Japan and fucking OrientalPearl. That's the players in this drama. That's all the drama's about. There's no reason to bring Hassan into this whatsoever. It's totally detached from Hassan. It's like so fucking retarded. This is just dishonesty. This is just well poisoning. This is like, oh look, he's friends with a bad person. He's friends with a bad person. It's drooler behavior. Total drooler behavior. This guy is a fucking pervert, dude. This guy is legit one of the most disgusting fucking perverts on this website.
React to other people's work that took over a week or more to make, and he has the audacity to call other people's content slop content. What work do you do, Hassan? Now, I don't have a problem with live streamers reacting to content as long as there's actual commentary on the video, but to pretend that watching someone else's video is more work than it took to create it is like criminal levels of dishonesty. Anyway, let's take a look at this for a second, because we haven't more live animals really attempt.
It influences the choices we make.
Boo-hoo, welcome to YouTube. The last thing viewers want to hear is a creator crying about how their video didn't do well. Has anyone ever heard me complain about a 10 out of 10? Right. It's because the audience doesn't care. If they cared, they would have watched the video. Like, I have a really hard time sympathizing here when you call my friend's content lazy slop content, which is yet again another Hassan strategy, demeaning all the work that—
But it is. But it is. But her content is lazy slop content. It is. She goes around with a camera, points it in the faces of homeless people and whores, goes, "Isn't this terrible?" and then cuts it into YouTube shorts and reels. Yeah, he's friends with the woman the video's about. He's friends with the woman. And he said at the start of the video, he unironically said this. Oh, I've been friends with OrientalPearl for about a year, and she helped me plan my Japan trip when I hung out with her. But I've been a fan of Chris's content for about 10 years, so I think that balances out, and I don't think I'm biased. He literally said this.
It goes into your opponent's videos. I swear I've watched that stochastic terrorist animal abuser let his fucking chair react to other people's work that took over a week or more to make, and he has the audacity to call other people's content slop content. What work do you do, Hassan? Now, I don't have a problem with live streamers reacting to content as long as there's actual commentary on the video, but to pretend that watching someone else's video is more work than it took to create it is like criminal levels of dishonesty. Anyway, let's take a look at this for a second, because we haven't really looked at Chris's social media post. First, he starts out by saying, look for bad things and you'll find them. Look for good things and you'll find them. But unfortunately, positivity doesn't drive clicks. Chris, most of Alyssa's views come from positive content, so I have to say that this no-nuance take is very negative.
Catching people talking about me in foreign languages. How do Japanese kids react to foreigners? What happens when I speak fluently in Asian languages to people from behind? They don't believe I'm Japanese, being mixed race in Japan, so that one could be fine. But I think these three are immediately seeming like they play on, basically, tensions. That seems like the immediate thing. At least in the presentation. Like, this one especially, the top viewed one. I know what you said about me. Like, the Matrix broke when I suddenly spoke about... Okay, dude, the Matrix glitched. Dude. Okay. Dude, she's literally doing... It's literally like homeless Japan. Why Japan's homeless and nothing like your country? Homeless United States, sad soy face. Homeless Japan? Holy fuck, man. Why do Japanese avoid foreigners? Triple language switch prank, that's probably not too bad. Do Japanese high schoolers?
Recently,
What is this? What is this one? Misbehave. So that's probably slightly negative. Chinese kids see foreigners for the first time. I feel like this is going to be...
对呀，你好，很高兴认识你。我是什么地球什么？
他说你是在地球的。
哦，对，我就是在地球的。
地球人。
你，我不是外星人。Hello， 要上课了。
啊，会说中文？
会的。厉害。我是美国的。小朋友们好，你好。
I suppose this is fine. It does feel like... What are the comments going to be here? Okay. No, this is alright. This isn't too bad. I think people are taking that in a fair way. Because it's hard to tell when it's like that. Are people picking up an implication from it that's like, foreigners don't belong here or some shit? But no, I think people are... I think it's the place landing, right?
Reasons you don't see homeless people in Japan, Part 2. 1. When homeless people set up their tents in downtown areas in Japan, they are quickly evicted, as the police do not allow them to take up space on the street, so they end up hiding their tents in areas you probably won't be able to find. 2. There's a lot of anti-homeless architecture in major Japanese cities, like fences under bridges so people can't sleep there, barbed wires on ledges, and very uncomfortable benches you would never want to sleep on. 3. Manga cafes. There are over 15,000 young people in Japan living in manga cafes that technically do not have houses. They put their stuff in lockers and go to work during the day, and they blend in so much that you probably wouldn't even realize they're homeless. 4. Japan doesn't have a culture of giving to beggars. Although they might give small things to homeless people like rice balls or drinks, they very rarely will give money, which is why homeless people won't bother talking to you. They spend their day gathering cans to collect money and support themselves. 5. There's no drug crisis in Japan, so there are far fewer homeless people than Europe and America, and most of the homeless you will see are elderly men that are too old to work. You will very rarely see able-bodied young people on the streets.
See, like, what is this really necessary? Is like recording the random homeless person strung out on the street? Is that necessary? I don't know, man.
Sensationalist and not very reflective of reality. Next, he says, if you enjoy Oriental Pearl, oh wow, he's saying her name now that it's not on his main social media platform and he's less likely to bleed audience members. If you enjoy Oriental Pearl, allow me to recommend you a few of her videos. White Girl Speaks Japanese. Japanese people, shock, surprise, amazement. There's also White Girl Speaks Japanese, you won't believe what the locals did next. Wow, he is really harping on her race here. Last I checked, Alyssa never mentions her race in her titles. Why are you so insistent on bringing that up? You're saying it like a slur.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Come on.
Scenario, you're Mama JF and you are lost in the Japan self-delete forest and you come up on a hanging body that you mistake for a live person.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Japanese react to white guy raised in Japan. That's not referencing her. Kids react to foreigners. I mean, it doesn't say white, but the point is obvious here, right? The point is obvious. It doesn't say white. But that is the point. The point here is clear. It is obvious. The marketing is obvious. I'm not doing the Mama JF thing. No, I'm not doing. I'm not doing every Mama JF thing you ask for. It's not happening. I did one Mama JF impression tonight. That's it. That's the law.
My personal favorite, Japanese react to white girls speaking Japanese. Sugoi, incredible. Man, he is so jealous. Is he also friends with Misgift? Guys, don't watch Alyssa.
It's unfucking ending, bro. Every 5 seconds. He's like other bad guy. He's like other bad guy. He's friends with this bad guy. Dude. This guy is like next fucking level retarded.
Her content is stupid. I'm the real content creator. Watch me. The real stupid thing here is that he's acting like giant displays of skill hasn't been a huge market since like the beginning of time. They literally have a show for it called America's Got Talent that has tons of viral clips. Though the bigger reason that it is insulting for him to call Alyssa's content slop content
This
that takes
guy's
no
like 35 or
effort is
something,
because
I
he
think.
clearly doesn't understand why a video like this does well. Like, why does this video have 47 million views on it? Well, it's because she's speaking 3 different languages in it fluently. Not only that, but
Yeah,
she
I'm
picked a
pretty
topic
sure
that
this guy's
addresses a
like old
common
as hell.
anxiety that people have and debunks their preconceived notions by saying that if people are speaking a foreign language around you, they probably aren't saying anything bad.
In these 10 years of living in China and Japan, I've sometimes caught people talking about me, but I've never caught anyone saying anything bad. That is the truth. Not saying that it doesn't happen, but a lot of it is definitely in our heads.
To make a 15-minute video essentially suggesting that this girl is a racist or hates foreigners is ridiculous. How about this video? Why did it do well? Maybe it's because she speaks 4 different languages in it. Can you do that, Chris? This is not slop content. The hard work is the decade of studying for ridiculous hours to be able to speak Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, and English would be the 4th language. But saying that this is easy would be like watching America's Got Talent and going, well, that's not that hard. They just did a 60-second performance, ignoring the years of practice that it took to be able to do that 60 seconds. He speaks Japanese, so he should know that it's a lot of work to get to Alyssa's level of Chinese and Japanese. I mean, unless his fluency level isn't that high, that is possible. But she took graduate courses in college with classes that were completely in these languages. Her fluency level is very high. On top of that, just from talking to Japanese people in Japan and through speaking lessons, I do think that
Guys,
Japanese
if you have
people
a
get
degree, there's no possible way you can make slop content. Wow, great stuff, man. Like, I want to fuck it.
a lot of exposure to foreigners because of tourism. However, I don't...
Doesn't Hassan have a political science degree? Doesn't Hassan have a political science degree? Really? You're going to say that Hassan's making slop content because he's just sitting there reacting? Really? That's like watching a talent show and saying that someone who studied, you know, they're only doing a 60-second performance, and you're ignoring all the practice that went into that for their entire life. Yeah, Hassan had to study political science very thoroughly to get to the point where he's at now, where he can quote Chapo Trap House without attribution.
I think very many Westerners in Japan speak Japanese at more than a very basic level.
According to a survey to foreign workers, about 70% can't speak Japanese well. Among them, 30% hardly speak, and about 50% only manage a basic conversation. Another survey to foreign residents says just about 20% thinks that they're able to speak enough, but he finds it totally unsurprising, as many foreigners only stick to other foreigners.
So it's genuinely impressive for someone to start the conversation in Japanese and then switch to Chinese. I know people have a skewed idea of how much work it is to learn a foreign language because of all these asshat fake polyglots who pretend to speak 15 languages at like 20 years old and tell you that you can be fluent in Japanese in a year with 30 minutes of study per day, which is an incredibly unrealistic expectation. Nobody gets fluent in Japanese in 1 year. Being able to say your name and your age and what hobbies you have in a video
Actually, my friend's really talented. Okay, man.
that you can edit does not mean that you are fluent in a language. So where's the video on this, Chris? Why don't you speak out against that? Anyway, the amount of effort that it takes to be able to do what Alyssa does is at least 4 hours of language practice per day for 5 to 10 years. Alyssa spends a crazy amount of time studying languages. It's at least 4 hours per day. She's a big fan of language schools, and some of those language schools have you doing like 6 hours a day between class time and homework. Even though it's this much work, Chris is still like, Alyssa's content is so easy to make, I could film it in an afternoon. I mean, the filming part, yeah, of course you can. You have a full team. Alyssa does this by herself.
It is increasingly hard to compete when you're producing videos to a higher standard, when you have to fact-check everything. The creator of this video claimed it took 50 hours to produce this video, a claim I find to be, quite frankly, baffling. I'm not sure where the 50 hours went. And you might think, well, he does sound kind of jealous now. Maybe she's right. Maybe he's just not getting the views. And I say far from it. I could go out and make this content in one afternoon in Tokyo. What I'm saying is social media platforms don't care. They don't reward accuracy. They don't reward nuance or objective reason. They reward clicks, they reward attention, they reward sensationalism. Journalistic integrity really doesn't count for much online, unfortunately.
I mean, at least for your response video, your journalistic integrity and fact-checking ability is dog shit. I think this aspect about social media actually works in your favor. So maybe you could do the filming for this and have other people finish the video for you in 24 hours. However, you don't have the language skills to do what Alyssa does in most of her popular content. Like, I can't understate how petty Chris is in this video and around this whole event. And it's that mixed in with how he straight up sensationalizes, for lack of a better word. He sensationalizes the level of income that Alyssa made from the video that he didn't like, as if it were generational wealth.
The most unsettling thing is it's never been easier to monetize sensationalist slop content. And if you do it, you'll be richly rewarded for it. Case in point, this video, the creator pointed out, made $1,500, which is a seriously impressive amount of money for going around filming some bin bags and some spray paint in a video that would have taken a matter of hours to record.
I mean, that's not that much money for a YouTuber, Chris. How much were you paid to do those tourism propaganda videos for Tokyo Creative? How much?
It's not that much money for a YouTuber, so actually making 1.5k off a 20-minute video that took you a few hours to make tops isn't a big deal. Okay, bro. Okay.
Did you get paid to advertise Japan Railways? I'm sure it was multiple times what Alyssa made on this video.
Sorry, did she make 20k? Did she make 20k? No? Okay, well, it's not really that much money, is it?
This video, the creator pointed out, made $1,500.
That's it?
Right, that's not that much money to a YouTuber. Later in the video, he's
it
like,
has
wow,
been
guys,
gold
if
for like
people
the
learn
6th time in the video, bro. This guy is insufferable. This guy's the biggest fucking bot going. It's so crazy.
Can make $1,500 by filming a video in Japan, then we're just going to get endless nuisance streamers like Johnny Somali. Chris, not only is it messed up to say that Alyssa is the same as Johnny Somali because she doesn't like graffiti, but $1,500 doesn't even cover the plane ticket. That amount is not making anyone think pre-recorded nuisance content in Japan is some get-rich-quick scheme. To compare her to Logan Paul or Johnny Somali is ridiculous, especially considering that if you actually watch the source material, you can see that people want her around. Also, Chris removed context from this moment where she shows her income. The only reason that he has that monetary stat from Alyssa is because she showed it to point out that she's actually taking a loss on this video.
How is she taking it? Wait, how much money did it cost her to record the video? What? I don't remember her ever saying she was taking a loss. I don't remember that at all. And it says here, note the creator of the video shared this revenue data related video. So he's not implying that she
that
didn't
monetary
share
stat
it.
from Alyssa is because she showed it to point out that she's actually taking a loss on this video. Most of her money comes from sponsors, not from YouTube ad revenue, and the types of sponsors that she can get won't pay for a video like this.
Here's an actual snapshot of the revenue from the video, which is far below my average because most content is sponsored, and I did this.
That's not taking a loss. That's not what taking a loss means. That's not what taking a loss means. This guy is financially illiterate on top of being cripplingly autistic. This guy is completely financially illiterate. That's making less money than some of your other stuff does is not taking a loss. That's not taking a loss. Taking a loss is when you produce something and it costs more than what it is sold for or makes. That is not a loss. Yeah, he could say there was an opportunity cost to making this video. She didn't make as much money as she could have, but it's not a loss. It's not a loss. Dude. I can't with this guy. I can't with this guy. How are you going to be like severely autistic and stupid as fuck? That's like the worst combo. That's like as bad as it gets.
This one as a passion project because I saw a lot of changes in my neighborhood. It's not made to make money. There's no sponsor that's going to sponsor that kind of content.
Real convenient for Mr. Advertiser Friendly to remove the context of most of Alyssa's money coming from sponsors, not AdSense. He removes the context that it's actually better for her wallet to make positive content like he does. She's taking a loss on this content, and he must know that. I know he knows about brand rule.
He's saying it again. He's saying it again. He's saying it again.
I know he knows how much money you can make from brand deals, especially the channels who do not cover controversial content. Plus, it's really rich for him to bitch about money when he's almost certainly far richer than she is. So it really pisses me off to hear him say that she's lying about Japan for money when she has to sacrifice brand deals to make a video like this. And he knows that when it comes to Japan because of tourism, there is way more money in the type of content that he makes. I mean, how much is he going to take her out of context? How much is he going to lie about her beliefs when if you actually watch her content, you can see she believes the opposite? Like I said, I get why Alyssa was mad, and I get why she asked him to remove that Facebook comment. Again, I don't think she should have done that, but you can start to see why she was so upset when you see how much she is misrepresented by Chris.
Nope.
Now, it's fine to remove context. We all have to do that.
The only misrepresentation he has pointed out is the clip. Is that one clip. That is the only thing that he's claimed is misrepresented, that he's shown as misrepresented. Everything else is totally fucking useless.
As creators for brevity, but to remove context and then tell people that she believes the exact opposite of what she said is what a liar would do. This was not a money-making scheme from Alyssa. This is not even her typical content. The reason that she made this video is because she saw certain problems in her local community getting worse. So as a resident who is married to a Japanese citizen, she felt compelled to speak up about it. Again, the comparison to Logan Paul and Johnny Somali.
Yeah, this guy is like a super autistic pervert. I have it on good authority from on-the-ground reporting about this guy that he is a severely autistic pervert and cannot act normal.
Nuisance streamers who don't live in Japan and don't have to deal with the consequences of them degrading a high-trust society for money is ridiculous. Also, it's one main channel video that she's made this past year about crime, yet Chris is out here basically saying, this racist white girl hates foreigners and wants you to believe that Japan is dying. This is a money-making scheme where she's lying to you to fatten her bank account. It's one YouTube video, Chris. It's just one video.
I'm not burning
Then the
sources.
rest of the content is stuff like,
Wendy.
born in Japan, but too tall for everything. Oh, but what about the Instagram videos? They didn't make any money. They were too short to make money. Nobody makes money on shorts unless they're over a minute long and get like 5 to 10 million views. Alyssa gave me her total revenue for Instagram for the month the video was released. Chris shows this ominous screenshot of her getting 1.7 million views on Instagram from the Japan is over content. $13. That's how much she made on Instagram that month. Oh, but what about TikTok? I see 400,000 views. $60 for the entire month. She didn't make any money on this content. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. So again, it's one video. Now, I can understand if you have an issue with how a creator goes about a topic that...
Okay, so look at this, dude. when it comes to Chris making videos that maybe, you know, don't talk about the specific issues that he cares about in Japan, it's because Chris has a conflict of interest. He's financially motivated and can't talk about the bad things in Japan lest he hurt his tourism business. Yet Think Before You Sleep can't possibly imagine any second-order benefits that a content creator might see from highly viewed videos, even if the videos do not have good ad revenue. Because somehow, in one case, we can see a clear connection here when it's incredibly attention. In the other case, you just can't. How can we possibly put this together?
They talk about, that's fine, that's YouTube. But to complain about someone making $1,000 when you easily made over $10,000 on this video that you said you knew was going to do well and was probably only a few days of work is ridiculous. Oh, and you know, to end this all off, this grand money-making scheme from Alyssa to exploit Japan and exploit homeless people. Speaking of $10,000, remember this video here where she got 3 million views and then donated all the
guy's thinking? That is just facts. That is just pure facts. This guy's like an ape.
Profits to charity? Remember that? What a money-making scheme. What's also messed up is that Chris is acting like all of Alyssa's videos are either no work or require no money to make, which is untrue. Outside of content language studies and the cost of that because language schools aren't free. So outside of that, she often travels for her content and that costs money and time. She films all over Japan, not just in Tokyo. Even if the videos cost no money, like my videos are mostly free to make, but the cost is my time in research and time in organizing the ideas in an order that I think will be interesting to the audience. That takes shitloads of time, and so does editing. And unlike Chris said, you can't just make 50 of the same video. People will get bored, so a lot of time in a YouTuber's day is simply spent trying to decide what to talk about. Deciding what to talk about, especially after people have gotten bored of a meta, is the most difficult part of this job. Anyway, so the aftermath of Chris's crash out is that the Japanese people don't...
We can tell, bro. Yeah, we can tell. Where's the we can tell, bro. We can tell. You're struggling to figure out what to talk about as the meta winds down. It's coming through, bro.
Where they agree with him. They were actually more on Alyssa's side. However, that didn't stop droves of creators who were Chris's fans and don't know anything about Japan from immediately taking his side and accusing Alyssa of some horrendous things, while largely just reciting points that Chris made in his video. They also didn't really show any indication that they did their own research or fact-checking to verify if what Chris said was correct.
She doesn't really seem to address this heavily in her video. That homeless population has, objectively speaking, been going down over the past few years. So focusing on this like it's a big problem that's degrading Japanese society, it's weird as a choice.
I mean, that looks a lot like a zoomed-in graph about homelessness that Chris used where the article admitted that it was probably not accurate. Did this guy even read the article?
Yeah, but, okay. Homelessness still seems to have been going down over time, regardless. Like, you can look at the studies of when they did count people who were in net cafes, and it wasn't like, you know, they was going to completely blow the fucking stats out of the water. I mean, it was actually increasing over time.
The article, it looks like he just took a screenshot and put it in his video without any fact-checking.
If she does background research, she's not crediting it, which, frankly, this is my opinion, but I think that's malpractice.
Gee, wouldn't it be a shame if you talked about research that viewers would not be able to look up because you didn't show any reference material for it on screen or put a link in the description? Isn't that malpractice? As for the videos of Alyssa's that he's talking about, I'm guessing
I guess a good hypocrisy point on this random retard.
Referencing the What is Happening to Japan video, and this one about homeless people. Neither of these videos require source citations. They are largely just telling personal stories, so the source is the story. Outside of that, she talks about the Toyoko kids, but that's a popular news story in Japan, and things that are common knowledge don't require source citations. The video that does require source citations is her follow-up video on Chris Broad, and she does show reference material. And actually, let me just go on a slight tangent about the homelessness stuff, because how much Alyssa was lied about really pisses me off. There's this narrative that she's stuffing her camera in the faces of homeless people.
I also find it quite distasteful how she takes her camera and shoves it in the face of homeless people in the street who probably really don't want that attention on them. They're just minding their own business.
And I worry in an era of nuisance content creators coming to Japan doing things that are unspeakably bad. They might see this sort
she's
of
not
content.
literally shoving the camera in people's faces. She's not literally shoving the camera in people's faces, actually. So you using that figure of speech, shoving it in someone's face to suggest that someone is unexpectedly or unwantedly pointing a camera at someone? You using that is actually misrepresenting the situation because you didn't literally take that exact action as described. So you using that figure of speech is actually, that's misrepresentation. You're a liar. Thanks, man. Seriously. Great hour-and-a-half video.
And go, wow, you get $1,500 for that. Maybe start to wave cameras around in the faces of homeless people, potentially leading to even more nuisance content.
If you pay attention, you can see that yes, she is filming homeless people, but nobody's face is on camera. How else are you supposed to show the problem?
It's just so easy. It's so easy.
Without filming it. She's not pestering people like Johnny Somali.
In this video here, the one that Chris used to defame her, she's invited over by the homeless guy. And in this last video, the one that the Dungeons & Dragons guy cites, she's working with a homelessness outreach program, she's invited to film, and she shares some quite humanizing stories about the homeless population in Japan. She's also trying to get donations to help these people and spends her own money on these programs. But I mean, what homeless outreach work have you done, Chris?
And in fact, I've been speaking with a homeless shelter about doing a documentary, but it's a serious topic, and these are people's lives, and I need to tackle that carefully.
So nothing. Well, I was gonna make a video. I'll get to it.
He is working on it. But there's no obligation for him to speak about the homelessness issue. He's saying he is doing it, but what is your point?
Eventually. Meanwhile, Alyssa has been working to help Japan's homeless population for like 3 years now, and has also been doing garbage and graffiti cleanups, by the way. This is why she was mad about the graffiti and trash. And moreover, she's also been working with this homeless outreach group called Don't Give Up that does most of their charity work in Shinjuku. Alyssa's like the big social media face of this group. Guess who fucked that up? Right, Chris did. Chris's video where he edits her out of context and says she's taking advantage of Japan's most vulnerable people for money. And you know what? Now...
You know, you could do good things and bad things at the same time. You saying, oh, wow, she's... Look at this video. Look at this video where she helps a homeless person. Doesn't disprove any of the valid criticisms of her video. Like, it literally doesn't do anything. I understand it feels good to be like, oh no, she's actually a really nice person. She's actually a really nice person. It actually doesn't disprove anything or change any of the criticisms.
People won't take her seriously on it because she got millions of views by calling her a lying grifter who makes slop content and said, actually, homelessness in Japan is not really a problem. So thanks for that, Chris. She was already working on a video for Don't Give Up, and because of you, now she can't release it because it will...
Sorry, didn't this guy say that if you do this in the English language, then it's totally irrelevant? What would it matter anyway? Why does it matter?
Give them negative press. Here's the other messed up part of this. If Mr. I spend tons of time fact-checking, which is why I'm a real YouTuber, actually spent some time fact-checking, he could have easily found out that Alyssa does this outreach work. Like, this guy does not fact-check shit. He fact-checks like CNN fact-checks. Anyway, back to the Dungeons & Dragons guy.
And look, as someone who went to
It's on, no Samson, it's on, no Samson, CNN, BLM, it's on, BLM, George Floyd, Charlie Kirk, Irene Zaritska, it's on, no Samson, CNN.
School and like did street interviews for class, I can tell you, they have their place in journalism, but not as research.
He's talking about the homeless stuff here again. One, this stuff doesn't require like a peer-reviewed research article. Her point is that people who take the data are hiding how bad the problem is, and she's showing you how they hide it. That is literally investigative journalism. That is research. That is the most difficult research because she has to go out and do it herself. She can't just Google for a bit and call it a day. And this is why she's mad at Chris for citing government data, because she knows firsthand that it's wrong, and she showed that in her videos.
I don't want to lie to you, like Orientalist Pearl does.
Right, it's peak journalism training to assume the motives of your subject.
Orientalist Pearl.
You should sue the school that educated you. Not only did they not teach you how to cite sources, but they didn't teach you ethics either. Though maybe the school was woke, I can tell you that he's heavily on the left because he has a gun on the table that's facing towards him instead of a safe direction. That shit was bothering me the whole video. Not to say that I don't ever assume the motives of the people that I'm talking about, but I also don't claim to be a journalist.
I'm grateful that Chris Broad brought this to my attention. I'm grateful that he is on the side of critical thinking and media literacy, because dang it, we need more people fighting for it.
Yeah, I'm so glad the guy who did everything he could to make it as difficult as possible for his audience to fact check what he said is on the side of critical thinking. Now, I'm leaving out a lot, but this was pretty much the sum total.
Dude, by doing everything he could to stop fact checking, he means showing a graph without labeling it. Showing a graph without properly labeling it. That's doing everything you can to stop yourself from being fact-checked, is showing a graph without labeling it.
Of people reacting to the situation, all in one video. It was mostly Chris fans who knew nothing about Japan, echoing his viewpoints without really doing any of their own research, followed by glazing Chris while getting tons of stuff wrong. I think the only moderate or well-done video I saw was done by Dogan, who was clearly talking about...
Sorry, I'm blurring her face and not saying her name in the video. That's the other thing, I guess.
...this drama without openly stating it.
For every 10-second reel of a foreigner walking by a broken window in Kamata, or some graffiti in Nakameguro.
As a connoisseur of dog whistles, I really appreciate hearing a good one. I thought this was actually a pretty good example of a well-done and fair video in terms of trying to accurately communicate the viewpoints of its subjects, even though it wasn't directly about the drama. It was more so made in response to the drama. But going back to Alyssa versus Chris, Alyssa has the example
10-second
video I saw was done by Dogan, who was clearly talking about this drama without openly stating it.
For every 10-second reel of a foreigner walking by a broken window in Kamata, or some graffiti in Nakameguro.
As a connoisseur of dog whistles, I really appreciate hearing a good one. I thought this was actually a pretty good example of a well-done and fair video in terms of trying to accurately communicate the viewpoints of its subjects, even though it wasn't directly about the drama. It was more so made in response to the drama. But going back to Alyssa versus Chris, Alyssa has kindly shared additional images with me of the graffiti, and some of the areas have already gotten worse just in the time that this drama has gone on. I will note that these pictures are from about 2 weeks before the release of this video, and I will also note that some of the areas have already gotten cleaned up, so maybe saying something was a good thing after all. Last, I just want to bring this up because I'm sure somebody will. If you've watched other content from me, you might have seen that my sentiments towards foreigners are a little stricter than Alyssa's. That being said, I've expressed anti-foreigner sentiment in conversations about Japan towards a particular type of foreigner. That's because after watching all the shit...
Dude, like, what are you saying right now? My feeling about foreigners in Japan... You're American. The fuck are you talking about, Yank? My feelings on foreigners in Japan... Why do you have feelings on foreigners in Japan, Yank? The fuck do you mean?
Shit that's happened in America, I think we need to be a little bit more hostile towards people who don't want to assimilate or refuse to assimilate, and by that, I mean...
Wait, who's we? Yank?
I don't think people should just be deported for being illegals or committing violent crimes. I also think lighter things should get you deported. Like, if you don't speak English after 5 years and if you don't follow American customs, then you shouldn't be in this country. And
okay, and now we've switched to America. He said foreigners in Japan, and now we've switched to America.
I think a lot of Japanese people would agree with that in respects to their country.
Okay.
As many of them are saying they don't appreciate it when newcomers refuse to learn their language.
今日本語喋れなくても帰化ができるし、5年ですよ。5年住んで日本語喋れなくても帰化できる。
Yeah, follow, guys. It's like, you know, follow American customs. I think, in fact, I think what should happen is, if there's any Asians in America that are seen to be not integrating, not assimilating properly, I think someone should run around with a big butterfly net and start catching them and dragging them back to college dorms so they can be forced to binge drink and engage in mindless games.
できるんですよ、日本のシステムだと。それは緩すぎるんですよ。帰化を厳しくしろ。
海外から来られる方、日本語に対してもう少し意識を持っていただけた方がいいのかなと思うところは正直あります。日本語を大切にした上で、私たちのことも尊重してね、日本語をマスターするつもりで来ていただくっていうのが当然だろうと思っています。
It's not just an annoyance to not be able to communicate with newcomers because they refuse to learn your language, but it also changes the cultural traditions. You know, if you import tons of people who don't celebrate Halloween or Christmas, then there's going to be a lot less decorations up in the neighborhood, which sucks because kids these days don't get the kind of communities that we had in prior generations. And this is why immigration should be limited to give newcomers time to assimilate. Speaking of the language thing, Chris also
like, literally, the streets have never been safer. Like, it's like...
believes that you should learn the language of the country that you live in.
Now, I've always said, if you're moving to Japan, for God's sake, learn the language. You'll find it deeply rewarding, and also as a matter of courtesy. I think it's only right you should learn the language of the country you're moving to.
This is actually respectable. Note that in the West, you are typically called a racist for saying that you should learn the language of the place that you live in. So this is the...
You're not typically called a racist for that. No, most people agree with that. Most people agree with that.
The first brave stance that I've seen Chris take. But as for the tourism stuff, the reason
like
Japan is
the
going...
vast majority of people agree with that. They think, yes, you should. They might not think it should be a matter of law. They'll say, yeah, you should know the language of the country you live in.
And so hard on bringing in tons of foreigners is because they're trying to use tourism to fix their economy.
Like, it's like the whole video is basically like seething over Chris, seething over her son. She's not saying anything about foreigners, but I am. Then, yeah.
Among other reasons, Japan really took a huge hit from COVID, but I think it's stupid to fix a broken economy with multiculturalism. In the West, it's only made things worse, and as for Japan...
Yeah, so just have an infinitely decreasing population. Just let your population decrease, and that'll work great.
It's not really fair to the locals to flood millions of people into major cities every year who don't know the culture or the language. It takes time to learn cultural rules like what side of the escalator to stand on.
Sure, so just have a contracting economy. Go into infinite recession, manage decline.
When you're in the subway, and rules like this are important because they'll piss off Japanese people if you don't follow them. Mix that in with like 1 in 5 people not speaking the language in certain areas, and having to deal with the frustration at maybe your job of constantly struggling to communicate. It would be much less of an inconvenience if that number was like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20. But when Chris is talking about anti-foreigner sentiment in Japan, in addition to commentary from Westerners on Twitter and Instagram that he brought up, what he didn't say in his video is that a lot of his energy on this topic is more specifically coming from foreigners in Japan getting blamed for stuff that isn't their fault. Like there was a rice shortage in Japan and foreign tourists were blamed for it. I'm not going to get into it, but if you look at the full details of the story, the problem was obviously not caused by tourists. Chris is correct in believing that there are a lot of stupid news stories in Japan blaming foreigners for things that aren't their fault. Though the reason they can get away with blaming tourists for this is because Japanese people are frustrated by over-tourism because they're bringing in too many foreigners, and no amount of political framing can fix that. As I keep saying, you can't simply train that many people on Japanese culture all at once. Imagine people just constantly not following the escalator rules.
Okay, suffer then. Suffer and rot. Like they're gonna. That's cool, they can do that. That's no problem, it's their country. But that does mean suffering and rotting. That means your country decaying. That means managed decline. That's what that means. If you've got some, you know, novel way of breaking like every fucking rule in economics, the idea that actually you can have more dependence on the state than you have taxpayers. You can have a broader tax burden than you do tax base infinitely. You can just do that forever, and nothing bad will ever happen. If you've got a way of doing that, then you pitch it. You pitch. The Japanese are looking for it. Japanese Prime Minister's looking for it.
It's because it's their first day and they don't know any better. So bringing in a bunch of people who don't know the rules is going to piss off the native population. And a part of me thinks that Chris is making this problem worse by constantly encouraging more tourism. But to add one final point of nuance, after scrolling through his entire main channel and his second channel, I finally found a video where he said something critical of Japan that might discourage tourism. Here's a video where he's talking about Kabukicho.
The story we're going to read out today is actually in Kabukicho. There's one rule you need to follow if you do go there, and that is never, ever, ever follow one of the touts into a bar. Unfortunately, a lot of people do follow the street touts. They're pretty nice people. They're very engaging and good at what they do. Now, the touts that target foreigners specifically are actually foreigners themselves. They're not Japanese. They're Nigerian guys that have been given visas to come over and basically kind of do this and work for these organizations in the area.
Looks like someone is starting to notice. All cultures aren't created equal, and Africa is notorious for having lots of scammers. All you have to do is watch the black expat videos on YouTube to know that. It's the first thing they'll warn you about. So there's a reason why I have strict beliefs on immigration and travel, and there's a reason why I believe that much softer things should get people deported, like refusing to learn the language. By the way, when I say that, I mean high-level fluency. A lot of the H-1B visas coming to America don't actually...
Just like insane autistic rant at the end of the video that's like... It's just like, yeah, anyway, I fucking hate immigrants. Yeah, I fucking hate immigrants, and I want my country to fucking rot and die and have, like, economic instability and get totally raped. Okay.
Actually speak English past a basic level, if that. But maybe instead of applying a band-aid solution to the economy through massive amounts of tourism, Japan should actually fix its core issues. I don't know, maybe they can make a factory or something to encourage people to move out of the expensive cities and into a place large enough to raise a family. Maybe pass some workers' rights legislation so companies can't just abuse their employees into having no free time for themselves. Whether or not those are solutions, there are always ways to solve this internally without importing tons of people. And
yeah, there's always ways to solve this internally. Yeah? It's just, you just flip the switch. Just flip the switch. It's actually really easy to raise birth rates, guys. I don't know if you know this. Famously, it's one of the easiest problems to solve in the world, raising birth rates. You just gotta fix the work culture. You just give people a bit more time off and they have kids, guys. Famously, it's one of the easiest problems to solve in politics. Is the birth rate. Yeah. They don't tell you this. They don't tell you this, but there's actually a switch in Japan that they could flip the switch and it would just fix everything. But every time, because of the Japanese like high-strung culture, they hate change. And so whenever they see someone go and try and press the switch, they start freaking out and they're like, "No, don't press the increased birth rate switch. Don't flip the increased birth rate switch. No, don't fix all of our problems right now. No, no." And so just no one ever does it. No one ever does it. But they could. They could.
And unless the core issues are solved, the problem will still be there. Anyway, that's my thoughts on all this. Subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitter.
Okay. Brilliant stuff, man.